The 12th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Shempf. The 12th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. Translated by George Chapman. The Argument. He shows from hell his safe retreat To the isle Ææa, Circe's seat, And how he 'scaped the Sirens' calls, With the erring rocks and waters' falls That Scylla and Charybdis break, The sun's stol'n herds, and his sad wreck Both of Ulysses' ship and men, His own head 'scaping scarce the pain. Another Argument. Mew. The rocks that err'd the Sirens call, The sun's stol'n herd, the soldiers fall. Our ship now past the straits of the ocean flood, She plow'd the broad sea's billows, and made good The isle Ææa, where the palace stands Of the early riser with the rosy hands, Act of Aurora, where she loves to dance, And where the sun doth his prime beams advance. When here arriv'd, we drew her up to land, And trod ourselves the re‐saluted sand, Found on the shore fit resting for the night, Slept, and expected the celestial light. Soon as the white and red mix'd finger'd dame Had gilt the mountains with her saffron flame, I sent my men to Circe's house before, To fetch deceas'd Elpenor to the shore. Straight swell'd the high banks with fell'd heaps of trees, And full of tears we did do exequies To our dead friend, whose corse consum'd with fire, And honour'd arms, whose sepulchre entire, And over that a column rais'd, his oar, Curiously carv'd, to his desire before, Upon the top of all his tomb we fix'd, Of all rites fit his funeral pile was mix'd. Nor was our safe ascent from hell conceal'd From Circe's knowledge, nor so soon reveal'd But she was with us, with her bread and food, And ruddy wine, brought by her sacred brood Of woods and fountains. In the midst she stood, And thus saluted us: "Unhappy men, That have, inform'd with all your senses, been In Pluto's dismal mansion, you shall die Twice now, where others, that mortality In her fair arms holds, shall but once decease. But eat and drink out all conceit of these, And this day dedicate to food and wine, The following night to sleep. When next shall shine The cheerful morning, you shall prove the seas. Your way and every act ye must address. My knowledge of their order shall design, Lest with your own bad counsels ye incline Events as bad against ye, and sustain, By sea and shore, the woful ends that reign In wilful actions." Thus did she advise, And for the time our fortunes were so wise To follow wise directions. All that day We sat and feasted. When his lower way The sun had enter'd, and the even the high, My friends slept on their gables. She and I, Led by her fair hand to place apart By her well sorted, did to sleep convert Our timid pow'rs. When all things Fate let fall In our affair she ask'd, I told her all. To which she answer'd: "These things thus took end, And now to those that I inform attend, Which you rememb'ring, God himself shall be The blessed author of your memory. First to the Sirens ye shall come, that taint The minds of all men whom they can acquaint With their attractions. Whosoever shall, For want of knowledge mov'd, but hear the call Of any Siren, he will so despise Both wife and children, for their sorceries, That never home turns his affection's stream, Nor they take joy in him, nor he in them. The Sirens will so soften with their song, Shrill, and in sensual appetite so strong, His loose affections, that he gives them heed. And then observe, they sit amidst a mead, And round about it runs a hedge or wall Of dead men's bones, their wither'd skins in all Hung all along upon it. And these men were such as they had fawn'd Into their fen, and then their skins Hung on their hedge of bones. Sail by them therefore thy companions beforehand, Causing to stop every ear with sweet soft wax, So close that none may hear a note of all Their charmings. Yet may you, if you affect it, open ear allow To try their motion, but presume not so To trust your judgment, when your senses go so loose about you, but give straight command to all your men, to bind you foot and hand sure to the mast, that you may safe approve how strong in instigation to their love their rapting tunes are. If so much they move, that, spite of all your reason, your will stands to be enfranchis'd both of feet and hands, charge all your men before to slight your charge, and rest so far from fearing to enlarge, that much more sure they bind you. When your friends have outsail'd these, the danger that transcends rests not in any counsel to prevent, unless your own mind finds the tract and bent of that way that avoids it. I can say that in your course there lies a twofold way, the right of which your own, taught, present wit, and grace divine must prompt. In general yet let this inform you. Near these Sirens' shore move two steep rocks, at whose feet lie and roar the black sea's cruel billows. The blest Gods call them the Rovers. Their abhorr'd abodes no bird can pass, no, not the doves, whose fierce sire Jove so loves that they are said to bear ambrosia to him, can their rapine 'scape, but one of them falls ever to the rape of those sly rocks. Yet Jove another still adds to the rest, that so may ever fill the sacred number. Never ship could shun the nimble peril wing'd there, but did run with all her bulk, and bodies of her men, to utter ruin. For the seas retain not only their outrageous easture there, but fierce assistance of particular fear, and supernatural mischief. They expire, and those are whirlwinds of devouring fire whisking about still. The Argive ship alone, which bore the care of all men, got her gone, come from Areta. Yet perhaps even she had wrack'd at those rocks, if the Deity that lies by Jove's side had not lent her hand to their transmission, since the man that mann'd in chief that voyage, she in chief did love. Of these two spiteful rocks, the one doth shove Against the height of heav'n her pointed brow, a black cloud binds it round, and never show lends to the sharp point, not the clear blue sky lets ever view it, not the summer's eye, nor fervent autumn's. None that death could end could ever scale it, or, if up, descend, though 20 hands and feet he had for hold. A polish'd ice like glibness doth enfold the rock so round, whose midst a gloomy cell shrouds so far westward that it sees to hell. From this keep you as far, as from his bow An able young man can his shaft bestow. For here the wulling Scylla shrouds her face, that breathes a voice at all parts no more base Than are a newly kitten'd kitling's cries, herself a monster yet of boundless size, whose sight would nothing please a mortal's eyes, no, nor the eyes of any God, if he, whom naught should fright, fell foul on her, and she her full shape show'd. 12 foul feet bear about her ugly bulk, 6 huge long necks look out of her rank shoulders, every neck doth let a ghastly head out, every head 3 set, thick thrust together of abhorred teeth, and every tooth struck with a sable death. She lurks in midst of all her den, and streaks from out a ghastly whirlpool all her necks, where, gloating round her rock, to fish she falls, and up rush dolphins, dog fish, some whiles whales, if got within her when her rapine feeds. For ever groaning Amphitrite breeds about her whirlpool an unmeasur'd store. No seaman ever boasted touch of shore that there touch'd with his ship, but still she fed on him and his, a man for every head, spoiling his ship of. You shall then descry the other humbler rock, that moves so nigh your dart may meet the distance. It receives a huge wild fig tree, curl'd with ample leaves, beneath whose shade divine Charybdis sits, supping the black deeps. Thrice a day her pitch she drinking all dry, and thrice a day again all up she belches, baneful to sustain. When she is drinking, dare not near her draught, for not the force of Neptune, if once caught, can force your freedom. Therefore, in your strife to 'scape Charybdis, labour all for life to row near Scylla, for she will but have for her 6 heads 6 men, and better save the rest than all make off'rings to the wave. This need she told me of my loss, when I desir'd to know, if that necessity, when I had 'scap'd Charybdis' outrages, my pow'rs might not revenge, though not redress. She answer'd: 'O unhappy! Art thou yet Enflam'd with war, and thirst to drink thy sweat, Not to the Gods give up both arms and will? She deathless is, and that immortal ill Grave, harsh, outrageous, not to be subdued, That men must suffer till they be renew'd. Nor lives there any virtue that can fly The vicious outrage of their cruelty. Shouldst thou put arms on, and approach the rock, I fear 6 more must expiate the shock. 6 heads 6 men ask still. Hoise sail and fly, And in thy flight aloud on Cratis cry, Great Scylla's mother, who expos'd to light The bane of men, and she will do such right To thy observance, that she down will tread Her daughter's rage, nor let her show a head. From thenceforth then, for ever past her care, Thou shalt ascend the island triangular, Where many oxen of the sun are fed, And fatted flocks. Of oxen 50 head In ev'ry herd feed, and their herds are 7, And of his fat flocks is their number even. Increase they yield not, for they never die. Their ev'ry shepherdess a Deity. Fair Phaethusa and Lampetia The lovely nymphs are that their guardians be, Who to the daylight's lofty going flame Had gracious birthright from the heav'nly Dame, Still young Neæra, who, brought forth and bred, Far off dismiss'd them, to see duly fed Their father's herds and flocks in Sicily. These herds and flocks if to the Deity Ye leave, as sacred things, untouch'd, and on go With all fit care of your home, alone, Though through some suff'rance, you yet safe shall land In wishéd Ithaca. But if impious hand You lay on those herds to their hurts, I then Presage sure ruin to thy ship and men. If thou escap'st thyself, extending home Thy long'd for landing, thou shalt loaded come With store of losses, more exceeding late, And not consorted with a savéd mate." This said, the golden thron'd Aurora rose. She her way went, and I did mine dispose Up to my ship, weighed anchor, and away. When rev'rend Circe help'd us to convey Our vessel safe, by making well inclin'd A seaman's true companion, a fore wind, With which she fill'd our sails. When, fitting all Our arms close by us, I did sadly fall To grave relation what concern'd in fate My friends to know, and told 'em that the state Of our affair's success, which Circe had Presaged to me alone, must yet be made To one nor only too known, but to all; That since their lives and deaths were left to fall In their elections, they might life elect, And give what would preserve it fit effect. I first inform'd them, that we were to fly The heav'nly singing Sirens' harmony, And flow'r adorned meadows; and that I Had charge to hear their song, but fetter'd fast In bands unfavour'd to the erected mast; From whence, if I should pray, or use command To be enlarg'd, they should with much more band Contain my strugglings. This I simply told To each particular, nor would withhold What most enjoin'd mine own affection's stay, That theirs the rather might be taught t' obey. In mean time flew our ships, and straight we fetch'd The Sirens' isle. A spleenless wind so stretch'd Her wings to waft us, and so urg'd our keel. But having reach'd this isle, we could not feel The least grasp of it. It was stricken dead, And all the sea in prostrate slumber spread. The Sirens' devil charm'd all. Up then flew My friends to work, struck sail, together drew, And under hatches stow'd them, sat, and plied The polish'd oars, and did in curls divide The white head waters. My part then came on. A mighty waxen cake I set upon, Chopp'd it in fragments with my sword, and wrought With strong hand every piece, till all were soft. The great pow'r of the sun, in such a beam As then flew burning from his diadem, To liquefaction help'd us. Orderly I stopp'd their ears, and they as fair did ply My feet and hands with cords, and to the mast With other halsers made me soundly fast. Then took they seat, and forth our passage strook. The foamy sea beneath their labours shook. Row'd on, in reach of an erected voice, The Sirens soon took note, without our noise. Tune those sweet accents that made charms so strong, And these learn'd numbers made the Sirens' song. Come here, thou worthy of a world of praise, That dost so high the Grecian glory raise. Ulysses, stay thy ship, and that song hear, That none pass'd ever but it bent his ear, But left him ravish'd, and instructed more By us, than any ever heard before. For we know all things whatsoever were In wide Troy labour'd; whatsoever there The Grecians and the Trojans both sustain'd By those high issues that the Gods ordain'd; And whatsoever all the earth can show To inform a knowledge of desert, we know." This they gave accent in the sweetest strain That ever open'd an enamour'd vein; When my constrain'd heart needs would have mine ear Yet more delighted, forc'd way forth and hear. To which end I commanded with all sign Stern looks could make, for not a joint of mine Had pow'r to stir, my friends to rise And give my limbs free way. They freely striv'd To drive their ship still on; when, far from will To loose, Eurylochus and Perimedes rose To wrap me surer, and oppress'd me more With many a halser than had use before. When, rowing on without the reach of sound, My friends unstopp'd their ears, and me unbound, And that isle quite we quitted. But again Fresh fears employ'd us. I beheld a main Of mighty billows, and a smoke ascend, A horrid murmur hearing. Every friend Astonish'd sat; from every hand his oar Fell quite forsaken; with the dismal roar Were all things there made echoes. Stone still stood Our ship itself, because the ghastly flood Took all men's motions from her in their own. I through the ship went, labouring up and down My friends' recover'd spirits. One by one I gave good words, and said, that well were known These ills to them before. I told them all, And that these could not prove more capital Than those the Cyclops block'd us up in. Yet my virtue, wit, and heav'nly help'd counsel set Their freedoms open. I could not believe But they remember'd it, and wish'd them give My equal care and means now equal trust. The strength they had for stirring up they must Rouse and extend, to try if Jove had laid His pow'rs in theirs up, and would add his aid To 'scape even that death. In particular then I told our pilot, that past other men He most must bear firm spirits, since he sway'd The continent that all our spirits convey'd, In his whole guide of her. He saw there boil The fiery whirlpools, that to all our spoil Inclos'd a rock, without which he must steer, Or all our ruins stood concluded there. All heard me and obey'd, and little knew That, shunning that rock, 6 of them should rue The wrack another hid. For I conceal'd The heavy wounds, that would never be heal'd, To be by Scylla open'd; for their fear Would then have robb'd all of all care to steer, Or stir an oar, and made them hide beneath, When they and all had died an idle death. But then ev'n I forgot to shun The harm Circe forewarn'd, who will'd I should Not arm, nor show myself to Scylla, lest in vain I ventur'd life. Yet could not I contain, But arm'd at all parts, and 2 lances took Up to the fore deck went, and thence did look That rocky Scylla would have first appear'd, And taken my life with the friends I fear'd. From thence yet no place could afford her sight, Though through the dark rock mine eye threw her light, And ransack'd all ways. I then took a strait, That gave myself and some few more receit 'Twixt Scylla and Charybdis; whence we saw How horridly Charybdis' throat did draw The brackish sea up; which when all aboard She spit out again, never caldron saw'd With so much fervour, fed with all the store That could enrage it. All the rock did roar With troubled waters; round about the tops Of all the steep crags flew the foamy drops. But when her draught the sea and earth dissunder'd, The troubled bottoms turn'd up, and she thunder'd. Far under shore the swart sands naked lay, Whose whole stern sight the startled blood did fray From all our faces. And while we on her Our eyes bestow'd thus to our ruin's fear, 6 friends had Scylla snatch'd out of our keel, In whom most loss did force and virtue feel. When looking to my ship, and lending eye To see my friends' estates, Their heels turn'd high, and hands cast up I might discern, and hear their calls to me for help, when now they were to try me in their last extremities, and, as an angler, med'cine for surprise of little fish sits pouring from the rocks, from out the crook'd horn of a full bred ox, and then with his long angle hoists them high up to the air, then slightly hurls them by, when helpless sprawling on the land they lie, so easily Scylla to her rock had wrapp'd my woful friends, and so, unhelp'd, entrapp'd, struggling they lay beneath her violent rape, who in their tortures, desp'rate of escape, shriek as she tore, and up their hands to me still threw for sweet life. I did never see, in all my suff'rance ransacking the seas, a spectacle so full of miseries. Thus having fled these rocks, these cruel dames, Scylla, Charybdis, where the King of Flames hath off'rings burn'd to him, our ship put in the island, that from all the earth doth win the epithet, Faultless, where the broad of head, the famous oxen for the sun are fed, with many fat flocks of that high gone God. Set in my ship, mine ear reach'd where we rode the bellowing of oxen, and the bleat of fleecy sheep, that in my memory seat put up the forms that late had been impress'd by dread Ææan Circe, and the best of souls and prophets, the blind Theban seer, the wise Tiresias, who was grave decreer of my return's whole means, of which this one in chief he urg'd, that I should always shun the island of the man delighting sun. When, sad at heart for our late loss, I pray'd my friends to hear fit counsel, though dismay'd with all ill fortunes, which was giv'n to me by Circe's and Tiresias' prophecy, that I should fly the isle where was ador'd the comfort of the world, for ills abhorr'd were ambush'd for us there, and therefore will'd they should put off and leave the isle. This kill'd their tender spirits, when Eurylochus a speech that vex'd me utter'd, answering thus: "Cruel Ulysses, since thy nerves abound in strength, the more spent, and no toils confound thy able limbs, as all beat out of steel, thou ablest us too, as unapt to feel the teeth of labour and the spoil of sleep, and therefore still wet waste us in the deep, nor let us land to eat, but madly now in night put forth, and leave firm land to strew the sea with errors. All the rabid flight of winds that ruin ships are bred in night. Who is it that can keep off cruel death, if suddenly should rush out the angry breath of Notus, or the eager spirited West, that cuff ships dead, and do the Gods their best, serve black night still with shore, meat, sleep, and ease, and offer to the morning for the seas?" This all the rest approv'd, and then knew I past all doubt the Devil did apply his slaught'rous works. Nor would they be withheld, I was but one, nor yielded, but compell'd. But all that might contain them I assay'd, a sacred oath on all their pow'rs I laid, that if with herds or any richest flocks we chanc'd t' encounter, neither sheep nor ox we once should touch, nor, for that constant ill that follows folly, scorn advice, and kill, but quiet sit us down, and take such food as the immortal Circe had bestow'd. They swore all this in all severest sort, and then we anchor'd in the winding port near a fresh river, where the long'd for shore they all flew out to, took in victuals store, and being full, thought of their friends, and wept their loss by Scylla, weeping till they slept. In night's third part, when stars began to stoop, the Cloud assembler put a tempest up. A boisterous spirit he gave it, drave out all his flocks of clouds, and let such darkness fall, that earth and seas, for fear, to hide were driven, for with his clouds he thrust out night from heaven. At morn we drew our ships into a cave, in which the Nymphs that Phœbus' cattle drave fair dancing rooms had, and their seats of state. I urg'd my friends then, that, to shun their fate, they would observe their oath, and take the food our ship afforded, nor attempt the blood of those fair herds and flocks, because they were the dreadful Gods that all could see and hear. They stood observant, and in that good mind had we been gone, but so adverse the wind stood to our passage, that we could not go. For one whole month perpetually did blow Impetuous Notus, not a breath's repair But his in Eurys's rul'd in all the air. As long yet as their ruddy wine and bread Stood out amongst them, so long not a head Of all those oxen fell in any strife Amongst those students for the gut and life. But when their victuals fail'd they fell to prey, Necessity compell'd them then to stray In rape of fish and fowl. Whatever came In reach of hand or hook, the belly's flame Afflicted to it. I then fell to pray'r, And, making to a close retreat repair, Free from both friends and winds, I wash'd my hands, And all the Gods besought, that held commands In liberal heav'n, to yield some mean to stay Their desp'rate hunger, and set up the way Of our return restrain'd. The Gods instead Of giving what I pray'd for, pow'r of deed, A deedless sleep did on my lids distil, For mean to work upon my friends their fill. For whiles I slept, there wak'd no mean to curb Their headstrong wants, which he that did disturb My rule in chief at all times, and was chief To all the rest in counsel to their grief, Knew well, and of my present absence took His fit advantage, and their iron strook At highest heat. For, feeling their desire In his own entrails, to allay the fire That famine blew in them, he thus gave way To that affection: "Hear what I say, Though words will staunch no hunger. Ev'ry death To us poor wretches that draw temporal breath You know is hateful; but, all know, to die The death of famine is a misery Past all death loathsome. Let us therefore take The chief of this fair herd, and off'rings make To all the deathless that in broad heav'n live, And in particular vow, if we arrive In natural Ithaca, to straight erect A temple to the haughty in aspect, Rich and magnificent, and all within Deck it with relics many and divine. If yet he stands incens'd, since we have slain His high brow'd herd, and therefore will sustain Desire to wrack our ship, he is but one, And all the other Gods that we atone With our divine rites will their suffrage give To our design'd return, and let us live. If not, and all take part, I rather crave To serve, with one sole death, the yawning wave, Than in a desert isle lie and sterve, And with one pin'd life many deaths observe." All cried, "He counsels nobly," and all speed Made to their resolute driving; for the feed Of those coal black, fair, broad brow'd, sun lov'd beeves Had place close by our ships. They took the leaves Of scents, most eminent, about their falls Stood round, and to the states celestial Made solemn vows; but other rites Their ship could not afford them. They did, therefore, strip the curl'd head oak Of fresh young leaves, to make supply Of service, for their barley cake; And on the sacredly enflam'd, for wine Pour'd purest water; all the parts divine Spitting and roasting; all the rites beside Orderly using. Then did light divide My low and upper lids. When my repair Made near my ship, I met the delicate air Their roast exhal'd. Out instantly I cried, and said: "O Jove, and all ye deified, Ye have oppress'd me with a cruel sleep, While ye conferr'd on me a loss as deep As death descends to themselves alone My rude men left ungovern'd, they have done A deed so impious, I stand well assur'd That you will not forgive though ye procur'd." Then flew Lampetia, with the ample robe, Up to her father, with the golden globe, Ambassadress to inform him that my men Had slain his oxen. Heart incensed then, He cried: "Revenge me, father, and the rest, Both ever living and for ever blest. Ulysses' impious men have drawn the blood Of those my oxen that it did me good To look on, walking all my starry round, And when I trod earth, all with meadows crown'd. Without your full amends I leave heav'n quite, Dis, and all the dead adorning with my light." The cloud herd answer'd: "Son, thou shalt be ours, And light those mortals in that mine of flow'rs. My red hot flash shall graze but on their ship, And eat it burning in the boiling deep." This by Calypso I was told, and she Inform'd it from the verger Mercury. Come to our ship, I chid, and told by name Each man how impiously he was to blame. But chiding got no peace, and beeves were slain; When straight the Gods forewent their following pain With dire ostents. The hides the flesh had lost Crept all before them, As the flesh did roast, it bellow'd like the ox itself alive. And yet my soldiers did their dead beeves drive Through all these prodigies in daily feasts. 6 days they banqueted and slew fresh beasts. And when the 7th day Jove reduc'd the wind That all the month rag'd, and so in did bind Our ship and us, was turn'd and calm'd, and we Launch'd, put up masts, sails hois'd, and to sea. The island left so far that land nowhere But only sea and sky had pow'r to appear. Jove fix'd a cloud above our ship, so black That all the sea it darken'd; yet from wrack She ran a good free time, till from the west Came Zephyr ruffling forth, and put his breast Out in a singing tempest, so most vast, It burst the gables that made sure our mast. Our masts came tumbling down, our cattle down Rush'd to the pump, and by our pilot's crown The main mast past his fall, pash'd all his skull. And all this wrack but one flaw made it full. Off from the stern the sternsman diving fell, And from his sinews flew his soul to hell. Together all this time Jove's thunder chid, And through the ship his lightning glid, Till it embrac'd her round. Her bulk was fill'd With nasty sulphur, and her men were kill'd, Tumbled to sea, like sea mews swum about, And there the date of their return was out. I toss'd from side to side still, till all broke Her ribs were with the storm, and she did choke With let in surges; for the mast torn down Tore her up piece meal, and for me to drown Left little undissolv'd. But to the mast There was a leather thong left, which I cast About it and the keel, and so sat toss'd With baneful weather, till the west had lost His stormy tyranny. And then arose The south, that bred me more abhorréd woes; For back again his blasts expell'd me quite On ravenous Charybdis. All that night I totter'd up and down, till light And I at Scylla's rock encounter'd, and the nigh Dreadful Charybdis. As I drave on these, I saw Charybdis supping up the seas, And had gone up together, if the tree That bore the wild figs had not rescued me. To which I leap'd, and left my keel, and high Chamb'ring upon it, did as closely imply My breast about it as a riremouse could. Yet might my feet on no stub fasten hold To ease my hands, the roots were crept so low Beneath the earth, and so aloft did grow The far spread arms, that, though good height I gat, I could not reach them. To the main bow flat I therefore still must cling, till up again She belch'd my mast, and after that amain My keel came tumbling. So at length it chanc'd To me, as to a judge that long advanc'd To judge a sort of hot young fellows' jars, At length time frees him from their civil wars, When glad he riseth, and to dinner goes. So time, at length, releas'd with joys my woes, And from Charybdis' mouth appear'd my keel; To which, my hand now loos'd, and now my heel, I all together with a huge noise dropp'd, Just in her midst fell, where the mast was propp'd, And there row'd off with owers of my hands. God and man's Father would not from her sands Let Scylla see me, for I then had died That bitter death that my poor friends supplied. 9 days at sea I hover'd. The 10th night in the isle Ogygia, where about the bright and right renown'd Calypso I was cast by pow'r of Deity, where I liv'd, embrac'd with love and feasts. But why should I relate those kind occurrents? I should iterate what I in part To your chaste queen and you so late imparted. And, for me to grow a talker over Of my tale again, were past my free Contentment to sustain. End of the 12th Book. The 13th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. The 13th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. Translated by George Chapman. The Argument. Ulysses, shipp'd but in the even, With all the presents he was given, And sleeping then, is set next morn in full scope of his wish'd return, and treads unknown his country shore, whose search so many winters wore. The ship, returning and arriv'd against the city, is depriv'd of form, and all her motion gone, transform'd by Neptune to a stone. Ulysses, let to know the strand where the Phæacians made him land, consults with Pallas for the life of every wooer of his wife. His gifts she hides within a cave, and him into a man more grave, all hid in wrinkles, crooked, grey, transform'd, who so goes on his way. Another argument. New. Phæacia Ulysses leaves, whom Ithaca unwares receives. He said, and silence all their tongues contain'd, in admiration, when with pleasure chain'd their ears had long been to him. At last brake Alcinous silence, and in this sort spake to the Ithacensian, Laertes' son: "O Ithacus, however overrun with former sufferings in your way for home, since 'twas at last your happy fate to come to my high-roofed and brass-foundation'd house, I hope such speed and pass auspicious our loves shall yield you, that you shall no more wander, nor suffer homewards as before. You then, whoever that are ever grac'd with all the choice of authorized power to taste such wine with me as warms the sacred rage, and is an honorary given to age, with which ye likewise here divinely sing, in honour's praise, the poet of the king, I move, by way of my command, to this: that where in an elaborate chest there lies a present for our guest, attires of price, and gold engraven with infinite device, I wish that each of us should add beside a tripod, and a caldron amplified with size, and metal of most rate and great, for we, in council of taxation met, will from our subjects gain their worth again, since 'tis unequal one man should sustain a charge so weighty, being the grace of all, which borne by many is a weight but small." Thus spake Alcinous, and pleas'd the rest, when each man clos'd with home and sleep his feast. But when the colour‐giving light arose, all to the ship did all their speeds dispose, and wealth that honest men makes brought with them. All which even he that wore the diadem stow'd in the ship himself, beneath the seats the rowers sat in, stooping, lest their lets in any of their labours he might prove. Then home he turn'd, and after him did move the whole assembly to expected feast. Among whom he a sacrifice address'd, and slew an ox to weather‐wielding Jove, beneath whose empire all things are and move. The thighs then roasting, they made glorious cheer delighted highly, and amongst them there the honour'd of the people used his voice, divine Demodocus. Yet through this choice of cheer and music had Ulysses still an eye directed to the eastern hill, to see him rising that illustrates all, for now into his mind a fire did fall of thirst for home, and as in hungry vow to needful food a man at fixed plough, to whom the black ox all day long hath turn'd the stubborn fallows up, his stomach burn'd with empty heat and appetite to food, his knees afflicted with his spirit‐spent blood, at length the long‐expected sunset sees, that he may sit to food and rest his knees. So to Ulysses set the friendly light the sun afforded, with as wish'd a sight, who straight he spake the o'er‐affecting state, but did in chief his speech appropriate to him by name, that with their rule was crown'd: "Alcinous, of all men most renown'd, dismiss me with as safe pass as you vow, your offering past, and may the Gods to you in all contentment use as full a hand. For now my landing here and stay shall stand in all perfection with my heart's desire, both my so safe deduction to aspire and loving gifts, which may the Gods to me as blest in use make as your acts are free, even to the finding firm in love and life, with all desir'd event, my friends and wife. When as myself shall live delighted there, may you with your wives rest as happy here, your sons and daughters in particular state, with every virtue render'd consummate. And in your general empire may ill never approach your land, but good your good quit ever. This all applauded, and all jointly cried, "Dismiss the stranger; he hath dignified With fit speech his dismission." Then the king thus charged the herald: "Fill for offering a bowl of wine, Which through the whole large house dispose To all men, that, propitious, our Father Jove Made with our prayers, we may Give home our guest in full and wished way." This said, Pontonous commix'd a bowl Of such sweet wine as did delight the soul; Which making sacred to the blessed Gods That hold in broad heav'n their supreme abodes, Godlike Ulysses from his chair arose, And in the hands of the Empress did impose The all round cup; to whom, fair spoke, he said: "Rejoice, O Queen, and be your joys repaid By heav'n for me, till age and death succeed, Both which inflict their most unwelcome need On men and dames alike. And first, for me, I must from thence to both. Live you here free, and ever may All living blessings spring, Your joy in children, subjects, and your king." This said, divine Ulysses took his way, Before whom the unalterable sway Of King Alcinous' virtue did command A herald's fit attendance to the strand And ship appointed. With him likewise went Handmaids, by Arete's injunction sent. One bore an outen in weed, fair and sweet; The other an embroider'd cabinet; The third had bread to bear, and ruddy wine; All which, at sea and ship arriv'd, resign'd Their freight conferr'd. With fair attendance then, the sheets and bedding Of the man of men, within a cabin Of the hollow keel, spread and made soft, That sleep might sweetly seal his restful eyes, He enter'd, and his bed in silence took. The rowers ordered themselves in sev'ral seats, And then set gone the ship. The gable from the hollow stone Dissolv'd, and weigh'd up all together, Close then beat the sea. His lids in sweet repose Sleep bound so fast, it scarce gave way to breath Inexcitable, most dear, next of all to death. And as amids a fair field 4 brave horse Before a chariot stung into their course With fervent lashes of the smarting scourge, That all their fire blows high, and makes them urge To utmost speed the measure of their ground, So bore the ship aloft her fiery bound; About whom rush'd the billows black and vast, In which the sea roars burst. As firm as fast She plied her course yet, nor her winged speed The falcon gentle could for pace exceed. So cut she through the waves, and bore a man Even with the Gods in councils, that began And spent his former life in all misease, Battles of men, and rude waves of the seas, Yet now securely slept, forgetting all. And when heav'n's brightest star, that first doth call The early morning out, advanc'd her head, Then near to Ithaca the billow bred Phræcian ship approach'd. There is a port That the aged sea God Phorcys makes his fort, Whose earth the Ithacensian people own; In which 2 rocks inaccessible are grown Far forth into the sea, whose each strength binds The boisterous waves in from the high flown winds On both the out parts; so, that all within The well built ships, that once their harbour win In his calm bosom, without anchor rest, Safe and unstirr'd. From forth the haven's high crest Branch the well brawn'd arms of an olive tree, Beneath which runs a cave from all sun free, Cool and delightsome, sacred to the access Of nymphs, whose surnames are the Naiades; In which flew humming bees; in which lay thrown Stone cups, stone vessels, shittles all of stone, With which the nymphs their purple mantles wove; In whose contexture art and wonder strove; In which pure springs perpetually ran; To which 2 entries were, one for man, On which the North breath'd; the other for the Gods, On which the South; and that bore no abodes For earthly men, but only deathless feet Had there free way. This port these men thought meet To land Ulysses, being the first they knew; Drew then their ship in, but no further drew Than half her bulk reach'd, by such cunning hand Her course was manag'd. Then her men took land, and first brought forth Ulysses, bed and all That richly furnish'd it; he still in thrall Of all subduing sleep. Upon the sand They set him softly down, and then the strand They strew with all the goods he had. bestowed by the renowned Phaeacians, since he showed so much Minerva. At the olive root they drew them then in heap, most far from foot of any traveller, lest, ere his eyes resumed their charge, they might be others' prize. These then turned home, nor was the sea's Supreme forgetful of his threats, for Polypheme bent at divine Ulysses, yet would prove, ere their performance, the decree of Jove. "Father, no more the Gods shall honour me, since men despise me, and those men that see the light in lineage of mine own lov'd race. I vow'd Ulysses should, before the grace of his return, encounter woes enow to make that purchase dear, yet did not vow simply against it, since thy brow had bent to his reduction, in the fore consent thou hast vouchsaf'd it. Yet, before my mind hath full pow'r on him, the Phaeacians find their own minds satisfaction with his pass, so far from suffering what my pleasure was, that ease and softness now is habited in his secure breast, and his careless head returned in peace of sleep to Ithaca, the brass and gold of rich Phæacia rocking his temples, garments richly woven and worlds of prize, more than was ever stroven from all the conflicts he sustained at Troy, if safe he should his full share there enjoy." The shower'd dissolver answer'd: "What a speech hath pass'd thy palate, O thou great in reach of wrackful empire! Far the Gods remain from scorn of thee, for 'twere a work of pain to prosecute with ignominies one that sways our ablest and most ancient throne. For men, if any so beneath in pow'r neglect thy high will, now, or any hour that moves hereafter, take revenge to thee, soothe all thy will, and be thy pleasure free." "Why then," said he, "thou blacker of the fumes that dim the sun, my licens'd pow'r resumes act from thy speech. But I observe so much, and fear thy pleasure, that I dare not touch at any inclination of mine own, till thy consenting influence be known. But now this curious built Phæacian ship Returning from her convoy, I will strip Of all her fleeting matter, and to stone Transform and fix it, just when she hath gone Her full time home, and jets before their prease In all her trim, amidst the sable seas, that they may cease to convoy strangers still, when they shall see so like a mighty hill their glory stick before their city's grace, and my hands cast a mask before her face." "O friend," said Jove, "it shows to me the best Of all earth's objects, that their whole prease, Dress'd in all their wonder, near their town shall stand, And stare upon a stone, so near the land So like a ship, and dam up all their lights, As if a mountain interpos'd their sights." When Neptune heard this, he for Scheria went, Whence the Phæacians took their first descent; Which when he reach'd, and in her swiftest pride, The water treader by the city's side Came cutting close; close he came swiftly on, Took her in violent hand, and to a stone Turn'd all her sylvan substance; all below Firm'd her with roots, and left her. This strange show when the Phæacians saw, they stupid stood, And ask'd each other, who amidst the flood Could fix their ship so in her full speed home, And quite transparent make her bulk become. Thus talk'd they, but were far from knowing how These things had issue; which their king did show, And said: "O friends, the ancient prophecies My father told to me, to all our eyes Are now in proof. He said the time would come, When Neptune, for our safe conducting home All sorts of strangers, out of envy fir'd, Would meet our fairest ship as she retir'd, And all the goodly shape and speed we boast Should like a mountain stand before us lost Amidst the moving waters; which we see Perform'd in full end to our prophecy. Hear then my counsel, and obey me then. Renounce henceforth our convoy home of men, Who shall hereafter greet our town; And to th' offended Deities' renown 12 chosen oxen let us sacred make, That he may pity us, and from us take This shady mountain." They in fear obey'd, Slew all the beeves, and to the Godhead pray'd, The dukes and princes all ensphering round The sacred altar, while whose tops were crown'd. Divine Ulysses on his country's breast Lay bound in sleep, now rose out of his rest, nor, being so long remov'd, the region knew. Besides which absence yet, Minerva threw a cloud about him, to make strange the more his safe arrival, lest upon his shore he should make known his face, and utter all that might prevent the event that was to fall. Which she prepar'd so well, that not his wife, Presented to him, should perceive his life, No citizen, no friend, till righteous fate Upon the Wooers' wrongs were consummate. Through which cloud, all things show'd now to the king Of foreign fashion, the enflow'red spring Amongst the trees there, the perpetual waves, The rocks, that did more high their foreheads raise To his rapt eye than naturally they did, And all the haven, in which a man seem'd hid From wind and weather, when storms loudest chid. He therefore, being risen, stood and view'd His country earth; which, not perceiv'd, he rued, And striking with his hurl'd down hands his thighs, He mourn'd, and said: "O me! Again where lies My desert way? To wrongful men and rude, And with no laws of human right endued? Or are they human, and of holy minds? What fits my deed with these so many kinds Of goods late giv'n? What with myself will floods and errors do? I would to God these goods had rested with Their owners, and that I had fall'n on kings Of more regality, to grace out my return, That lov'd indeed, and would have giv'n me Consorts of fit speed to my distresses' ending. But, as now all knowledge flies me where I may Bestow my labour'd purchase, here they shall not stay, Lest what I car'd for others make their prey. O Gods, I see the great Phæacians then Were not all just and understanding men, That land me elsewhere than their vaunts pretended, Assuring me my country should see ended My miseries told them, yet now eat their vaunts. O Jove, great guardian of poor suppliants, That others sees, and notes too, shutting in All in thy plagues that most presume on sin, Revenge me on them. Let me know now The goods they gave, to give my mind to know If they have stol'n none in their close retreat." The goodly caldrons then, and tripods, set In sev'ral ranks from out the heap, he told; His rich wrought garments too, and all his gold, And nothing lack'd. And yet this man did mourn The but supposed miss of his home return. And creeping to the shore with much complaint, Minerva, like a shepherd, young and quaint As kings' sons are, a double mantle cast Athwart his shoulders, his fair goers grac'd With fitted shoes, and in his hands a dart, Appear'd to him; whose sight rejoic'd his heart. To whom he came, and said: "O friend, since first I met your sight here, be all good the worst That can join our encounter. Fare you fair, Nor with adverse mind welcome my repair, But guard these goods of mine, and succour me. As to a God I offer pray'rs to thee, And low access make to thy lovéd knee. Say truth, that I may know. What country then? What common people live here, and what men? Some famous isle is this? Or gives it vent, Being near the sea, to some rich continent?" She answer'd: "Stranger, whatsoe'er you are either foolish, or come passing far, That know not this isle, and make that doubt trouble; For 'tis not so exceedingly ignoble But passing many know it; and so many That of all the nation there abides not any, From where the morning rises and the sun, To where the even and the night their courses run, But know this country. Rocky 'tis, and rough, And so, for use of horse, unapt enough; Yet with sad barrenness not much infested, Since clouds are here in frequent rains digested, And flow'ry dews. The compass is not great, the little yet Well fill'd with wine and wheat. It feeds a goat and ox well, being still Water'd with floods, that ever overfill With heav'n's continual show'rs; and wooded so It makes a spring of all the kinds that grow. And therefore, stranger, the extended name Of this dominion makes access by fame From this extreme part of Achaia, As far as Ilion, and 'tis Ithaca." This joy'd him much, that so unknown a land Turn'd to his country. Yet so wise a hand He carried, ev'n of this joy, flown so high, That other end he put to his reply, Than straight to show that joy, and lay abroad His life to strangers. Therefore he bestow'd A veil on truth, For evermore did wind about his bosom a most crafty mind, which thus his words show'd: "I have far at sea in spacious Crete Heard speak of Ithaca, of which myself, It seems, now reach the shore, with these my fortunes, Whose whole value more I left in Crete Amongst my children there; from whence I fly For being the slaughterer of royal Idomen's most lovéd son, Swift foot Orsilochus, that could outrun Profess'd men for the race; yet him I slew, Because he would deprive me of my due In Trojan prize; for which I suffer'd so The rude waves piercing, the redoubled woe Of mind and body in the wars of men. Nor did I gratify his father then With any service; but as well as he Sway'd in command other soldiery, So with a friend withdrawn we waylaid him, When gloomy night the cope of heav'n did dim, And no men knew; but we lodg'd close, he came, And I put out to him his vital flame; Whose slaughter having author'd with my sword, I instant flight made, and straight fell aboard A ship of the renown'd Phœnician state; When pray'd, and paid at a sufficient rate, Obtain'd my pass of men in her command; Whom I enjoin'd to set me on the land Of Pylos, or of Elis the divine, Where the Epeans in great empire shine; But force of weather check'd that course to them, Though loth to fail me to their most extreme They spent their willing pow'rs. But, forc'd from thence, We err'd, and put in here, with much expense Of care and labour, and in dead of night, When no man there serv'd any appetite So much as with the memory of food, Though our estates exceeding needy stood. But going ashore, we lay, when gentle sleep My weary pow'rs invaded, and from ship They fetching these my riches, with just hand About me laid them; while upon the sand Sleep bound my senses; and for Sidon they, Put off from hence, made sail; while here I lay Left sad alone. The Goddess laugh'd, and took His hand in hers, and with another look, Assuming the likeness of a dame, Lovely and goodly, expert in the frame Of virtuous housewif'ries, she answer'd thus: "He should be passing sly and covetous Of stealth in men's deceits, that coteth thee In any craft, though any God should be Ambitious to exceed in subtlety. Thou still wit varying wretch, insatiate In overreaches, not secure thy state Without these wiles, though on thy native shore Thou settest safe footing, but upon thy store Of false words still spend, that ev'n from thy birth Have been thy best friends. Come, our either worth Is known to either. Thou of men art far, For words and counsels the most singular; But I above the Gods in both may boast My still tried faculties. Yet thou hast lost The knowledge ev'n of me, the seed of Jove, Pallas Athenia, that have still outstrove In all thy labours their extremes, and stood Thy sure guard ever, making all thy good Known to the good Phæacians, and receiv'd. And now again I greet thee, to see Weav'd fresh counsels for thee, and will take On me the close reserving of these goods For thee, which the renown'd Phæacian states Bestow'd at thy deduction homewards, Only mov'd with my both spirit and counsel. All which grace I now will amplify, and tell what case Thy household stands in, uttering all those pains That of mere need yet still must rack thy veins. Do thou then freely bear, nor one word give To man nor dame to show thou yet dost live, But silent suffer over all again Thy sorrows past, and bear the wrongs of men." "Goddess," said he, "unjust men and unwise, That author injuries and vanities, By vanities and wrongs should rather be Bound to this ill abearing destiny, Than just and wise men. What delight hath heav'n That lives unhurt itself, to suffer giv'n Up to all domage those poor few That strive to imitate it, and like The Deities live? But where you wonder That I know you not through all your changes, That skill is not got by sleight or art, Since thy most hard hit face is still distinguish'd By thy free giv'n grace. And therefore to truly acknowledge thee In thy encounters, is a mastery In men most knowing; for to all men Thou tak'st sev'ral likeness. All men think They know thee in their wits; but, since thy seeming view Appears to all, and yet thy truth to few, Through all thy changes to discern thee right Asks chief love to thee, and inspiréd light. But this I surely know, that, some years past, I have been often with thy presence grac'd. All time the sons of Greece wag'd war at Troy, but when fate's full hour let our swords enjoy our vows in sack of Priam's lofty town, our ships all boarded, and when God had blown our fleet in sunder, I could never see the seed of Jove, nor once distinguish thee boarding my ship, to take one woe from me, but only in my proper spirit involved, err'd here and there, quite slain, till heav'n dissolved me in my ill, which chanced not, till thy grace by open speech confirm'd me, in a place fruitful of people, where, in person, thou didst give me guide, and all their city show, and that was the renown'd Phæacian earth. Now then, even by the author of thy birth, vouchsafe my doubt the truth. For far it flies my thoughts, that thus should fall into mine eyes conspicuous Ithaca, but fear I touch at some far shore. In that thy wit is such thou dost delude me, is it sure the same most honour'd earth that bears my country's name? I see, said she, thou wilt be ever thus in every worldly good incredulous, and therefore have no more the pow'r to see frail life more plagued with infelicity in one so eloquent, ingenious, wise. Another man, that so long miseries had kept from his lov'd home, and thus return'd to see his house, wife, children, would have burn'd in headlong lust to visit. Yet t' enquire what states they hold affects not thy desire, till thou hast tried, if in thy wife there be a sorrow wasting days and nights for thee in loving tears, that then the sight may prove a full reward for either's mutual love. But I would never credit in you both least cause of sorrow, but well knew the troth of this thine own return, though all thy friends I knew as well should make returnless ends. Yet would not cross mine uncle Neptune so to stand their safeguard, since so high did go his wrath for thy extinction of the eye of his lov'd son. Come then, I'll show thee why I call this isle thy Ithaca, to ground thy credit on my words. This haven is own'd by the aged sea God Phorcys, in whose brow this is the olive with the ample bough. And here, close by, the pleasant shaded cave That to the fount nymphs the Ithacensians gave, As sacred to their pleasures. Here doth run the large and cover'd den, where thou hast done hundreds of off'rings to the Naiades. Here Mount Neritus shakes his curled tress of shady woods. This said, she clear'd the cloud that first deceiv'd his eyes, and all things show'd his country to him. Glad he stood with the sight of his lov'd soil, and kiss'd it with delight. And instantly to all the nymphs he paid, with hands held up to heav'n, these vows, and said: Ye nymphs, the Naiades, great seed of Jove, I had conceit that never more should move Your sight in these spheres of my erring eyes, and therefore, in the fuller sacrifice Of my heart's gratitude, rejoice, till more I pay your names in off'rings as before. Which here I vow, if Jove's benign descent, The mighty pillager, with life convent My person home, and to my sav'd decease Of my lov'd son's sight add the sweet increase. Be confident, said Pallas, nor oppress thy spirits with care of these performances, but these thy fortunes let us straight repose in this divine cave's bosom, that may close reserve their value, and we then may see how best to order other acts to thee. Thus enter'd she the light excluding cave, and through it sought some inmost nook to save the gold, the great brass, and robes richly wrought, given to Ulysses. All which in he brought, laid down in heap, and she impos'd a stone close to the cavern's mouth. Then sat they on the sacred olive's root, consulting how to act the insulting Wooers' overthrow. When Pallas said: Examine now the means that best may lay hands on the impudence of those proud Wooers, that have now 3 years thy roof's rule sway'd, and been bold offerers of suit and gifts to thy renownéd wife, who for thy absence all her desolate life dissolves in tears till thy desir'd return. Yet all her Wooers, while she thus doth mourn, she holds in hope, and every one affords, in foresent message, promise, but her words bear other utterance than her heart approves. O Gods, said Ithacus, it now behooves my fate to end me in the ill decease that Agamemnon underwent, unless you tell me, and in time, their close intents. Advise then means to the reveng'd events we both resolve on. Be thyself so kind to stand close to me, and but such a mind breathe in my bosom, as when the Ilion towers we tore in cinders. O, if equal powers thou wouldst inflame amidst my nerves as then, I could encounter with 300 men, thy only self, great Goddess, had to friend in those brave ardours thou wert wont to extend. I will be strongly with thee, answer'd she, nor must thou fail, but do thy part with me. When both whose powers combine, I hope the bloods and brains of some of these that waste thy goods shall strew thy goodly pavements. Join we then. I first will render thee unknown to men, and on thy solid lineaments make dry thy now smooth skin, thy bright brown curls imply in hoary mattings, thy broad shoulders clothe in such a cloak as every eye shall loathe, thy bright eyes blear and wrinkle, and so change thy form at all parts, that thou shalt be strange to all the wooers, thy young son and wife. But to thy herdsman first present thy life, that guards thy swine, and wisheth well to thee, that loves thy son and wife Penelope. Thy search shall find him set aside his herd, that are with taste alighting acorns rear'd, and drink the deep dark water of the spring, bright Arethusa, the most nourishing raiser of herds. There stay, and, taking seat aside thy herdsman, of the whole state treat of home occurrence, while I make access to fair dame breeding Sparta for redress of lov'd Telemachus, who went in quest of thy lov'd fame, and liv'd the welcome guest of Menelaus." The much knower said: "Why wouldst not thou, in whose grave breast is bred The art to order all acts, tell in this His error to him? Let those years of his Amidst the rude seas wander, and sustain The woes there raging, while unworthy men Devour his fortunes? Let not care extend Thy heart for him," said she. "Myself did send His person in thy search, to set his worth By good fame blown to such a distance forth. Nor suffers he in any least degree The grief you fear, but all variety That plenty can yield in her quietest fare In Menelaus' court doth sit and share, In whose return from home the wooers yet Lay bloody ambush, and a ship have set To sea, to intercept his life before He touch again his birth's attempted shore. All which, my thoughts say, they shall never do, But rather, that the earth shall overgo Some one at least of these love making men, By which thy goods so much impair sustain." Thus using certain secret words to him, She touch'd him with her rod, and every limb Was hid all over with a wither'd skin, His bright eyes blear'd, his brow curls white and thin, And all things did an aged man present. Then, for his own weeds, shirt and coat all rent, Tann'd and all sootied with noisome smoke, She put him on, and over all a cloak Made of a stag's huge hide, of which was worn The hair quite off. A scrip, all patch'd and torn, Hung by a cord, oft broke and knit again, And with a staff did his old limbs sustain. Thus, having both consulted of the event, They parted both, and forth to Sparta went The grey eyed Goddess, to see all things done That appertain'd to wise Ulysses' son. End of the 13th Book. The 14th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. The 14th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. Translated by George Chapman. The Argument. Ulysses meets amids the field his swain Eumæus, who doth yield Kind guest rites to him, and relate Occurrence of his wrong'd estate. Another Argument. Z. Ulysses feigns for his true good His pious swain's faith understood. But he the rough way took from forth the port, Through woods and hill tops seeking the resort Where Pallas said divine Eumæus liv'd. who of the fortunes that were first achiev'd By godlike Ithacus in household rites, Had more true care than all his proselytes. He found him sitting in his cottage door, Where he had rais'd to every airy blore A front of great height, and in such a place That round ye might behold, of circular grace, A walk so wound about it, which the swain, In absence of his far gone sov'reign, Had built himself, without his queen's supply, Or old Laertes, to see safely lie His housed herd. The inner part he wrought Of stones, that thither his own labours brought, Which with a hedge of thorn he fenc'd about, And compass'd all the hedge with pales cleft Out of sable oak, that here and there He fix'd frequent and thick. Within his yard he mix'd 12 styes to lodge his herd, And every stye had room and use For 50 swine to lie, but those were females all. The male swine slept without doors ever, nor was their herd kept fair like the females, since they suffer'd still great diminution, he being forced to kill and send the fattest to the dainty feasts affected by the ungodly wooing guests. Their number therefore but 300 were, and 60. By them mastiffs, as austere as savage beasts, lay ever, their fierce strain bred by the herdsman, a mere prince of men, their number 4. Himself was then applied in cutting forth a fair hued ox's hide, to fit his feet with shoes. His servants held guard of his swine, 3 here and there at field, the 4th he sent to city with a sow, which must of force be offer'd to the vow The Wooers made to all satiety, to serve which still they did those off'rings ply. The fate born dogs to bark took sudden view Of Odysseus, and upon him flew With open mouth. He, cunning to appall A fierce dog's fury, from his hand let fall His staff to earth, and sat him careless down. And yet to him had one foul wrong been shown, Where most his right lay, had not instantly The herdsman let his hide fall, and his cry, With frequent stones flung at the dogs, repell'd This way and that their eager course they held, When through the entry past he thus did mourn: "O father! How soon had you near been torn By these rude dogs, whose hurt had branded me With much neglect of you! But Deity hath given so many other sighs and cares To my attendant state, that well unawares You might be hurt for me; for here I lie Grieving and mourning for the majesty That, godlike, wanted to be ruling here, Since now I fat his swine for others' cheer, Where he, perhaps, errs hungry up and down, In countries, nations, cities, all unknown, If any where he lives yet, and doth see The sun's sweet beams. But, father, follow me, That, cheer'd with wine and food, you may disclose From whence you truly are, and all the woes Your age is subject to." This said, he led Into his cottage, and of osiers spread A thicken'd hurdle, on whose top he strow'd A wild goat's shaggy skin, and then bestow'd His own couch on it, that was soft and great. Ulysses joy'd to see him so entreat His uncouth presence, saying: "Jove requite, And all th' immortal Gods, with that delight Thou most desir'st, thy kind receipt of me, Friend to human hospitality." Eumæus answer'd: "Guest, if one much worse Arriv'd here than thyself, it were a curse To my poor means to let a stranger taste Contempt for fit food. Poor men, and unplac'd In free seats of their own, are all from Jove Commended to our entertaining love. But poor is the entertainment I can give, Yet free and loving. Of such men as live The lives of servants, and are still in fear Where young lords govern, this is all the cheer They can afford a stranger. There was one That used to manage this now desert throne, To whom the Gods deny return, that show'd His curious favour to me, and bestow'd Possessions on me, a most wished wife, A house, and portion, and a servant's life, Fit for the gift a gracious king should give, Who still took pains himself, and God made thrive His personal endeavour, and to me His work the more increas'd, in which you see I am now conversant. And therefore much his hand hath help'd me. Had Heav'n's will been such, he might have here Grown old; but he is gone, and would to God The whole succession of Helen might Go with him, since for her so many men died, whose fate did confer my liege to Troy, in Agamemnon's grace, to spoil her people and her turrets' race." This said, his coat to him he straight did gird, And to his styes went that contain'd his herd, From whence he took out two, slew both, and cut Both fairly up, a fire enflam'd, and put To spit the joints; which roasted well, he set With spit and all to him, that he might eat From thence his food in all the singeing heat; Yet dredg'd it first with flour, then fill'd his cup With good sweet wine; sat then, and cheer'd him up: "Eat now, my guest, such lean swine as are meet For us poor swains; the fat the Wooers eat, In whose minds no shame, no remorse doth move, Though well they know the blest Gods do not love Ungodly actions, but respect the right, And in the works of pious men delight. But these are worse than impious; for those That vow t' injustice, and profess them foes To other nations, enter on their land, And Jupiter, to show his punishing hand Upon th' invaded for their penance then, Gives favour to their foes, though wicked men, To make their prey on them; who having freight Their ships with spoil enough, weigh anchor straight, And each man to his house; and yet ev'n these Doth pow'rful fear of Gods just vengeance seize Ev'n for that prize in which they so rejoice. But these men, knowing, having heard the voice Of God by some means, that sad death hath reft The ruler here, will never suffer left The unjust wooing of his wife, nor take Her often answer, and their own roofs make Their fit retreats; but, since uncheck'd they may, They therefore will make still his goods their prey, Without all spare or end. There is no day, nor night, sent out from God, That ever they profane with one beast's blood, Or only two, but more make spoil of; And the wrongs they do in meat's excess To wine as well extend, which as excessively Their riots spend. Yet still leave store; for sure his means were great, And no heroë, that hath choicest seat Upon the fruitful neighbour continent, Or in this isle itself, so opulent Was as Ulysses; no, nor 20 such, Put all together, did possess so much. Whose herds and flocks I'll tell to ev'ry head. Upon the continent he daily fed 12 herds of oxen, no less flocks of sheep, And as many herds of swine, stalls large and steep, And equal sorts of goats, which tenants there And his own shepherds kept. Then fed he here 11 fair stalls of goats, whose food hath yield In the extreme part of a neighbour field. Each stall his herdsman hath, an honest swain, Yet every one must every day sustain The load of one beast, the most fat, and the best Of all the stall fed, to the Wooers' feast. And I, for my part, of the swine I keep, With 4 more herdsmen, every day help steep The Wooers' appetites in blood of one, The most select our choice can fall upon." To this Ulysses gave good ear, and fed, And drunk his wine, and vex'd and ravished His food for mere vexation. Seeds of ill His stomach sow'd, to hear his goods go still To glut of Wooers. But his dinner done, And stomach fed to satisfaction, He drunk a full bowl, all of only wine, And gave it to the guardian of his swine, Who took it, and rejoic'd; to whom he said: "O friend, who is it that, so rich, hath paid Price for thy service, whose commended pow'r Thou sayest, to grace the Grecian conqueror At Ilion perish'd? Tell me; it may fall I knew some such. The great God knows, and all the other Deathless Godheads, if I can, Having travell'd, tell of such a man." Eumæus answer'd: "Father, never one, Of all the strangers that have touch'd upon This coast, with his life's news could ever yet Of queen or lov'd son any credit get. These travellers, for clothes, or for a meal, At all adventures any lie will tell, Nor do they trade for truth. Not any man That saw the people Ithacensian, Of all their sort, and had the queen's supplies, Did ever tell her any news, but lies. She graciously receives them yet, inquires Of all she can, and all in tears expires. It is the accustom'd law, that women keep, Their husbands elsewhere dead, at home to weep. But do thou quickly, father, forge a tale, Some coat or cloak to keep thee warm withal, perhaps some one may yield thee. But for him, vultures and dogs have torn from limb to limb his porous skin, and forth his soul is fled, his corse at sea to fishes forfeited, or on the shore lies hid in heaps of sand, and there hath he his ebb, his native strand with friends' tears flowing. But to me past all were tears created, for I never shall find so humane a royal master more, whatever sea I seek, whatever shore. Nay, to my father, or my mother's love should I return, by whom I breathe and move, could I so much joy offer, nor these eyes, though my desires sustain extremities for their sad absence, would so fain be blest with sight of their lives, in my native nest, as with Ulysses dead, in whose last rest, O friend, my soul shall love him. He's not here, nor do I name him like a flatterer, but as one thankful for his love and care to me a poor man, in the rich so rare. And be he past all shores where sun can shine, I will invoke him as a soul divine." "O friend," said he, "to say and to believe He cannot live, doth too much licence give To incredulity; for not to speak At needy randon, but my breath to break In sacred oath, Ulysses shall return. And when his sight recomforts those that mourn In his own roofs, then give me cloak and coat, And garments worthy of a man of note. Before which, though need urge me never so, I'll not receive a thread, but naked go. No less I hate him than the gates of hell, That poorness can force an untruth to tell. Let Jove then, heav'n's chief God, just witness bear, And this thy hospitable table here, Together with unblam'd Ulysses' house, In which I find receipt so gracious, What I affirm of him shall all be true. This instant year thine eyes even here shall view Thy lord Ulysses; nay, ere this month's end, Return'd, full home, he shall revenge extend To ev'ry one, whose ever deed hath done Wrong to his wife and his illustrious son." "O father," he replied, "I'll neither give Thy news reward, nor doth Ulysses live. But come, enough of this; let's drink and eat, And never more his memory repeat. It grieves my heart to be remember'd thus By any one of one so glorious. But stand your oath and your assertion strong, And let Ulysses come, for whom I long, For whom his wife, for whom his aged sire, For whom his son consumes his godlike fire, Whose chance I now must mourn, and ever shall; Whom when the Gods had brought to be as tall As any upright plant, and I had said, He would amongst a court of men have sway'd In counsels, and for form have been admir'd Ev'n with his father, some God misinspir'd, Or man took from him his own equal mind, And pass'd him for the Pylian shore to find His long lost father; in return from whence The wooer's pride waylays his innocence, That of divine Arcesius all the race May fade to Ithaca, and not the grace Of any name left to it. But leave we his state, however, if surpris'd he be, or if he 'scape. And may Saturnius' hand protect him safely to his native land. Do thou then, father, show your griefs, and cause Of your arrival here, nor break the laws That truth prescribes you; but relate your name, And of what race you are, your father's fame, And native cities; ship, and men unfold, That to this isle convey'd you; since I hold Your here arrival was not all by shore, Nor that your feet your aged person bore." He answer'd him: "I'll tell thee all strictly true, If time, and food, and wine enough accrue Within your roof to us, that freely we May sit and banquet. Let your business be Discharg'd by others; for, when all is done, I cannot easily, while the year doth run His circle round, run over all the woes, Beneath which, by the course of the Gods dispose, My sad age labours. First, I'll tell you then From ample Crete I fetch my native strain, My father wealthy, whose house many a life Brought forth and bred besides by his true wife; But me a bondmaid bore, his concubine; Yet tender'd was I, as his lawful line, By him of whose race I my life profess, Castor his name, surnam'd Hylacides; A man, in fore times, by the Cretan state for goods, good children, and his fortunate success in all acts, of no mean esteem. But death‐conferring Fates have banish'd him to Pluto's kingdom; after whom his sons by lots divided his possessions, and gave me passing little, yet bestow'd a house on me, to which my virtues woo'd a wife from rich men's roofs, nor was born low, nor last in fight, though all nerves fail me now. But I suppose that you, by thus much seen, know by the stubble what the corn hath been. For, past all doubt, affliction past all mean hath brought my age on. But in seasons past, both Mars and Pallas have with boldness grac'd and fortitude my fortunes, when I choose choice men for ambush, press'd to have produced ill to mine enemies. My too venturous spirits set never death before mine eyes for merit, but, far from first advance still I struck dead with my lance whoever overtook my speed of foot. Such was I then for war. But rustic actions ever fled me far, and household thrift, which breeds a famous race. In oar driven ships did I my pleasures place, in battles, light darts, arrows, sad things all, and into others' thoughts with horror fall. But what God put into my mind, to me I still esteem'd as my felicity. As men of several metals are address'd, so several forms are in their souls impress'd. Before the sons of Greece set foot in Troy, 9 times, in chief, I did command enjoy Of men and ships, against our foreign foe, And all I fitly wish'd succeeded so. Yet, after this, I much exploit achiev'd, When straight my house in all possessions thriv'd. Yet after that, I great and rev'rend grew Amongst the Cretans, till the Thunderer drew Our forces out in his foe Troy decrees, A hateful service, that dissolv'd the knees Of many a soldier. And to this was I And famous Idomen enjoin'd t' apply Our ships and powers; nor was there to be heard One reason for denial, so preferr'd Was the unreasonable people's rumour. 9 years we therefore fed the martial humour, And in the 10th, depeopling Priam's town, We sail'd for home. But God had quickly blown Our fleet in pieces, and to wretched me The counsellor Jove did much mishap decree. For, only 1 month I had leave to enjoy My wife and children, and my goods to employ. But after this, my mind for Egypt stood, When 9 fair ships I rigg'd forth for the flood, Mann'd them with noble soldiers; all things fit For such a voyage soon were won to it. Yet 6 days after stay'd my friends in feast, While I in banquets to the Gods address'd Much sacred matter for their sacrifice. The 7th we boarded, and the northern skies Lent us a frank and passing prosperous gale, For which we bore us free, and easy sail As we had back'd a full and frolic tide, Nor felt one ship misfortune for her pride, But safe we sat, our sailors and the wind Consenting in our convoy. When heav'n shin'd in sacred radiance of the 5th fair day, To sweetly water'd Egypt reach'd our way, And there we anchor'd; where I charg'd my men To stay aboard and watch, dismissing then Some scouts to get the hill tops, and discover. They, to their own intemp'rance giv'n over, Fell straight to forage the rich fields, and thence Enforce both wives and infants, with the expense Of both their bloods. When straight the rumour flew Up to the city; which heard, up they drew By day's first break, and all the field was fill'd With foot and horse, whose arms did all things gild. And then the lightning loving Deity cast A foul flight on my soldiers, nor stood fast One man of all; about whom mischief stood, And with his stern steel drew in streams the blood The greater part fed in their dissolute veins. The rest were sav'd, and made enthralled swains To the basest usages there bred. And then ev'n Jove himself supplied my head With saving counsel, though I wish'd to die, And there in Egypt with their slaughters lie. So much grief seiz'd me, but Jove made me yield, Dishelm my head, take from my neck my shield, Hurl from my hand my lance, and to the troop Of horse the king led instantly made up, Embrace, and kiss his knees, whom pity won To give me safety. And, to make me shun the people's outrage, that made in amain all jointly fir'd with thirst to see me slain, he took me to his chariot, weeping, home, himself with fear of Jove's wrath overcome, who yielding souls receives, and takes most ill all such as well may save yet love to kill. 7 years I sojourn'd here, and treasure gat in good abundance of the Egyptian state, for all would give. But when the 8th year began, a knowing fellow, that would gnaw a man like to a vermin, with his hellish brain, and many an honest soul even quick had slain, whose name was Phœnix, close accosted me, and with insinuations, such as he practis'd on others, my consent he gain'd to go into Phœnicia, where remain'd his house and living. And with him I liv'd a complete year. But when were all arriv'd the months and days, and that the year again was turning round, and every season's reign renew'd upon us, we for Libya went; when, still inventing crafts to circumvent, he made pretext, that I should only go and help convey his freight, but thought not so; for his intent was to have sold me there, and made good gain for finding me a year. Yet him I follow'd, though suspecting this, for, being aboard his ship, I must be his of strong necessity. She ran the flood, driven with a northern gale right free and good, amidst the full stream full on Crete. But then Jove plotted death to him and all his men, for, put off quite from Crete, and so far gone that shore was lost, and we set eye on none, but all show'd heav'n and sea. Above our keel Jove pointed right a cloud as black as hell, beneath which all the sea hid, and from whence Jove thunder'd as his hand would never thence, and thick into our ship he threw his flash, that 'gainst a rock, or flat, her keel did dash with headlong rapture. Of the sulphur all her bulk did savour, and her men let fall amidst the surges, on which all lay toss'd, like sea gulls round about her sides, and lost. And so God took all home return from them. But Jove himself, though plung'd in that extreme, recover'd me by thrusting on my hand the ship's long mast, and, that my life might stand a little more up, I embrac'd it round, and on the rude winds, that did ruins sound, 9 days we hover'd. In the 10th black night, a huge sea cast me on Thesprotia's height, where the hero Phidon, that was chief of all the Thesprots, gave my wrack relief, without the price of that redemption that Phœnix fish'd for. Where the king's lov'd son came to me, took me by the hand, and led into his court my poor life, surfeited with cold and labour; and because my wrack chanc'd on his father's shore, he let not lack my plight or coat, or cloak, or anything might cherish heat in me. And here the king said he receiv'd Ulysses as his guest, observ'd him friend like, and his course address'd home to his country, showing there to me Ulysses' goods, a very treasury of brass and gold and steel of curious frame. And to the 10th succession of his name he laid up wealth enough, to serve beside in that king's house, so hugely amplified his treasure was. But from his court the king affirm'd him shipp'd for the Dodonian spring, to hear, from out the high hair'd oak of Jove, counsel from him for means to his remove to his lov'd country, whence so many a year he had been absent, if he should appear disguised or manifest, and further swore in his mid court, at sacrifice, before these very eyes, that he had ready there both ship and soldiers, to attend and bear him to his country. But, before it chanc'd that a Thesprotian ship was to be launch'd for the much corn renown'd Dulichian land, in which the king gave to his men command to take, and bring me under tender hand to King Acastus. But in ill design of my poor life did their desires combine, so far forth as might ever keep me under in Fortune's hands, and tear my state in sunder. And when the water treader far away had left the land, then plotted they the day of my long servitude, and took from me both coat and cloak, and all things that might be grace in my habit, and in place put on these tatter'd rags, which now you see upon my wretched bosom. When heav'n's light took sea, they fetch'd the field works of fair Ithaca, and in the arm'd ship, with a well wreath'd cord they straitly bound me, and did all disboard to shore to supper, in contentious rout. Yet straight the Gods themselves took from about my pressed limbs the bands, with equal ease, And I, my head in rags wrapp'd, took the seas, Descending by the smooth stern, using then My hands for oars, and made from these bad men Long way in little time. At last I fetch'd A goodly grove of oaks, whose shore I reach'd, And cast me prostrate on it. When they knew My thus made 'scape, about the shores they flew, But, soon not finding, held it not their best To seek me further, but return'd to rest Aboard their vessel. Me the Gods lodg'd close, Conducting me into the safe repose A good man's stable yielded. And thus Fate This poor hour added to my living date." "O wretched of guests," said he, "thy tale Hath stirr'd my mind to much ruth, both how Thou hast err'd and suffer'd, hearing in such Good parts shown. But, what thy chang'd relation would make known About Ulysses, I hold neither true, Nor will believe. And what need'st thou pursue A lie so rashly, since he sure is so As I conceiv'd, for which my skill shall go? The safe return my king lacks cannot be. He is so envied of each Deity, So clear, so cruelly. For not in Troy They gave him end, nor let his corpse enjoy The hands of friends; which well they might have done. He manag'd arms to such perfection, And should have had his sepulchre and all the Greeks to grace his funeral, And this had giv'n a glory to his son Through all times future. But his head is run, Unseen, unhonour'd, into Harpies' maws. For my part, I'll not meddle with the cause. I live a separate life amongst my swine, Come at no town for any need of mine. Unless the circularly witted queen, When any far come guest is to be seen That brings her news, commands me bring a brawn, About which, all things being in question drawn That touch the king, they sit, and some are sad For his long absence, some again are glad To waste his goods unwreak'd, all talking still. But as for me, I nourish'd little will T' enquire or question of him, since the man That feign'd himself that fled Ætolian For slaught'ring one, through many regions stray'd, In my stall as his devisory stay'd. Where well entreating him, he told me then, Amongst the Cretans with king Idomen He saw Ulysses at his ships repair, That had been brush'd with an enraged air; And that in summer, or in autumn sure, With all his brave friends, and rich furniture, He would be here, and nothing so, nor so. But thou, an old man taught with so much woe As thou hast suffer'd, to be season'd true, And brought by his fate, do not here pursue His gratulations with thy cunning lies. Thou canst not so through my faculties, For I did never either honour thee, Or give thee love, to bring these tales to me. But in my fear of hospitable Jove, Thou didst to this pass my affections move." "You stand exceeding much incredulous," Replied Ulysses, "to have witness'd thus My word and oath, yet yield no trust at all. But make me now a covenant here, and call The dreadful Gods to witness, that take seat In large Olympus. If your king's retreat Prove made, ev'n hither, you shall furnish me With cloak and coat, and make my passage free For lov'd Dulichius. If, as fits my vow, Your king return not, let your servants throw My old limbs headlong from some rock most high, That other poor men may take fear to lie." The herdsman, that had gifts in him divine, Replied: "O guest, how shall this fame of mine And honest virtue amongst men remain, Now, and hereafter, without worthy stain, If I, that led thee to my hovel here, And made thee fitting hospitable cheer, Should after kill thee, and thy lovéd mind Force from thy bones? Or how should stand incline With any faith my will t' importune Jove In any pray'r hereafter for his love? Come, now 'tis supper's hour, and instant haste My men will make home, when our sweet repast We'll taste together." This discourse they held In mutual kind, when from a neighbour field His swine and swineherds came, who in their cotes Enclos'd their herds for sleep, which mighty throats Laid out in entering. Then the godlike swain His men enjoin'd thus: "Bring me to be slain A chief swine female, for my stranger guest, When all together we will take our feast, Refreshing now our spirits, that all day Take pains in our swine's good. who may therefore make for our pains with them all amends with one, since others eat our labours, and take none." This said, his sharp steel hew'd down wood, and they A passing fat swine haul'd out of the sty, Of 5 years old, which to the fire they put. When first Eumæus from the front did cut The sacred hair, and cast it in the fire, Then pray'd to heav'n; for still before desire Was serv'd with food, in their so rude abodes Not the poor swineherd would forget the Gods. Good souls they bore, how bad soever were The habits their bodies' parts did bear. When all the deathless Deities besought That wise Ulysses might be safely brought Home to his house, then with a log of oak Left lying by, high lifting it, a stroke He gave so deadly it made life expire, Then cut the rest her throat, and all in fire They hid and singed her, cut her up, and then The master took the office from the men, Who on the altar did the parts impose That serv'd for sacrifice, beginning close About the belly thorough which he went, And, all the chief fat gath'ring, gave it vent, Part dredg'd with flour, into the sacred flame. Then cut they up the joints, and roasted them, Drew all from spit, and serv'd in dishes all. Then rose Eumæus, who was general In skill to guide each act his fit event, And all, in 7 parts cut, the first part went To service of the Nymphs and Mercury, To whose names he did rites of piety And vows particular; and all the rest He shar'd to ev'ry one, but his lov'd guest He grac'd with all the chine, and of that king, To have his heart cheer'd, set up ev'ry string. Which he observing, said: "I would to Jove, Eumæus, thou liv'dst in his worthy love As great as mine, that giv'st to such a guest As my poor self of all thy goods the best." Eumæus answer'd: "Eat, unhappy wretch, And to what here is, at thy pleasure reach. This I have, this thou want'st, thus God will give. Thus take away in us and all that live. To his will's equal centre all things fall, His mind he must have, for he can do all." Thus having eat, and to his wine descended, Before he serv'd his own thirst, he commended The first use of it in fit sacrifice, As of his meat, to all the Deities, And to the city racer's hand applied A second cup, whose place was next his side. Mesauliús did distribute the meat, To which charge was Eumæus solely set, In absence of Ulysses, by the Queen And old Laertes; and this man had been Bought by Eumæus, with his faculties Employ'd then in the Taphian merchandise. But now to food opposed, and order'd thus, All fell. Desire suffic'd, Mesauliús Did take away. For bed then next they were, All thoroughly satisfied with complete cheer. The night then came, ill, and no taper shin'd. Jove rain'd her whole date, the ever watery wind Zephyr blew loud, and Laertiades, Approving kind Eumæus' carefulness For his whole good, made far about assay To get some cast off cassock, lest he lay That rough night cold, of him or any one Of those his servants, when he thus begun: "Hear me, Eumæus, and my other friends. I'll use a speech that to my glory tends, Since I have drunk wine past my usual guise. Strong wine commands the fool, and moves the wise; Moves and impels him too to sing and dance, And break in pleasant laughters; and, perchance, Prefer a speech too that were better in. But when my spirits once to speak begin, I shall not then dissemble. Would to heav'n I were as young, and had my forces driven As close together, as when once our pow'rs We led to ambush under th' Ilion tow'rs, Where Ithacus and Menelaus were The two commanders; when it pleas'd them there To take myself for third. When to the town And lofty walls we led, we couch'd close down, All arm'd, amids the osiers and the reeds, Which oft times the overflowing river feeds. The cold night came, and the icy northern gale Blew bleak upon us; after which did fall A snow so cold it cut as in it beat A frozen water, which was all concrete About our shields like crystal. All made fain Above our arms to clothe, and clothe again; And so we made good shift, our shields beside Clapp'd close upon our clothes, to rest and hide From all discovery. But I, poor fool, Left my weeds with my men,
because so cool I thought it could not prove, which thought my pride a little strengthened, being loath to hide the goodly glittering garment I had on, and so I followed with my shield alone, and that brave weed. But when the night near ended her course on earth, and when the stars descended, I jogged Ulysses, who lay passing near, and spake to him that had a nimble ear, assuring him that long I could not lie amongst the living, for the fervency of that sharp night would kill me, since as then my evil angel made me with my men leave all weeds but a fine one. But I know 'tis vain to talk. Here wants all remedy now." This said, he bore that understanding part In his prompt spirit that still show'd his art In fight and counsel, saying, in a word, And that low whisper'd, "Peace, lest you afford Some Greek note of your softness." No word more, but made as if his stern austerity Bore my plight no pity; yet, as still he lay, His head reposing on his hand, gave way To this invention: "Hear me, friends. A dream, that was of some celestial light A beam, stood in my sleep before me, Prompting me with this fit notice: 'We are far,' said he, 'from our fleet. Let one go then, and try If Agamemnon will afford supply To what we now are strong.' This stirr'd a speed In Thoas to th' affair, whose purple weed He left for haste; which then I took, and lay In quiet after, till the dawn of day. This shift Ulysses made for one in need, And would to heav'n that youth such spirit did feed Now in my nerves, and that my joints were knitted With such a strength, as made me then held fit To lead men with Ulysses. I should then Seem worth a weed that fits a herdsman's men, For two respects, to gain a thankful friend, And to a good man's need a good extend." "O father," said Eumæus, "thou hast shown Good cause for us to give thee good renown, Not using any word that was not freed From all least ill. Thou, therefore, shalt not need Or coat, or other thing, that aptly may Beseem a wretched suppliant for defray Of this night's need. But when her golden throne The morn ascends, you must resume your own, For here you must not dream of many weeds, Or any change at all. We serve our needs As you do yours, one back, one coat. But when Ulysses' lovéd son returns, He then shall give you coat and cassock, and bestow Your person where your heart and soul is now." This said, he rose, made near the fire his bed, Which all with goats' and sheep skins he bespread, All which Ulysses with himself did line; With whom, besides, he chang'd a gaberdine, Thick lin'd, and soft; which still he made his shift, When he would dress him 'gainst the horrid drift Of tempest, when deep winter's season blows. Nor pleas'd it him to lie there with his sows, But while Ulysses slept there, and close by The other younkers, he abroad would lie, And therefore arm'd him; which set cheerful fare Before Ulysses' heart, to see such care Of his goods taken, how far off soever His fate his person and his wealth should sever. First then a sharp edg'd sword he girt About his well spread shoulders, and, to shelter out The sharp west wind that blew, he put him on A thick lined jacket, and yet cast upon All that the large hide of a goat well fed. A lance then he took, with a keen steel head, To be his keep off both 'gainst men and dogs. And thus went he to rest with his male hogs, That still abroad lay underneath a rock, Shield to the north wind's ever eager shock. End of the 14th Book. The 15th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Shempf. The 15th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. Translated by George Chapman. The Argument. Minerva to his native seat Exhorts Ulysses' son's retreat, In bed and waking. He receives gifts of Atrides, and so leaves the Spartan court, and going aboard doth favourable way afford To Theoclymenus, that was the Argive augur, and sought pass, fled for a slaughter he had done.
Eumæus tells Laertes' son how he became his father's man, being sold by the Phœnician for some agreed on faculties, from forth the Syrian isle made prize. Telemachus, arrived at home, doth to Eumæus' cottage come. Another argument. Omicron. From Sparta's strand makes safe access to his own land Ulysses. In Lacedæmon, large and apt for dances, Athenian Pallas her access advances Up to the great in soul Ulysses' seed, Suggesting his return now fit for deed. She found both him and Nestor's noble son in bed, In front of that fair mansion, Nestorides Surpris'd with pleasing sleep, But on the watch Ulysses' son did keep. Sleep could not enter, cares did so excite His soul, through all the solitary night, For his lov'd father. To him near she said: "Telemachus, 'tis time that now were stay'd Thy foreign travels, since thy goods are free For those proud men that all will eat from thee. Divide thy whole possessions, and leave Thy too late presents nothing to receive. Incite the shrill voic'd Menelaus then, To send thee to thy native seat again, While thou mayst yet find in her honour strong Thy blameless mother, 'gainst thy father's wrong. For both the father and the brothers too Of thy lov'd mother will not suffer so Extended any more her widow's bed, But make her now her richest wooer wed, Eurymachus, who chiefly may augment Her gifts, and make her jointure eminent. And therefore haste thee, lest in thy despite Thy house stand empty of thy native right. For well thou know'st what mind a woman bears. The house of him, whoever she endears Herself in nuptials to, she sees increas'd, The issue of her first lov'd lord deceas'd Forgotten quite, and never thought on more. In thy return then, the recounted store Thou findest reserv'd, to thy most trusted maid Commit in guard, till heav'n's pow'rs have purvey'd A wife, in virtue and in beauty's grace, Of fit sort for thee, to supply her place. And this note more I'll give thee, which repose In sure remembrance. The best sort of those That woo thy mother watchful scouts address, Both in the straits of the Ithacensian seas And dusty Samos, with intent t' invade And take thy life, ere thy return be made. Which yet I think will fail, and some of them That waste thy fortunes, taste of that extreme They plot for thee. But keep off far from shore, And day and night sail, for a foreright blore. Whoever of th' Immortals that vow guard And 'scape to thy return, will see prepar'd. As soon as thou arriv'st, dismiss to town Thy ship and men, and first of all make down To him that keeps thy swine, and doth conceive A tender care to see thee well survive. There sleep, and send him to the town, to tell The chaste Penelope that safe and well Thou liv'st in his charge, and that Pylos' sands The place contain'd from whence thy person lands." Thus she to large Olympus made ascent, When with his heel a little touch he lent To Nestor's son, whose sleep's sweet chains he loos'd, Bad rise, and see in chariot enclose Their one hoof'd horse, that they might straight be gone. "No such haste," he replied, "night holds her throne, And dims all way to course of chariot. The morn will soon get up, nor see forgot The gifts with haste, that will, I know, be rich, And put into our coach with gracious speech By lance fam'd Menelaus. Not a guest Shall touch at his house, but shall store his breast With fit mind of an hospitable man, To last as long as any daylight can His eyes recomfort, in such gifts as he Will proofs make of his hearty royalty." He had no sooner said, but up arose Aurora, that the golden hills repose. And Menelaus, good at martial cries, From Helen's bed rais'd, to his guests applies His first appearance; whose repair made known T' Ulysses' lov'd son. On his robe was thrown About his gracious body, his cloak cast Athwart his ample shoulders, and in haste Abroad he went, and did the king accost: "Atrides, guarded with heav'n's deified host, Grant now remission to my native right, My mind now urging mine own house's sight." "Nor will I stay," said he, "thy person long, Since thy desires to go are grown so strong. I should myself be angry to sustain The like detention urg'd by other men. Who loves a guest past mean will hate. The mean in all acts bears the best estate. Alike ill 'tis to thrust out such a guest As would not go, as to detain the rest. We should a guest love while he loves to stay, And, when he likes not, give him loving way. Yet suffer so, that we may gifts impose In coach to thee, which ere our hands enclose Thine eyes shall see, lest else our loves may glose. Besides, I'll cause our women to prepare What our house yields, and merely so much fare As may suffice for health. Both well will do, Both for our honour and our profit too. And serving strength with food, you after may As much earth measure as will match the clay. If you will turn your course from sea, and go Through Greece and Argos, that myself may so Keep kind way with thee, I'll join horse, and guide To our human cities. Nor ungratified Will any one remit us. Some one thing Will each present us, that along may bring Our pass with love, and prove our virtues blaz'd, A caldron or a tripod, richly braz'd, 2 mules, a bowl of gold, that hath his price Heighten'd with emblems of some rare device." The wise prince answer'd: "I would gladly go Home to mine own, and see that govern'd so That I may keep what I for certain hold, Not hazard that for only hop'd for gold. I left behind me none so always fit To give it guard, as mine own trust with it. Besides, in this broad course which you propose, My father seeking I myself may lose." When this the shrill voic'd Menelaus heard, He charg'd his queen and maids to see prepar'd Breakfast, of what the whole house held for best. To him rose Eteoneus from his rest, Whose dwelling was not far off from the court, And his attendants his command did sort With kindling fires, and furth'ring all the roast, In act of whose charge no time he lost. Himself then to an odorous room descended, Whom Megapenthe and his queen attended. Come to his treasury, a 2-ear'd cup He choos'd of all, and made his son bear up A silver bowl. The queen then taking stand Aside her chest, where by her own fair hand Lay vests of all hues wrought, she took out one Most large, most artful, chiefly fair, and shone Like to a star, and lay of all the last. Then through the house with either's gifts they pass'd, When to Ulysses' son Atrides said: "Telemachus, since so entirely sway'd Thy thoughts are with thy vow'd return now tender'd, May Juno's thund'ring husband see it render'd Perfect at all parts, action answering thought. Of all the rich gifts, in my treasure sought, I give thee here the most in grace and best, A bowl but silver, yet the brims compress'd With gold, whose fabric his desert doth bring From Vulcan's hand, presented by the king And great hero of Sidonia's state, When at our parting he did consummate His whole housekeeping. This do thou command." This said, he put the round bowl in his hand, And then his strong son Megapenthe plac'd The silver cup before him, amply grac'd With work and lustre. Helen, standing by, And in her hand the robe, her housewif'ry, His name rememb'ring, said: "And I present, Lov'd son, this gift to thee, the monument Of so many lovéd Helen's hands, Which at the knitting of thy nuptial bands Present thy wife. In mean space may it lie By thy lov'd mother, but to me apply Thy pleasure in it, and thus take thy way To thy fair house, and country's wishéd stay." Thus gave she to his hands the veil, and he The acceptation author'd joyfully, Which in the chariot's chest Pisistratus plac'd with the rest, And held miraculous. The yellow headed king then led them all To seats and thrones plac'd in his spacious hall. The handmaid water brought, and gave it stream From out a fair and golden ewer to them, From whose hands to a silver caldron fled The troubled wave. A bright board then she spread, On which another reverend dame set bread, To which more servants store of victuals serv'd. Eteoneus was the man that carv'd, And Megapenthe fill'd them all their wine. All fed and drank, till all felt care decline For those refreshings. Both the guests did go To horse and coach, and forth the portico A little issued, when the yellow king Brought wine himself, that, with an offering To all the Gods, they might their journey take. He stood before the Gods, and thus he spake: "Farewell, young princes. To grave Nestor's ear This salutation from my gratitude bear, That I profess, in all our Ilion wars, He stood a careful father to my cares." To whom the wise Ulysses replied: With all our utmost shall be signified, Jove kept Atrides, your right royal will; and would to God I could as well fulfil mine own mind's gratitude, for your free grace, in telling to Ulysses, in the place of my return, in what accomplish'd kind I have obtain'd the office of a friend at your deservings; whose fair end you crown'd with gifts so many, and of such renown." His wish, that he might find in his retreat His father safe return'd, to so repeat The king's love to him, was saluted thus: An eagle rose, and in her seres did truss A goose all white and huge, a household one, Which men and women, crying out upon, Pursued; but she, being near the guests, her flight Made on their right hand, and kept still foreright Before their horses; which, observ'd by them, The spirits in all their minds took joys extreme; Which Nestor's son thus question'd: "Jove kept king, Yield your grave thoughts, if this ostentful thing, This eagle and this goose, touch us or you?" He put to study, and not knowing how To give fit answer, Helen took on her The ostent's solution, and did this prefer: "Hear me, and I will play the prophet's part, As th' Immortals cast it in my heart, And as, I think, will make the true sense known. As this Jove's bird, from out the mountains flown, Where was her eyrie, and whence rose her race, Truss'd up this goose, that from the house did graze; So shall Ulysses, coming from the wild Of seas and sufferings, reach, unreconcil'd, His native home, where ev'n this hour he is, And on those house fed Wooers those wrongs of his Will shortly wreak, with all their miseries." "O," said Telemachus, "if Saturnian Jove To my desires thy dear presage approve, When I arrive, I will perform to thee My daily vows, as to a Deity." This said, he us'd his scourge upon the horse, That through the city freely made their course To field, and all day made that first speed good. But when the sun set, and obscureness stood In each man's way, they ended their access At Pharis, in the house of Diocles, Son to Orsilochus, Alphëus' seed, Who gave them guest rites, and sleep's natural need They that night serv'd there. When Aurora rose, They join'd their horse, took coach, and did dispose Their course for Pylos, whose high city soon They reach'd; nor would Telemachus be won To Nestor's house, and therefore order'd thus His speech to Nestor's son, Pisistratus: "How shall I win thy promise to a grace That I must ask of thee? We both embrace The names of bedfellows, and in that name Will glory as an adjunct of our fame, Our fathers' friendship, our own equal age, And our joint travel, may the more engage Our mutual concord. Do not then assay, My God lov'd friend, to lead me from my way To my near ship, but take a course direct, And leave me there, lest the old sire's respect In his desire to love me hinder so My way for home, that have such need to go." This said, Nestorides held all discourse In his kind soul, how best he might enforce Both promise and performance; which, at last, He vow'd to venture, and directly cast His horse about to fetch the ship and shore. Where come, his friends' most lovely gifts he bore Aboard the ship, and in her hind deck plac'd The veil that Helen's curious hand had grac'd, And Menelaus' gold, and said: "Away! Nor let thy men in any least date stay, But quite put off, ere I get home, and tell The old Duke you are past; for passing well I know his mind to exceed all force Of any prayer, that he will stay your course, Himself make hither, all your course call back, And when he hath you, have no thought to rack Him from his bounty, and to let you part Without a present, but be vex'd at heart With both our pleadings, if we once put move The least repression of his fiery love." Thus took he coach, his fair man'd steeds scourg'd on, Along the Pylian city, and anon His father's court reach'd, while Ulysses' son Bade board, and arm; which with a thought was done. His rowers set, and he rich odours firing In his hind deck for his secure retiring, To great Athenia, to his ship came flying A stranger and a prophet, as relying On wished passage, having newly slain A man at Argos. Yet his race's vein Flow'd from Melampus, who in former date In Pylos liv'd, and had a huge estate, But fled his country, and the punishing hand Of great soul'd Neleus, in a foreign land, From that most famous mortal, having held a world of riches, nor could be compelled to render restitution in a year. In mean space, living as close prisoner in the court of Phylacus, and for the sake of Neleus' daughter mighty cares did take, together with a grievous languor sent from grave Erinnys, that did much torment his vexed conscience, yet his life's expense he scaped, and drave the loud voic'd oxen thence, to breed sheep Pylos, bringing vengeance thus his foul demerit to great Neleus, and to his brother's house reduc'd his wife, who yet from Pylos did remove his life for feed horse Argos, where his fate set down a dwelling for him, and in much renown made govern many Argives, where a spouse he took to him, and built a famous house. There he had born to him Antiphates, and forceful Mantius. To the first of these was great Oicleus born. Oicleus gat Amphiaraus, that the popular state had all their health in, whom even from his heart Jove loved, and Phœbus in the whole desert of friendship held him, yet not blessed so much that age's threshold he did ever touch, but lost his life by female bribery. Yet 2 sons author'd his posterity, Alcmaeon and renown'd Amphilochus. Mantius had issue of Polypheidius and Clytus, but Aurora ravish'd him, for excellence of his admired limb, and interested him amongst the Gods. His brother knew men's good and bad abodes the best of all men, after the decease of him that perish'd in unnatural peace at spacious Thebes. Apollo did inspire his knowing soul with a prophetic fire, who, angry with his father, took his way to Hyperesia, where, making stay, he prophesied to all men, and had there a son called Theoclymenus, who here came to Telemachus, and found aboard himself at sacrifice, whom in a word he thus saluted: "O friend, since I find, even here at ship, a sacrificing mind inform your actions, by your sacrifice, and by the worthy choice of deities to whom you offer, by yourself, and all these men that serve your course maritimal, tell one that asks the truth, nor give it glows, both who and whence you are, from what seed rose your royal person, and what city's towers hold habitation to your parents' powers?" He answer'd: "Stranger, the sure truth is this: I am of Ithaca. My father is, or was, Ulysses, but austere death now takes his state from him, whose event to know, himself being long away, I set forth thus with ship and soldiers." Theoclymenus as freely said: "And I to thee am fled from forth my country, for a man struck dead by my unhappy hand, who was with me of one self tribe, and of his pedigree are many friends and brothers, and the sway of Achive kindred reacheth far away; from whom, because I fear their spleens suborn blood and black fate against me, being born to be a wanderer among foreign men, make thy fair ship my rescue, and sustain my life from slaughter. Thy deservings may perform that mercy, and to them I pray." "Nor will I bar," said he, "thy will to make my means and equal ship thy aid, but take, with what we have here in all friendly use, thy life from any violence that pursues." Thus took he in his lance, and it extended aloft the hatches, which himself ascended. The prince took seat at stern, and on his right hand sat Theoclymenus, and gave command to all his men to arm, and see made fast amidst the hollow keel the beechen mast with able halsers, hoist sail, launch, which soon he saw obeyed. And then his ship did run a merry course. Blue‐eyed Minerva sent a foreright gale, tumultuous, vehement, along the air, that her way's utmost yield the ship might make, and plough the brackish field. Then set the sun, and night blacked all the ways. The ship, with Jove's wind winged, where the Epean sways, fetch'd fairest first, then Elis the divine, and then for those isles made, that seaward shine for form and sharpness like a lance's head, about which lay the wooers ambushed; on which he rush'd, to try if he could 'scape his plotted death, or serve her treach'rous rape. And now return we to Eumæus' shed, where, at their food with others marshalled, Ulysses and his noble herdsmen sate, to try if whose love's curious estate stood firm to his abode, or felt it fade, and so would take each best cause to persuade his guest to town. Ulysses thus contends: "Hear me, Eumæus, and ye other friends.
Next morn to town I covert to be gone, to beg some other's alms, not still charge one. Advise me well then, and as well provide I may be fitted with an honest guide. For through the streets, since need will have it so, I tread, to find if any will bestow A dish or drink on me, or a bit of bread, Till to Ulysses' house I may be led, And there I'll tell all wise Penelope news, Mix'd with the wooers' pride, and, since they use To fare above the full, their hands excite To some small feast from out their infinite. For which I'll wait, and play the serving man, Fairly enough, command the most they can. For I will tell thee, note me well and hear, That if the will of Heav'n's messenger, Who to the works of men of any sort Can grace infuse and glory, nothing short Am I of him, that doth to most aspire In any service, as to build a fire, To cleave sere wood, to roast or boil their meat, To wait at board, mix wine, or know the neat, Or any work in which the poor call'd worst, To serve the rich call'd best, in fate are forced. He, angry with him, said: "Alas, poor guest, Why did this counsel ever touch thy breast? Thou seek'st thy utter spoil beyond all doubt, If thou giv'st venture on the wooers' rout, Whose wrong and force affects the iron heav'n. Their light delights are far from being giv'n To such grave servitors. Youths richly trick'd In coats or cassocks, locks divinely slick'd, And looks most rapting, ever have the gift To taste their crown'd cups, and full trenchers shift. Their tables ever like their glasses shine, Loaded with bread, with varied flesh, and wine. And thou go thither? Stay, for here do none Grudge at thy presence, nor myself, nor one Of all I feed. But when Ulysses' son Again shall greet us, he shall put thee on Both coat and cassock, and thy quick retreat Set where thy heart and soul desire thy seat." Industrious Ulysses gave reply: "I still much wish, that Heav'n's chief Deity Love thee as I do, that hast eas'd my mind Of woes and wand'rings never yet confin'd. Nought is more wretched in a human race, Than country's want, and shift from place to place. But for the baneful belly men take care Beyond good counsel, whosoever are In compass of the wants it undergoes By wand'rings, losses, or dependent woes. Excuse me therefore, if I err'd at home; Which since thou wilt make here, as overcome With thy command for stay, I'll take on me Cares appertaining to this place, like thee. Does then Ulysses' sire and mother breathe, Both whom he left in the age next door to death? Or are they breathless, and descended where The dark house is, that never day doth clear?" "Laertes lives," said he, "but ev'ry hour Beseecheth Jove to take from him the pow'r That joins his life and limbs. For with a moan That breeds a marvel he laments his son Depriv'd by death, and adds to that Another of no less depth for that dead son's Dead mother, whom he a virgin wedded, Which the more makes him lament her loss, And doth deplore yet more her miss, because Her womb the truer was to his brave son, And his slaughter slew her. Which last love to her Doth his life engage, And makes him live an undigested age. O such a death she died, as never may Seize any one that here beholds the day, That either is to any man a friend, Or can a woman kill in such a kind. As long as she had being, I would be A still inquirer, since 'twas dear to me, Though death to her, to hear his name, when she Heard of Ulysses. For I might be bold. She brought me up, and in her love did hold My life, compar'd with long veil'd Ctimene, Her youngest issue, and in some small degree Her daughter yet preferr'd, a brave young dame. And when of youth the dearly lovéd flame Was lighted in us, marriage did prefer The maid to Samos, whence was sent for her Infinite riches; when the queen bestow'd A fair new suit, new shoes, and all, and vow'd Me to the field, but passing loth to part, As loving me more than she lov'd her heart. And these I want now, but their business grows Upon me daily, which the Gods impose. To whom I hold all, give account to them, For I see none left to the diadem That may dispose all better. So I drink and eat of what is here, and whom I think, worthy or reverend, I have given to, still, these kinds of guest rites. For the household ill, which, where the queen is, riots, takes her still from thought of these things. Nor is it delight to hear, from her plight, Of or work or word, the wooers spoil all. But yet my men will board her sorrows often with discourse of all, eating and drinking of the festival that there is kept, and after bring to field such things as servants make their pleasures yield." "O me, Eumæus," said Laertes' son, "hast thou then err'd so of a little one, like me, from friends and country? Pray thee say, and say a truth, doth vast Destruction lay her hand upon the wide way'd seat of men, where dwelt thy sire and rev'rend mother then, that thou art spar'd there? Or else, set alone in guard of beeves or sheep, set the enemy on, surpris'd, and shipp'd, transferr'd, and sold thee here? He that bought thee paid well, yet bought not dear." "Since thou enquirest of that, my guest," said he, "Hear and be silent, and mean space sit free In use of these cups to thy most delights. Unspeakable in length now are the nights. Those that affect sleep yet, to sleep have leave; Those that affect to hear, their hearers give. But sleep not ere your hour; much sleep doth grieve. Whoever lists to sleep, away to bed, Together with the morning raise his head, Together with his fellows break his fast, And then his lord's herd drive to their repast. We two, still in our tabernacle here Drinking and eating, will our bosoms cheer With memories and tales of our annoys. Betwixt his sorrows every human joys, He most who most hath felt, and furthest err'd. And now thy will to act shall be preferr'd. There is an isle above Ortygia, If thou hast heard, they call it Syria, Where, once a day, the sun moves backward still. 'Tis not so great as good, for it doth fill The fields with oxen, fills them still with sheep, Fills roofs with wine, and makes all corn there cheap. No dearth comes ever there, nor no disease, That doth with hate us wretched mortals seize. But when men's varied nations, dwelling there In any city, enter'd the aged year, The silver bow bearer, the sun, and she That bears as much renown for archery, Stoop with their painless shafts, and strike them dead, As one would sleep, and never keep the bed. In this isle stand two cities, betwixt whom All things that of the soil's fertility Come in two parts are divided. And both these my father rul'd, Ctesius Ormenides, a man like the Immortals. With these states the cross biting Phœnicians traffick'd rates Of infinite merchandise in ships brought there, In which they then were held exempt from peer. There dwelt within my father's house a dame, Born a Phœnician, skilful in the frame Of noble housewif'ries, right tall and fair. Her the Phœnician great wench net layer With sweet words circumvented, as she was washing her linen. To his amorous pass he brought her first, Shor'd from his ship to her, to whom he did His whole life's love prefer. Which of these breast exposing dames the hearts Deceives, though fashion'd of right honest parts. He ask'd her after, what she was, and whence. She, passing presently, the excellence told Of her father's turrets, and that she might boast Herself sprung from the progeny Of the rich Cydons, and the daughter was Of the much year revenued Arybus. But that the Taphian pirates made her prize, As she return'd from her field housewif'ries, Transferr'd her hither, and at that man's house Where now she liv'd, for value precious sold Her to the owner. He that stole her love Bade her again to her birth seat remove, To see the fair roofs of her friends again, Who still held state, and did the port maintain Herself reported. She said, "Be it so. So you, and all that in your ship shall row, Swear to return me in all safety hence." All swore. The oath pass'd with every consequence. She bade, "Be silent now, and not a word Do you, or any of your friends afford, Meeting me afterward in any way, Or at the washing fount, lest some display Be made and told the old man, and he then Kept me strait bound, to you and to your men The utter ruin plotting of your lives. Keep in firm thought, then, every word that strives For dangerous utterance. Haste your ship's full freight Of what you traffic for, and let me straight know By some sent friend she hath all in hold, And with myself I'll bring thence all the gold I can by all means finger, and beside I'll do my best to see your freight supplied With some well weighing burthen of mine own. For I can bring up in house a great man's son, as crafty as myself, who will with me run every way along, and I will be his leader, till your ship hath made him sure. He will an infinite great price procure. Transfer him to what languag'd men ye may." This said, she gat her home, and there made stay A whole year with us, goods of great avail Their ship enriching. Which now fit for sail, They sent a messenger t' inform the dame, And to my father's house a fellow came, Full of Phœnician craft, that to be sold A tablet brought, the body all of gold, The verge all amber. This had ocular view, Both by my honour'd mother and the crew Of her housemaids, handled, and the price beat, Ask'd, and promised. And while this device Lay thus upon the forge, this jeweller made Privy signs, by winks and wiles, to her That was his object; which she took, and he, His sign seeing noted, hied to ship. When she, my hand still taking, as she us'd to do To walk abroad with her, convey'd me so Abroad with her, and in the portico Found cups, with tasted viands, which the guests That us'd to flock about my father's feasts Had left. They gone, some to the council court, Some to hear news amongst the talking sort, Her theft 3 bowls into her lap convey'd, And forth she went. Nor was my wit so stay'd To stay her, or myself. The sun went down, And shadows round about the world were flown, When we came to the haven, in which did ride The swift Phœnician ship, whose fair broadside They boarded straight, took us up, and all went Along the moist waves. Wind Saturnius sent. 6 days we day and night sail'd; but when Jove put up the 7th day, she that shafts doth love shot dead the woman, who into the pump Like to a dopchick div'd, and gave a thump In her sad settling. Forth they cast her then To serve the fish and sea calves, no more men. But I was left there with a heavy heart, When wind and water drave them quit apart Their own course, and on Ithaca they fell, And there poor me did to Laertes sell. And thus these eyes the sight of this isle prov'd." "Eumæus," he replied, "thou much hast mov'd The mind in me with all things thou hast said, And all the suff'rance on thy bosom laid. But, truly, to thy ill hath Jove join'd good, That one whose veins are serv'd with human blood Hath bought thy service, that gives competence Of food, wine, cloth to thee; and sure th' expense Of thy life's date here is of good desert, Whose labours not to thee alone impart Sufficient food and housing, but to me; Where I through many a heap'd humanity Have hither err'd; where though like thee not sold, Nor stay'd like thee yet, nor not needful hold." This mutual speech they us'd, nor had they slept Much time, before the much near morning leapt To her fair throne. And now struck sail the men That serv'd Telemachus, arriv'd just then Near his lov'd shore; where now they stoop'd the mast, Made to the port with oars, and anchor cast, Made fast the ship, and then ashore they went, Dress'd supper, fill'd wine; when, their appetites spent, Telemachus commanded they should yield The ship to the owner, while himself at field Would see his shepherds. When light drew to end He would his gifts see, and to town descend, And in the morning at a feast bestow Rewards for all their pains. "And whither now," said Theoclymenus, "my lovéd son, Shall I address myself? Whose mansion of all men, in this rough hewn isle, Shall I direct my way to, or go readily To thy house and thy mother?" He replied: "Another time I'll see you satisfied With my house entertainment; but as now You should encounter none that could bestow Your fit entreaty, and (which less grace were) You could not see my mother, I not there; For she's no frequent object, but apart Keeps from her wooers, woo'd with her desert Up in her chamber at her housewif'ry. But I'll name one to whom you shall apply Direct repair, and that's Eurymachus, Renown'd descent to wise Polybus, A man whom the Ithacensians look on Now as on a God, since he of all that woo Is far superior man, and likest far To wed my mother, and as circular Be in that honour as Ulysses was. But heav'n hous'd Jove knows the yet hidden pass Of her disposure, and on them he may A blacker sight bring than her nuptial day." As this he utter'd, on his right hand flew A saker, sacred to the God of View, That in his talons truss'd and plum'd a dove. The feathers round the ship did rove, And on Telemachus fell; whom the augur then Took fast by the hand, withdrew him from his men, And said: "Telemachus, this hawk is sent From God. I knew it for a sure ostent When first I saw it. Be you well assur'd, That will no Wooer be by heav'n endur'd To rule in Ithaca above your race, But your pow'rs ever fill the regal place." "I wish to heav'n," said he, "thy word might stand. Thou then shouldst soon acknowledge from my hand Such gifts and friendship as would make thee guest Met and saluted as no less than blest." This said, he call'd Piræus, Clytus' son, His true associate, saying: "Thou hast done, Of all my followers to the Pylian shore, My will in chief in other things. Once more Be chiefly good to me. Take to thy house This loved stranger, and be studious T' embrace and greet him with thy greatest fare, Till I myself come and take off thy care." The famous for his lance said: "If your stay Take time for life here, this man's care I'll lay On my performance; nor what fits a guest Shall any penury withhold his feast." Thus took he ship, bade them board, and away. They boarded, sat, but did their labour stay Till he had deck'd his feet, and reach'd his lance. They to the city; he did straight advance Up to his styes, where swine lay for him store, By whose side did his honest swineherd snore, Till his short cares his longest nights had ended, And nothing worse to both his lords intended. End of the 15th Book. The 16th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Shempf. The 16th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. Translated by George Chapman. The Argument. The prince at field, he sends to town Eumæus, to make truly known His safe return. By Pallas' will Telemachus is giv'n the skill To know his father. Those that lay In ambush, to prevent the way Of young Ulysses for home, retire, With anger overcome. Another Argument. Pie. To his most dear Ulysses shows, The wise son here his father knows. Ulysses and divine Eumæus rose Soon as the morning could her eyes unclose, Made fire, brake fast, and to their pastures send The gather'd herds, on whom their swains attend. The self tir'd barking dogs all fawn'd upon, Nor bark'd at first sight of Ulysses' son. The whinings of their fawnings yet did greet Ulysses' ears, and sounds of certain feet, Who thus bespake Eumæus: "Sure some friend, or one well known comes, that the mastiffs spend Their mouths no louder. Only some one near They whine, and leap about, whose feet I hear." Each word of this speech was not spent, before His son stood in the entry of the door. Out rush'd amaz'd Eumæus, and let go The cup to earth, that he had labour'd so, Cleans'd for the neat wine, did the prince surprise, Kiss'd his fair forehead, both his lovely eyes, Both his white hands, and tender tears distill'd. There breath'd no kind soul father, that was fill'd Less with his son's embraces, that had liv'd 10 years in far off earth, now new retriev'd His only child too, gotten in his age, And for whose absence he felt the rage Of griefs upon him, than for this divin'd So much for form was this divine for mind, Who kiss'd him through, who grew about him kissing, As fresh from death 'scap'd. Whom so long time missing, He wept for joy, and said: "Thou yet art come, Sweet light, sweet sunrise, to thy cloudy home. O never I look'd, when once shipp'd away For Pylos' shore to see thy turning day. Come, enter, lov'd son, let me feast my heart With thy sweet sight, new come, so far apart. Nor, when you liv'd at home, would you walk down Often enough here, but stay'd still at town. It pleas'd you then to cast such forehand view About your house on that most damned crew. It shall be so then, friend," said he,
But now I come to glad mine eyes with thee, and know If still my mother in her house remain, Or if some Wooer hath aspir'd to gain Of her in nuptials, for Ulysses' bed. By this lies all with spiders' cobwebs spread, In penury of him that should supply it. She still," said he, "holds her most constant quiet, Aloft thine own house, for the bed's respect. But for her lord's sad loss, sad nights and days Obscure her beauties, and corrupt their rays." This said, Eumæus took his brazen spear, And in he went; when, being enter'd near Within the stony threshold, from his seat His father rose to him, who would not let The old man remove, but drew him back, And press'd with earnest terms his sitting, saying: "Guest, take here your seat again. We soon shall get Within our house here some other seat. Here's one will fetch it." This said, down again his father sat, And to his son his swain strew'd fair green osiers, And impos'd thereon a good soft sheepskin, Which made him a throne. Then he appos'd to them his last left roast, And in a wicker basket bread engross'd, Fill'd luscious wine, and then took opposite seat To the divine Ulysses. When, the meat Set there before them, all fell to and eat. When they had fed, the prince said: "Pray thee say, Whence comes this guest? What seaman gave him way To this our isle? I hope these feet of his Could walk no water. Who boasts he is?" "I'll tell all truly, son. From ample Crete He boasts himself, and says, his erring feet Have many cities trod, and God was he Whose finger wrought in his infirmity. But to my cottage the last 'scape of his Was from a Thesprot's ship. Whate'er he is, I'll give him you, do what you please. His vaunt is, that he is, at most, a suppliant." "Eumæus," said the prince, "to tell me this, You have afflicted my weak faculties. For how shall I receive him to my house With any safety, that, suspicious of My young forces, should I be assay'd With any sudden violence, may want aid To shield myself? Besides, if I go home, My mother is with two doubts overcome, If she shall stay with me, and take fit care For all such guests as there seek gustive fare, Her husband's bed respecting, and her fame Amongst the people, or her blood may frame A liking to some Wooer, such as best May bed her in his house, not giving least. And thus I am unsure, of all means free To use a guest there, fit for his degree. But, being thy guest, I'll be his supply For all weeds, such as mere necessities Shall more than furnish. Fit him with a sword, And set him where his heart would have been shored. Or, if so pleas'd, receive him in thy shed. I'll send thee clothes, I vow, and all the bread His wish would eat, that to thy men and thee He be no burthen. But that I should be his mean to my house, where a company Of wrong professing Wooers wildly live, I will in no sort author, lest they give Foul use to him, and me as gravely grieve. For what great act can any one achieve Against a multitude, although his mind Retain a courage of the greatest kind? For all minds have not force in one degree." Ulysses answer'd: "O friend, since 'tis free For any man to change fit words with thee, I'll freely speak. Methinks a wolfish pow'r My heart puts on, to tear and to devour, To hear your affirmation, that, in spite Of what may fall on you, made opposite, Being one of your proportion, birth, and age, These Wooers should in such injustice rage. What should the cause be? Do you wilfully Endure their spoil? Or hath your empery Been such amongst your people, that all gather In troop and one voice, which even God doth father, And vow your hate so, that they suffer them? Or blame your kinsfolk's faiths, before th' extreme Of your first stroke hath tried them? Whom a man, when strifes to blows rise, trusts, though battle ran In huge and high waves. Would to heav'n my spirit such youth breath'd, As the man that must inherit, yet never touch'd Ulysses; or that he, but wand'ring this way, Would but come, and see what my age could achieve. And there is fate for hope yet left, that he May recreate his eyes with such an object. This my head should any stranger strike off, If stark dead I struck not all, the house In open force ent'ring with challenge. If their great concourse did overlay me, Being a man alone, which you urge for yourself, Be you that one? I rather in mine own house wish to die One death for all, than so indecently See evermore deeds worse than death applied, Guests wrong'd with vile words, and blow giving pride, The women servants dragg'd in filthy kind About the fair house, and in corners blind Made serve the rapes of ruffians, food Devour'd idly and rudely, wine Exhaust, and pour'd through throats profane, And all about a deed that's ever wooing, And will never speed." "I tell you, guest, most truly," said his son, "I do not think that all my people run One hateful course against me, nor accuse Kinsfolks that I in strifes of weight might use; But Jove will have it so, our race alone, As if made singular, to one, and one His hand confining. Only to the king Jove bred Arcesius did Laertes spring, Only to old Laertes did descend Ulysses, only to Ulysses' end Am I the adjunct, whom he left so young That from me to him never comfort sprung. And to all these now, for their race, arise Up in their house a brood of enemies, As many as in these isles bow men's knees, Samos, Dulichius, and the rich in trees Zacynthus, or in this rough isle's command, So many suitors for the nuptials stand, That ask my mother, and mean space prefer Their lusts to all spoil, that dishonour her. Nor doth she, though she loathes, deny their suits, Nor they denials take, though taste their fruits. But all this time the state of all things there Their throats devour, and I must shortly bear A part in all. And yet the periods Of these designs lie in the knees of Gods. Of all loves then, Eumæus, make quick way To wise Penelope, and to her say My safe return from Pylos; and alone Return thou hither, having made it known. Nor let, besides my mother, any ear Partake thy message, since a number bear My safe return displeasure." He replied: "I know and comprehend you. You divide Your mind with one that understands you well. But all in one yet, may I not reveal To the old hard fated Arcesiades Your safe return? Who, though his whole distress Felt for Ulysses, did not yet so grieve, But with his household he had will to live, And serve his appetite with wine and food, Survey'd his husbandry, and did his blood Some comforts fitting life. But since you took Your ship for Pylos, he would never brook Or wine or food, they say, nor cast an eye On any labour, but sits weeping by, And sighing out his sorrows, ceaseless moans Wasting his body, turn'd all skin and bones." "More sad news still," said he; "yet mourn he still. For if the rule of all men's works be will, And his will his way goes, mine stands inclin'd T' attend the home turn of my nearer kind. Do then what I enjoin; which giv'n effect, Err nor to feel to him, but turn direct, Entreating first my mother with most speed, And all the secrecy that now serves need, To send this way their storehouse guardian, And she shall tell all to the aged man." He took his shoes up, put them on, and went. Nor was his absence hid from Jove's descent, Divine Minerva, who took straight to view A goodly woman's shape that all works knew, And, standing in the entry, did prefer Her sight to Ulysses, but, though meeting her, His son Telemachus nor saw nor knew. The Gods' clear presences are known to few. Yet with Ulysses even the dogs did see, And would not bark, but whining lovingly, Fled to the stall's far side. When she her eyne Mov'd to Ulysses, he knew her design, And left the house, pass'd the great sheep cote's wall, And stood before her. She bade utter all Now to his son, nor keep the least unlos'd, That, all the Wooers' death being now dispos'd, They might approach the town, affirming she Not long would fail t' assist to victory. This said, she laid her golden rod on him, And with his late worn weeds grac'd ev'ry limb, His body straighten'd, and his youth instill'd, His fresh blood call'd up, ev'ry wrinkle fill'd About his broken eyes, and on his chin The brown hair spread. When his whole trim wrought in, she issued, and he Enter'd to his son, who stood amaz'd, And thought some God had done his house that honour, Turn'd away his eyes, and said: "Now, guest, you grace Another guise that suits your late show. Other weeds you wear, and other person. Of the starry sphere You certainly present some deathless God. Be pleas'd, that to your here vouchsaf'd abode We may give sacred rites, and offer gold, To do us favour." He replied: "I hold No deified state. Why put you thus on me A God's resemblance? I am only he That bears thy father's name, for whose love's sake Thy youth so grieves, whose absence makes thee take Such wrongs of men." Thus kiss'd he him, nor could Forbear those tears that in such mighty hold He held before, still held, still issuing ever. And now the shores once broke, the spring tide never Forbore earth from the cheeks he kiss'd. His son, by all these violent arguments not won To credit him his father, did deny His kind assumpt, and said, some Deity feign'd that joy's cause, to make him grieve the more; Affirming that no man, who ever wore The garment of mortality, could take, By any utmost pow'r his soul could make Such change into it, since at so much will Not Jove himself could both remove and fill Old age with youth, and youth with age so spoil, In such an instant. You wore all the soil Of age but now, and were old, but now You bear that young grace that the Gods endow Their heav'n born forms withal." His father said: "Telemachus, admire nor stand dismay'd, But know thy solid father, since within He answers all parts that adorn his skin. There shall no more Ulysseses come here. I am the man, that now this 20th year, Still under suff'rance of a world of ill, My country earth recover. 'Tis the will The prey professor, Pallas, puts in act, Who put me thus together, thus distract In aged pieces, as ev'n now you saw This youth now rend'ring. 'Tis within the law Of her free pow'r, sometimes to show me poor, Sometimes again thus amply to restore My youth and ornaments, she still would please. The Gods can raise, and throw men down with ease." This said he sat, when his Telemachus Pour'd himself about him. Tears on tears He show'r'd, and to desire of moan Increas'd the cloud. Both wept and howl'd, and laid out shrieks more loud Than, or the bird bone breaking eagle rears, Or brood kind vulture with the crooked seres, When rustic hands their tender eyries draw, Before they give their wings their full plum'd law. But miserably pour'd they from beneath their lids their tears, while both their breasts did breathe as frequent cries, And, to their fervent moan, the light had left the skies, If first the sun their dumb moans had not vented, with demand What ship it was that gave the natural land To his blessed feet. He then did likewise lay Hand on his passion, and gave these words way: "I'll tell thee truth, my son. The men that bear Much fame for shipping, my reducers were To long wish'd Ithaca, who each man else That greets their shore give pass to where he dwells. The Phæacensian peers, in one night's date, While I slept fast, fetch'd the Ithacensian state, Grac'd me with wealthy gifts, brass, store of gold, And robes fair wrought, all which have secret hold In caves that by the Gods' advice I choos'd, And now Minerva's admonitions us'd For this retreat, that we might here dispose In close discourse the slaughters of our foes. Recount the number of the Wooers then, And let me know what name they hold with men, That my mind may cast over their estates A curious measure, and confer the rates Of our two pow'rs and theirs, to try if we Alone may propagate to victory Our bold encounters of them all, or prove The kind assistance of some other's love." "O father," he replied, "I oft have heard Your counsels and your force of hand preferr'd To mighty glory, but your speeches now Your vent'rous mind exceedingly mighty show. Ev'n to amaze they move me; for, in right Of no fit counsel, should be brought to fight Two men 'gainst the able faction of a throng; No one two, no one 10, no twice 10 strong These Wooers are, but more by much. For know, that from Dulichius there are 52 All choice young men, and every one of these 6 men attend. From Samos cross'd the seas, twice 12 young gallants. From Zacynthus came twice 10; of Ithaca, the best of name, twice 6. Of all which all the state they take A sacred poet and a herald make. Their delicacies too of special sort In skill of banquets serve.
In all this port if we shall dare t' encounter all thrust up in one strong roof, have great care, lest the cup your great mind thirst exceeding bitter taste, and your retreat commend not to your haste your great attempt, but make you say you buy their pride's revenges at a price too high. And therefore, if you could, 'twere well you thought of some assistant, be your spirit wrought in such a man's election as may lend his succours freely, and express a friend." His father answer'd: "Let me ask of thee, Hear me, consider, then answer me. Think'st thou, if Pallas and the King of Skies We had to friend, would their sufficiencies Make strong our part? Or that some other yet My thoughts must work for? These," said he, "are set Aloft the clouds, and are found aids indeed, As pow'rs not only that these men exceed, But bear of all men else the high command, And hold of Gods an over ruling hand." "Well then," said he, "not these shall sever long Their force in ours in fights assur'd and strong. And then 'twixt us and them shall Mars prefer His strength, to stand our great distinguisher, When in mine own roofs I am forc'd to blows. But when the day shall first her fires disclose, Go thou for home, and troop up with the Wooers, Thy will with theirs join'd, pow'r with their rude pow'rs. And after shall the herdsman guide to town My steps, my person wholly overgrown With all the appearance of a poor old swain, Heavy and wretched. If their high disdain Of my vile presence make them my desert Affect their contumelies, let thy lov'd heart Beat in fix'd confines of thy bosom still, And see me suffer, patient of their ill. Ay, though they drag me by the heels about Mine own free earth, and after hurl me out, Do thou still suffer. Nay, though with their darts They beat and bruise me, bear. But these foul parts Persuade them to forbear, and by their names Call all with kind words, bidding, for their shames, Their pleasures cease. If yet they yield not way, There breaks the first light of their fatal day. In mean space mark this: When the chiefly wise Minerva prompts me, I'll inform thine eyes With some giv'n sign, and then all the arms That are aloft thy roof in some near room Prepare for speediest use. If those brave men Enquire thy end in all, still rake up all Thy fire in fair cool words, and say: 'I bring them down to scour the smoke off, Being so overgrown that one would think All fumes, that ever were breath'd since Ulysses' loss, reflected here. These are not like the arms he left behind In way for Troy. Besides, Jove prompts my mind In their remove apart thus with this thought, That, if in height of wine there should be wrought Some harsh contention 'twixt you, this apt mean To mutual bloodshed may be taken clean From out your reach, and all the spoil prevented Of present feast. Perhaps ev'n then presented My mother's nuptials to your long kind vows. Steel itself, ready, draws a man to blows. Thus make their thoughts secure. To us alone 2 swords, 2 darts, 2 shields left, which see done Within our readiest reach, that at our will We may resume, and charge, and all their skill Pallas and Jove, that all just counsels breathe, May darken with secureness to their death. And let me charge thee now, as thou art mine, And as thy veins mine own true blood combine, Let, after this, none know Ulysses near, Not any one of all the household there, Not here the herdsman, not Laertes be Made privy, not herself Penelope, But only let thyself and me work out The woman's thoughts of all things born about The Wooers' hearts, and then thy men approve To know who honours, who, with reverence love, Our well weigh'd memories, and who is one To fail thy fit right, though my only son." "You teach," said he, "so punctually now, As I knew nothing, nor were sprung from you. I hope hereafter you shall better know What soul I bear, and that it doth not let The least loose motion pass his natural seat. But this course you propose will prove, I fear, Small profit to us, and could wish your care Would weigh it better, as too far about. For time will ask much, to the sifting out Of each man's disposition by his deeds. And in the mean time every Wooer feeds Beyond satiety, nor knows how to spare. The women yet, since they more easy are For our enquiry, I would wish you try, Who right your state, who do it injury. The men I would omit, and these things make Your labour after.
But to undertake the Wooers' war I wish you utmost speed, especially if you could cheer the deed with some ostent from Jove." Thus, as the sire consented to the son, Did here expire their mutual speech. And now the ship was come, that brought the young prince and his soldiers home. The deep haven reach'd, they drew the ship ashore, Took all their arms out, and the rich gifts bore To Clitus' house. But to Ulysses' court They sent a herald first, to make report To wise Penelope, that safe at field Her son was left; yet, since the ship would yield Most haste to her, he sent that first, and them To comfort with his utmost the extreme He knew she suffer'd. At the court now met The herald and the herdsman, to repeat One message to the queen; both whom arriv'd Within the gates, both to the foremost striv'd In that good news. The herald, he for haste Among the maids bestow'd it, thinking place The queen amongst them. "Now," said he, "O queen, your lov'd son is arriv'd." And then was seen the queen herself, to whom The herdsman told all that Telemachus Enjoin'd he should; all which discharg'd, His steps he back bestows, and left both court And city for his sows. The Wooers then grew sad, soul vex'd, and all Made forth the court, when, by the mighty wall They took their sev'ral seats before the gates. To whom Eurymachus initiates Their utter'd grievance. "O," said he, "my friends, A work right great begun, as proudly ends. We said, Telemachus should never make His voyage good, nor this shore ever take For his return's receipt; and yet we fail, And he performs it. Come, let's man a sail, The best in our election, and bestow Such soldiers in her as can swiftest row, To tell our friends that way lay his retreat 'Tis safe perform, and make them quickly get Their ship for Ithaca." This was not said before Amphinomus In port display'd the ship arriv'd, Her sails then understroke, and oars resum'd, When, laughing, thus he spoke: "Move no messenger. These men are come; some God hath either told his turning home, Or they themselves have seen his ship gone by, Had her in chase, and lost her." Instantly they rose and went to port, found drawn To land the ship, the soldiers taking arms in hand. The Wooers themselves to council went in throng, And not a man besides, or old or young, Let sit amongst them. Then Eupitheus' son, Antinous, said: "See what the Gods have done! They only have deliver'd from our ill The men we waylaid. Every windy hill Hath been their watch tow'r, where by turns they stood Continual sentinel. And we made good Our work as well; for, sun once set, we never Slept wink ashore all night, but made sail ever, This way and that, ev'n till the morning kept Her sacred station, so to intercept And take his life, for whom our ambush lay. And yet hath God to his return giv'n way. But let us prosecute with counsels here His necessary death, nor anywhere Let rest his safety. For if he survive, Our sails will never in wish'd havens arrive. Since he is wise, hath soul and counsel too, To work the people who will never do Our faction favour. What we then intend Against his person, give we present end, Before he call a council, which, believe, His spirit will haste, and point where it doth grieve, Stand up amongst them all, and urge his death Decreed amongst us. Which complaint will breathe A fire about their spleens, and blow no praise On our ill labours. Lest they therefore raise Pow'r to exile us from our native earth, And force our lives' societies to the birth Of foreign countries. Let our speeds prevent His coming home to this austere complaint, At field and far from town, or in some way Of narrow passage, with his latest day Shown to his forward youth, his goods and lands Left to the free division of our hands, The movables made all his mother's dow'r, And his, whoever Fate affords the pow'r To celebrate with her sweet Hymen's rites. Or if this please not, but your appetite Stand to his safety, and to give him seat In his whole birthright, let us look to eat At his cost never more, but every man Haste to his home, and wed with whom he can At home, and there lay first about for dow'r, And then the woman give his second pow'r Of nuptial liking, and, for last, apply His purpose with most gifts and destiny." This silence caus'd; whose breach, at last, begun Amphinomus, the much renownéd son Of Nisus, surnam'd Aretiades, who from Dulichius full of flow'ry leaves Led all the Wooers,
and in chief did please the queen with his discourse, because it grew from roots of those good minds that did endue his goodly person, who, exceeding wise, us'd this speech: "Friends, I never will advise the prince's death, for 'tis a damned thing to put to death the issue of a king. First therefore let us examine, what applause the Gods will give it. If the equal laws of Jove approve it, I myself will be the man shall kill him, and this company exhort to that mind. If the Gods remain adverse, and hate it, I advise refrain." This said Amphinomus, and pleas'd them all, When all arose, and in Ulysses' hall Took seat again. Then to the queen was come The Wooers' plot, to kill her son at home, Since their abroad design had miss'd success. The herald Medon, who the whole address Knew of their counsels, making the report. The Goddess of her sex, with her fair sort Of lovely women, at the large hall's door (Her bright cheeks clouded with a veil she wore) Stood, and directed to Antinous her sharp reproof, which she digested thus: "Antinous! Compos'd of injury, plotter of mischief! Though reports that fly amongst our Ithacensian people say, That thou, of all that glory in their sway, Art best in words and counsels, th'art not so. Fond, busy fellow, why plottest thou the woe And slaughter of my son, and dost not fear The precedents of suppliants, when the ear Of Jove stoops to them? 'Tis unjust to do Slaughter for slaughter, or pay woe for woe, Mischief for kindness. Death for life sought, then, Is an injustice to be loath'd of men. Serves not thy knowledge to remember when Thy father fled to us, who, mov'd to wrath Against the Taphian thieves, pursued with scathe The guiltless Thesprots, in whose people's fear, Pursuing him for wreak, he landed here, They after him, professing both their prize Of all his chiefly valued faculties, And more priz'd life; of all whose bloodiest ends Ulysses curb'd them, though they were his friends. Yet thou, like one no law will allow The least true honour, eat'st his house up now That fed thy father, woo'st for love his wife, Whom thus thou griev'st, and seek'st her sole son's life. Cease, I command thee, and command the rest To see all thought of these foul fashions ceas'd." Eurymachus replied: "Be confident, thou all of wit made, The most fam'd descent of King Icarius. Free thy spirits of fear. There lives not any one, Nor shall live here now nor hereafter, while My life gives heat and light to me on earth, That dares entreat with any ill touch Thy well lovéd son. But here I vow, And here will see it done, his life shall stain My lance, if on his knees the city racer, Laertiades, hath made me sit, Put in my hands his food, held his red wine To me, shall the blood of his Telemachus On my hand lay the least pollution, That my life can stay? No, I have ever charg'd him not to fear Death's threat from any; and, for that most dear Love of his father, he shall ever be Much the most lov'd of all that live to me. Who kills a guiltless man from man may fly, From God his searches all escapes deny." Thus cheer'd his words, but his affection still Fear'd not to cherish foul intent to kill Ev'n him whose life to all lives he preferr'd. The queen went up, and to her love appear'd Her lord so freshly that she wept, till sleep, By Pallas forc'd on her, her eyes did steep In his sweet humour. When the even was come, The godlike herdsman reach'd the whole way home. Ulysses and his son for supper dress'd A year old swine; and ere their host and guest Had got their presents, Pallas had put by With her fair rod Ulysses' royalty, And render'd him an aged man again With all his vile integuments, Lest his swain should know him in his trim, And tell his queen, in these deep secrets not Being deeply seen. He seen, to him the prince these words did use: "Welcome, divine Eumæus! Now what news Employs the city? Are the Wooers come Back from their scout dismay'd, or here at home Will they again attempt me?" He replied: "These touch not my care. I was satisfied to do, with most speed, What I went to do. My message done, return. And yet not so came my news first. A herald, met with there, forestall'd my tale, And told how safe you were. Besides which merely necessary thing, What in my way chanc'd I may overbring, Being what I know, and witness'd with mine eyes. Where the Hermian sepulchre doth rise Above the city, I beheld take port A ship, and in her many a man of sort. Her freight was shields and lances, and, methought, they were the Wooers, but of knowledge nought can therein tell you." The prince smil'd, and knew they were the Wooers, casting secret view Upon his father; but what they intended Fled far the herdsman, whose swains' labours ended. They dress'd the supper, which, past want, was eat. When all desire suffic'd of wine and meat, Of other human wants they took supplies At Sleep's soft hand, who sweetly clos'd their eyes. End of the 16th Book. The 17th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Shempf. The 17th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. Translated by George Chapman. The Argument. Telemachus, return'd to town, Makes to his curious mother known In part his travels. After whom Ulysses to the court doth come In good Eumæus' guide, and press'd to witness of The Wooers' feast, whom, though twice 10 years did bestow In far off parts, his dog doth know. Another Argument. Row. Ulysses shows Through all disguise, whom his dog knows, who knowing dies. But when the air's rosy birth, the morn, arose, Telemachus did for the town dispose His early steps, and took to his command His fair long lance, well sorting with his hand, Thus parting with Eumæus: "Now, my friend, I must to town, lest too far I extend My mother's moan for me, who, till her eyes Mine own eyes witness, varies tears and cries Through all extremes. Do then this charge of mine, And guide to town this hapless guest of thine, To beg elsewhere his further festival. Give they that please, I cannot give to all, Mine own wants take up for myself my pain. If it incense him, he the worst shall gain. The lovely truth I love, and must be plain." "Alas, friend," said his father, "nor do I Desire at all your further charity. 'Tis better beg in cities than in fields, And take the worst a beggar's fortune yields. Nor am I apt to stay in swine styes more. However, ever the great chief before The poor ranks must to every step obey. But go, your man in my command shall sway. Anon yet too, by favour, when your fires Have comforted the cold heat age expires, And when the sun's flame hath besides corrected The early air abroad, not being protected By these my bare weeds from the morning's frost, Which, if so much ground is to be engross'd By my poor feet as you report, may give Too violent a charge to the heat by which I live." This said, his son went on with sprightly pace, And to the Wooers studied little grace. Arriv'd at home, he gave his jav'lin stay Against a lofty pillar, and bold way Made further in. When having so far gone That he transcended the fair porch of stone, The first by far that gave his entry eye Was nurse Euryclea, who th' embroidery Of stools there set was giving cushions fair, Who ran upon him, and her rapt repair Shed tears of joy. About him gather'd round The other maids, his head and shoulders crown'd With kisses and embraces. From above the queen herself came, like the Queen of Love, or bright Diana, Cast about her son her kind embraces, With effusion of loving tears, Kiss'd both his lovely eyes, his cheeks, and forehead, And gave all supplies with this entreaty: "Welcome, sweetest light! I never had conceit To set quick sight on thee thus soon, when Thy lov'd father's fame As far as Pylos did thy spirit inflame, In that search ventur'd all unknown to me. O say, by what pow'r cam'st thou now to be Mine eyes' dear object?" He return'd reply: "Move me not now, when you my scape descry From imminent death, to think me fresh entrapp'd, The fear'd wound rubbing felt before I 'scap'd. Double not needless passion on a heart Whose joy so green is, and so apt t' invert. But pure weeds putting on, ascend, and take Your women with you, that ye all may make Vows of full hecatombs in sacred fire To all the Godheads,
if their only sire Vouchsafe revenge of guest rights wrong'd, which he Is to protect, as being their deity. My way shall be directed to the hall Of common concourse, that I thence may call A stranger, who from off the Pylian shore Came friendly with me, whom I sent before With all my soldiers, but in chief did charge Piræus with him, wishing him t' enlarge His love to him at home in best affair, And utmost honours till mine own repair." Her son thus spoken, his words could not bear The wings too easily through her either ear, But putting pure weeds on, made vows entire Of perfect hecatombs in sacred fire To all the Deities, if their only sire Vouchsaf'd revenge of guest rights wrong'd, which he Was to protect, as being their deity. Her son left house, in his fair hand his lance, His dogs attending, and on ev'ry glance His looks cast from them Pallas put a grace That made him seem of the celestial race; Whom, come to concourse, ev'ry man admir'd. About him throng'd the Wooers, and desir'd All good to him in tongues, but in their hearts Most deep ills threaten'd to his most deserts. Of whose huge rout once free, he cast glad eye On some that, long before his infancy, Were with his father great and gracious; Grave Halitherses, Mentor, Antiphas, to whom he went, took seat by them, and they Enquir'd of all things since his parting day. To them Piræus came, and brought his guest Along the city thither, whom not least The prince respected; nor was long before He rose and met him. The first word yet bore Piræus from them both, whose haste besought the prince To send his women to see brought the gifts From his house that Atrides gave, Which his own roofs, he thought, would better save. The wise prince answer'd: "I can scarce conceive The way to these works. If the Wooers reave By private stratagem my life at home, I rather wish Piræus may become The master of them, than the best of these. But if I sow in their fields of excess Slaughter and ruin, then thy trust employ, And to me joying, bring thou those with joy." This said, he brought home his grief practis'd guest, Where both put off, both oil'd, and did invest Themselves in rich robes, wash'd, and sate, and eat. His mother, in fair chair taking seat Directly opposite, her loom applied; Who, when her son and guest had satisfied Their appetites with feast, said: "O my son, you know that ever since your sire was won To go in Agamemnon's guide to Troy, Attempting sleep, I never did enjoy One night's good rest, but made my quiet bed A sea blown up with sighs, with tears still shed, And brood and troubled. Yet through all your miss In your late voyage hath been made for this, That you might know the abode your father made. You shun to tell me what success you had. Now then, before the insolent access The Wooers straight will force on us, express What you have heard." "I will," said he; "and true We came to Pylos, where the studious do That any father could afford his son, But new arriv'd from some course he had run To an extreme length, in some voyage vow'd. Nestor, the pastor of the people, show'd To me arriv'd, in turrets thrust up high, Where not his brave sons were lov'd more than I. Yet of th' unconquer'd ever sufferer Ulysses, never he could set his ear, Alive or dead, from any earthy man. But to the great Lacedæmonian, Atrides, famous for his lance, he sent, With horse and chariots, me, to learn th' event From his relation; where I had the view Of Argive Helen, whose strong beauties drew, By wills of Gods, so many Grecian states, And Trojans under such laborious fates. Where Menelaus ask'd me, what affair To Lacedæmon render'd my repair. I told him all the truth, who made reply: "O deed of most abhorr'd indecency! A sort of impotents attempt his bed, Whose strength of mine hath cities levelled. As to a lion's den, when any hind Hath brought her young calves to their rest inclin'd, When he is ranging hills and herby dales, To make of feeders there his festivals, But, turning to his lustre, calves and dam He shows abhorr'd death, in his anger's flame; So, should Ulysses find this rabble hous'd In his free turrets, courting his espous'd, Foul death would fall them. O, I would to Jove, Phœbus, and Pallas, that, when he shall prove The broad report of his exhausted store True with his eyes, His nerves and sinews wore that vigour then, That in the Lesbian tow'rs, Provok'd to wrastle with the iron pow'rs Philomelides vaunted, he approv'd, When down he hurl'd his challenger, and mov'd Huge shouts from all the Achives then in view. If once come home, he all those forces drew About him there to work, they all were dead, And should find bitter his attempted bed. But what you ask and sue for, I, as far As I have heard the true spoke mariner, Will tell directly, nor delude your ear. He told me that an island did ensphere In much discomfort great Laertes' son, And that the nymph Calypso, overrun With his affection, kept him in her caves, Where men, nor ship, of pow'r to brook the waves, Were near his convoy to his country's shore, And where herself importun'd evermore His quiet stay; which not obtain'd, by force She kept his person from all else recourse. This told Atrides, which was all he knew; Nor stay'd I more, but from the Gods there blew A prosperous wind, that set me quickly here." This put his mother quite from all her cheer; When Theoclymenus the augur said: "O woman, honour'd with Ulysses' bed, Your son no doubt knows clearly nothing more. Hear me yet speak, that can the truth uncore, Nor will be curious. Jove then witness bear, And this thy hospitable table here, With this whole household of your blameless lord, That at this hour his royal feet are shor'd On his lov'd country earth, and that ev'n here Coming, or creeping, he will see the cheer These Wooers make, and in his soul's field sow Seeds that shall thrive to all their overthrow. This, set a shipboard, I knew sorted thus, And cried it out to your Telemachus." Penelope replied: "Would this would prove, You well should witness a most friendly love, And gifts such of me, as encount'ring Fame Should greet you with blessed mortal's name." This mutual speech past, all the Wooers were Hurling the stone, and tossing of the spear, Before the palace, in the pavéd court, Where otherwhiles their petulant resort Sat plotting injuries. But when the hour Of supper enter'd, and the feeding pow'r Brought sheep from field, that fill'd up every way With those that us'd to furnish that purvey, Medon the herald, who of all the rest Pleas'd most the Wooers, and at every feast Was ever near, said: "You whose kind consort make The fair branches of the tree our court, Grace it within now, and your suppers take. You that for health and fair contention's sake Will please your minds, know, bodies must have meat. Play's worse than idleness in times to eat." This said, all left, came in, cast by On thrones and chairs their garments. Their provisions were sheep, swine, goats, the chiefly great and fat, Besides an ox, that from the herd they gat. And now the king and herdsman from the field In good way were to town, 'twixt whom was held Some walking conference; which thus began The good Eumæus: "Guest, your will was won Because the prince commanded, to make way Up to the city, though I wish'd your stay, And to have made you guardian of my stall. But I, in care and fear of what might fall In after anger of the prince, forbore. The checks of princes touch their subjects sore. But make we haste, the day is nearly ended, And cold airs still are in the even extended." "I know it," said he. "Consider all. Your charge is giv'n to one that understands At large. Haste then. Hereafter you shall lead the way. Afford your staff too, if it fit your stay, That I may use it, since you say our pass Is less friend to a weak foot than it was." Thus cast he on his neck his nasty scrip, All patch'd and torn; a cord, that would not slip For knots and bracks about the mouth of it, Made serve the turn. And then his swain did fit His forc'd state with a staff. Then plied they hard Their way to town, their cottage left in guard To swains and dogs. And now Eumæus led The king along, his garments to a thread All bare and burn'd, and he himself hard bore Upon his staff, at all parts like a poor And sad old beggar. But when now they got The rough highway, their voyage wanted not Much of the city, where a fount they reach'd, From whence the town their choicest water fetch'd, That ever overflow'd; and curious art Was shown about it, in which three had part, Whose names Neritus and Polyctor were, And famous Ithacus. It had a sphere Of poplar, that ran round about the wall.
And into a lofty rock let fall Continual supply of cool clear stream, On whose top, to the nymphs that were supreme In those parts Loves, a stately altar rose, Where ev'ry traveller did still impose Devoted sacrifice. At this fount Found these silly travellers a man renown'd For guard of goats, which now he had in guide, Whose huge stor'd herd two herdsmen kept beside, For all herds it excell'd, and bred a feed For wooers only. He was Dolius' seed, And call'd Melanthius; who casting eye On these two there, he chid them terribly, And so past mean, that ev'n the wretched fate Now on Ulysses he did irritate. His fume to this effect he did pursue: "Why so? 'Tis now at all parts passing true, That ill leads ill. Good evermore doth train With like his like. Why, thou unenvied swain, Whither dost thou lead this same victless leaguer, This bane of banquets, this most nasty beggar, Whose sight doth make one sad, it so abhors? Who, with his standing in so many doors, Hath broke his back, and in his beggary tends To beg base crusts, but to no manly ends, As asking swords, or with activity To get a caldron? Wouldst thou give him me, To farm my stable, or to sweep my yard, And bring browse to my kids, and that preferr'd He should be at my keeping, for his pains To drink as much whey as his thirsty veins Would still be swilling, whey made all his fees, His monstrous belly would oppress his knees. But he hath learn'd to lead a base life about, And will not work, but crouch among the rout For broken meat to cram his bursten gut. Yet this I'll say, and he will find it put In sure effect, that if he enters where Ulysses' roofs cast shade, the stools Will there about his ears fly, all the house Will throw, and rub his ragged sides with cuffs enow." Past these reviles, his manless rudeness Spurn'd divine Ulysses, who at no part Turn'd his face from him, but had his spirit fed With these two thoughts, if he should strike him dead With his bestowed staff, or at his feet Make his direct head and pavement meet. But he bore all, and entertain'd a breast That in the strife of all extremes did rest. Eumæus, frowning on him, chid him yet, And lifting up his hands to heav'n, he set This bitter curse at him: "O you that bear Fair name to be the race of Jupiter, Nymphs of these fountains! If Ulysses ever Burn'd thighs to you, that, hid in fat, did never Fail your acceptance, or, of lamb or kid, Grant this grace to me: let this man thus hid Shine through his dark fate; make some God his guide, That to thee, goat herd, this same Palate's pride Thou driv'st afore thee, he may come and make The scatterings of the earth, and overtake Thy wrongs, with forcing thee to ever err About the city, hunted by his fear, And in the mean space, by some slothful swains, Let lousy sickness gnaw thy cattle's veins." "O Gods!" replied Melanthius, "what a curse Hath this dog bark'd out, and can yet do worse! This man shall I have giv'n into my hands, When in a well built ship to far off lands I shall transport him, that, should I want here, My sale of him may find me victuals there. And for Ulysses, would to heav'n his joy The silver bearing bow God would destroy, This day within his house, as sure as he The day of his return shall never see." This said, he left them, going silent on; But he outwent them, and took straight upon The palace royal; which he enter'd straight, Sat with the Wooers, and his trencher's freight The carvers gave him of the flesh there vented, But bread the rev'rend butleress presented. He took against Eurymachus his place, Who most of all the Wooers gave him grace. And now Ulysses and his swain got near, When round about them visited their ear The hollow harp's delicious stricken string, To which did Phemius near the Wooers sing. Then by the hand Ulysses took his swain, And said: "Eumæus, one may here see plain, In many a grace, that Laertiades Built here these turrets, and, 'mongst others, these, His whole court arm'd with such a goodly wall, The cornice and the cope, majestical, His double gates and turrets, built too strong For force or virtue ever to expugn. I know the feasters in it now abound, their cates cast such a savour, and the sound the harp gives argues an accomplish'd feast. The Gods made music banquet's dearest guest. These things, said he, your skill may tell with ease, Since you are grac'd with greater knowledges. But now consult we how these works shall sort, If you will first approach this praised court, And see these Wooers, I remaining here, Or I shall enter, and yourself forbear. But be not too tedious in your stay, Lest thrust ye be and buffeted away. Brain hath no fence for blows. Look to't, I pray." "You speak to one that comprehends," said he. "Go you before, and here adventure me. I have of old been us'd to cuffs and blows. My mind is harden'd, and have borne the throes Of many a sour event in waves and wars, Where knocks and buffets are no foreigners. And this same belly by no mean The greatest abstinent can ever wean. Men suffer much bane by the belly's rage, For whose sake ships in all their equipage Are arm'd, and set out to th' untam'd seas, Their bulks full fraught with ills to enemies." Such speech they chang'd, when in the yard there lay A dog call'd Argus, which, before his way Assum'd for Ilion, Ulysses bred. Yet stood his pleasure then in little stead, As being too young; but growing to his grace, Young men made choice of him for every chase, Or of their wild goats, of their hares, or harts. But his king gone, and he, now past his parts, Lay all abjectly on the stable store, Before the ox stall and the mules' stable door, To keep the close cast from the peasants' hands, While they laid compass on Ulysses' lands, The dog with ticks unlook'd to overgrown. But by this dog no sooner seen but known Was wise Ulysses, who new enter'd there. Up went his dog's laid ears, and coming near, Up he himself rose, fawn'd, and wagg'd his stern, Couch'd close his ears, and lay so, nor discern Could evermore his dear lov'd lord again. Ulysses saw it, nor had pow'r t' abstain From shedding tears; which, far off seeing his swain, He dried from his sight clean, to whom he thus His grief dissembled: "'Tis miraculous, That such a dog as this should have his lair On such a dunghill, for his form is fair; And yet I know not, if there were in him Good pace, or parts, for all his goodly limb; Or he liv'd empty of those inward things, As are those trencher beagles tending kings, Whom, for their pleasures, or their glory's sake, Or fashion, they into their favour take. This dog," said he, "was servant to one dead A huge time since. But if he bore his head, For form and quality, of such a height As when Ulysses, bound for the Ilion fight, Or quickly after left him, your rapt eyes Would then admire to see him use his thighs In strength and swiftness. He would nothing fly, Nor anything let 'scape. If once his eye Seiz'd any wild beast, he knew straight his scent. Go where he would, away with him he went. Nor was there ever any savage stood Amongst the thickets of the deepest wood Long time before him, but he pull'd him down. As well by that true hunting to be shown In such vast coverts, as for speed of pace In any open lawn. For in deep chase He was a passing wise and well nos'd hound. And yet is all this good in him uncrown'd With any grace here now, nor he more fed Than any errant cur. His king is dead, Far from his country, and his servants are So negligent, they lend his hound no care. Where masters rule not, but let men alone, You never there see honest service done. That man's half virtue Jove takes quite away, That once is sun burnt with the servile day." This said, he enter'd the well builded tow'rs, Upbearing, right upon the glorious Wooers, And left poor Argus dead, his lord's first sight Since that time 20 years bereft his light. Telemachus did far the first behold Eumæus enter, and made signs he should come up to him. He, noting, came and took on earth his seat. And then the master cook serv'd in more banquet; Of which, part he set before the Wooers, Part the prince did get, who sate alone, His table plac'd aside, to which the herald did the bread divide. After Eumæus enter'd straight the king, Like to a poor and heavy aged thing Bore hard upon his staff, and was so clad As would have made his mere beholder sad. Upon the ashen floor his limbs he spread, And 'gainst a cypress threshold stay'd his head, The tree wrought smooth, and in a line direct, Tried by the plumb and by the architect. The prince then bade the herdsman give him bread, The finest there, and see that prostrated, At all parts plight, of his giv'n all the cheer His hands could turn to. Take, said he, and bear These cates to him, and bid him beg of all These Wooers here, and to their festival Bear up with all the impudence he can. Bashful behaviour fits no needy man. He heard, and did his will. Hold, guest, said he, Telemachus commends these cates to thee, Bids thee bear up, and all these Wooers implore. Wit must make impudent whom Fate makes poor. O Jove, said he, do my poor prayers the grace To make him blest of the mortal race, And ev'ry thought now in his gen'rous heart To deeds that further my desires convert. Thus took he in with both hands his store, And in the uncouth scrip that lay before His ill shod feet repos'd it; whence he fed All time the music to the feasters play'd. Both jointly ending, then began the Wooers To put in old act their tumultuous pow'rs; When Pallas standing close did prompt her friend, To prove how far the bounties would extend Of those proud Wooers; so, to let him try Who most, who least, had learn'd humanity. However, no thought touch'd Minerva's mind, That any one should 'scape his wreak design'd. He handsomely became all, crept about To ev'ry Wooer, held a forc'd hand out, And all his work did in so like a way As he had practis'd begging many a day. And though they knew all beggars could do this, Yet they admir'd it as no deed of his, Though far from thought of other, us'd expense And pity to him who he was, and whence, Enquiring mutually. Melanthius then: Hear me, ye Wooers of the far fam'd Queen, About this beggar. I have seen before This face of his, and know for certain more That this swain brought him hither. What he is, And of whence he came, flies me. Reply to this Antinous made, and mock'd Eumæus thus: "O thou renownéd herdsman, why to us Brought'st thou this beggar? It serves not our hands, That other land leapers and cormorants, Profane poor knaves, lie on us, unconducted, But you must bring them? So amiss instructed Art thou in course of thrift, as not to know Thy lord's goods rack'd in this their overflow, Which think'st thou nothing thou call'st in these?" Eumæus answer'd: "Though you may be wise, You speak not wisely. Who calls in a guest That is a guest himself? None call to feast Other than men that are of public use, Prophets, or poets, whom the Gods produce, Physicians for men's ills, or architects. Such men the boundless earth affords respects Bounded in honour, and may call them well. But poor men who calls? Who doth so excel In others' good to do himself an ill? But all Ulysses' servants have been still Eyesores in your way more than all that woo, And chiefly I. But what care I for you, As long as these roofs hold as thralls to none The wise Penelope and her godlike son?" "Forbear," said he, "and leave this tongue's bold ill. Antinous uses to be crossing still, And give sharp words, his blood that humour bears To set men still together by the ears." But, turning then to Antinous: "O," said he, "you entertain a father's care Of me to turn these eating guests out. 'Tis advice of needful use For my poor faculties. But God doth not Allow this. There must be some care of poor men In humanity. What you yourselves take, give. I not envy, but give command That hospitality be giv'n all strangers. Nor shall my pow'rs fear, if this mood in me Reach my mother's ear, much less the servants', That are here to see Ulysses' house kept in his old degree. But you bear no such mind, your wits more cast To fill yourselves than let another taste." Antinous answer'd him: "Brave spoken man, Whose mind's free fire seek check no virtue can. If all we Wooers here would give as much As my mind serves, his largess should be such As would for 3 months serve his far off way From troubling your house with more cause of stay." This said, he took a stool up, that did rest Beneath the board his spangled feet at feast, And offer'd at him; but the rest gave all, And fill'd his fulsome scrip with festival. And so Ulysses for the present was, and for the future, furnish'd, and his past bent to the door to eat. Yet could not leave Antinous so, but said: "Do you too give, lov'd lord? Your presence makes a show to me, as you Not worst were of the company, but best, And so much that you seem the king; and therefore You should give some better thing than bread, Like others. I will spread your praise Through all the wide world, that have in my days Kept house myself, and trod the wealthy ways Of other men, ev'n to the title blest. And often have I giv'n an erring guest, How mean soever, to the utmost gain Of what he wanted, kept whole troops of men, And had all other comings in, with which Men live so well, and gain the fame of rich. Yet Jove consum'd all; he would have it so. To which his mean was this: he made me go Far off, for Egypt, in the rude consort Of all ways wandering pirates; where in port I bade my lov'd men draw their ships ashore, And dwell amongst them; sent out some t' explore Up to the mountains; who, intemperate, And their inflam'd bloods bent to satiate, Forag'd the rich fields, hal'd the women thence, And unwean'd children with foul expense Both of their fames and bloods. The cry then flew Straight to the city, and the great fields grew With horse and foot, and flam'd with iron arms. When Jove, that breaks the thunder in alarms, An ill flight cast amongst my men, not one Inspir'd with spirit to stand and turn Upon the fierce pursuing foe; and therefore stood Their ill fate thick about them, some in blood, And some in bondage, toils led by constraint Fast'ning upon them. Me along they sent To Cyprus; with a stranger prince they met, Demeter Iasides, who th' imperial seat Of that sweet island sway'd in strong command. And thus feel I here need's contemned hand. "And what God sent," said he, "this suff'ring bane To vex our banquet? Stand off, nor profane My board so boldly, lest I show thee here Cyprus and Egypt made more sour than there. You are a saucy set fac'd vagabond; About with all you go, and they, beyond Discretion, give thee, since they find not here The least proportion set down to their cheer. But ev'ry fountain hath his under floods. It is no bounty to give others goods." "O Gods," replied Ulysses, "I see now You bear no soul in this your goodly show. Beggars at your board, I perceive, should get Scarce salt from your hands, if themselves brought meat; Since, sitting where another's board is spread, That flows with feast, not to the broken bread Will your allowance reach." "Nay then," said he, And look'd austerely, "if so saucy be Your suffer'd language, I suppose, that clear You shall not 'scape without some broken cheer." Thus wrapp'd he up a stool, with which he smit The king's right shoulder 'twixt his neck and it. He stood him like a rock. Antinous' dart Nor stirr'd Ulysses, who in his great heart Deep ills projected; which, for time yet, close He bound in silence, shook his head, and went Out to the entry; where he then gave vent To his full scrip, sat on the earth, and eat, And talk'd still to the Wooers: "Hear me yet, Ye Wooers of the Queen. It never grieves A man to take blows, where for sheep, or beeves, Or other main possessions, a man fights; But for his harmful belly this man smites, Whose love to many a man breeds many a woe. And if the poor have Gods, and Furies too, Before Antinous wear his nuptial wreath, He shall be worn upon the dart of death." "Harsh guest," said he, "sit silent at your meat, Or seek your desp'rate plight some safer seat, Lest by the hands or heels youths drag your years, And rend your rotten rags about your ears." This made the rest as highly hate his folly, As he had violated something holy; When one, ev'n of the proudest, thus began: "Thou dost not nobly, thus to play the man On such an errant wretch, O ill dispos'd. Perhaps some sacred Godhead goes enclos'd Ev'n in his abject outside; for the Gods Have often visited these rich abodes Like such poor stranger pilgrims, since their pow'rs, Being always shapeful, glide through towns and tow'rs, Observing as they pass still, who they be That piety love, and who impiety." This all men said, but he held sayings cheap. And all this time Telemachus did heap Sorrow on his beating heart, to see His father stricken, yet let part no tear To earth, but shook his head and thought as deep as those ills that were after wrought. The queen now, hearing of her poor guest's stroke, said to her maid, as to her wooer she spoke: "I wish the famous for his bow, the sun, would strike thy heart so." Her wish thus begun, her lady fair Eurynome pursued her execration, and did thus conclude: "So may our vows call down from heav'n his end, And let no one life of the rest extend His life till morning." "O Eurynome," replied the queen, "May all the Gods speak in thee! For all the Wooers we should rate as foes, Since all their weals they place in others' woes. But this Antinous we past all should hate, As one resembling black and cruel Fate. A poor strange wretch begg'd here, compell'd by need, Ask'd all, and ev'ry one gave in his deed, Fill'd his sad scrip, and eas'd his heavy wants. Only this man bestow'd unmanly taunts, And with a cruel blow his force let fly 'Twixt neck and shoulders show'd his charity. These minds, above, she and her maids did show, While at his scrip Ulysses sat below. In which time she Eumæus call'd, and said: "Go, good Eumæus, and see soon convey'd The stranger to me. Bid him come and take My salutations for his welcome's sake, And my desire serve, if he hath not heard Or seen distress'd Ulysses, who hath err'd Like such a man, and therefore chance may fall He hath by him been met and spoke withal." "O Queen," said he, "I wish to heav'n your ear Were quit of this unrev'rend noise you hear From these rude Wooers, when I bring the guest. Such words your ear would let into your breast As would delight it to your very heart. 3 nights and days I did my roof impart To his fruition, for he came to me The first of all men since he fled the sea. And yet he had not giv'n a perfect end To his relation of what woes did spend The spite of Fate on him, but as you see A singer, breathing out of Deity Love kindling lines, when all men seated near Are rapt with endless thirst to ever hear. So sweeten'd he my bosom at my meat, Affirming that Ulysses was in Crete, Where first the memories of Minos were, A guest to him there dwelling then, as dear As his true father; and from thence came he, Tir'd on with sorrows, toss'd from sea to sea, To cast himself in dust, and tumble here At Wooers' feet, for blows and broken cheer. But of Ulysses, where the Thesprots dwell, A wealthy people, fame, he said, did tell The still survival, who his native light Was bound for now, with treasure infinite. "Call him," said she, "that he himself may say This over to me. We shall soon have way Giv'n by the Wooers, they, as well at gate, As set within doors, use to recreate Their high fed spirits. As their humours lead They follow, and may well, for still they tread Uncharg'd ways here, their own wealth lying Unwasted in poor kept houses. Only something tasted their bread and wine is By their household swains, but they themselves let loose Continual reins to our expenses, Making slaughter still Of sheep, goats, oxen, feeding past their fill, And vainly lavishing our richest wine, All these extending past the sacred line. For here lives no man like Ulysses now To curb these reins; but should he once show His country light his presence, he and his Would soon revenge these Wooers' injuries." This said, about the house in echoes round, Her son's strange neesings made a horrid sound. At which the queen yet laugh'd, and said: "Go call the stranger to me. Heardst thou not, to all my words last utter'd, What a neesing brake from my Telemachus? From whence I make this sure conclusion, that the death and fate Of ev'ry Wooer here is near his date. Call then the guest, and if he tell as true What I shall ask him, coat, cloak, all things new, These hands shall yield him." This said, down he went And told Ulysses, that the queen had sent To call him to her, that she might enquire About her husband what her sad desire Urg'd her to ask; and, if she found him true, Both coat and cassock, which he needed, new Her hands would put on him; and that the bread, Which now he begg'd amongst the common tread, Should freely feed his hunger now from her, Who all he wish'd would to his wants prefer. His answer was: "I will with fit speed Tell the whole truth to the queen; for passing well I know her lord, since he and I Have shar'd in equal sorrows. But I am much scar'd with this rude multitude Of Wooers here, the rage of whose pride Smites heav'n's brazen sphere. of whose rout when one struck me for no fault, Telemachus nor none else turn'd th' assault From my poor shoulders. Therefore, though she haste, Beseech the queen her patience will see past The day's broad light, and then may she enquire. 'Tis but my closer pressing to the fire In the evening cold, because my weeds you know Are passing thin; for I made bold to show Their bracks to you, and pray'd your kind supply." He heard, and hasted, and met instantly The queen upon the pavement in his way, Who ask'd: "What! bring'st thou not? What cause of stay Find his austere supposes? Takes he fear Of th' unjust Wooers? Or thus hard doth bear On any other doubt the house objects? He does me wrong, and gives too nice respects To his fear'd safety." "He does right," said he, "And what he fears should move the policy Of any wise one, taking care to shun The violent Wooers. He bids bide, till sun Hath hid his broad light. And, believe it, queen, 'Twill make your best course, since you two, unseen, May pass the encounter, you to speak more free, And he your ear gain less distractedly." "The guest is wise," said she, "and well doth give The right thought use. Of all the men that live, Life serves none such as these proud Wooers are, To give a good man cause to use his care." Thus, all agreed, amongst the Wooers goes Eumæus to the prince, and whisp'ring close, Said: "Now, my love, my charge shall take up me, Your goods and mine. What here is, you must see In fit protection; but in chief, regard Your own dear safeguard, whose state study hard, Lest suff'rance seize you. Many a wicked thought Conceal these Wooers, whom just Jove see Brought to utter ruin, ere it touched us." "So chance it, friend," replied Telemachus. "Your beaver taken, go. In first of day Come, and bring sacrifice the best you may. To me and to th' Immortals be the care, Or whatsoever here the safeties are." This said, he sat in his elaborate throne. Eumæus, fed to satisfaction, went To his charge, left both the court and walls Full of secure and fatal festivals, In which the Wooers' pleasures still would sway. And now begun the even's near ending day. End of the 17th Book.
The 18th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Shempf. The 18th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. Translated by George Chapman. The Argument. Ulysses and the rogue Iris fight. Penelope vouchsafes her sight To all her Wooers, who present Gifts to her, ravish'd with content. A certain parley then we sing Betwixt a Wooer and the king. Another Argument. Sigma. The beggar's glee, the king's high fame, Gifts giv'n to see a virtuous dame. There came a common beggar to the court, Who in the city begg'd of all resort. Excell'd in madness of the gut, drunk, ate, Past intermission, was most hugely great. Yet had no fibres in him, nor no force. In sight a man, in mind a living corse. His true name was Arneas, for his mother Impos'd it from his birth; and yet another The city youth would give him, from the course He took, deriv'd out of the force that need Held on him, which was up and down To run on all men's errands through the town. Which sounded Iris; when whose gut was come, He needs would bar Ulysses his own home, And fell to chiding him. "Old man," said he, "Your way out of the entry quickly see Be with fair language taken, lest your stay But little longer see you dragg'd away. See, sir, observe you not how all these make Direct signs at me, charging me to take Your heels and drag you out? But I take shame. Rise yet, y'are best, lest we two play a game At cuffs together." He bent brows, and said: "Wretch! I do thee no ill, nor once upbraid Thy presence with a word, nor, what mine eye By all hands sees thee giv'n, one thought envy; Nor shouldst thou envy others. Thou mayst see The place will hold us both, and seem'st to me A beggar like myself, which who can mend? The Gods give most to whom they are least friend. The chief goods Gods give is in good to end. But to the hand's strife, of which ye are so free, Provoke me not, for fear you anger me, Lest the old man, on whose scorn you stood, Your lips and bosom make shake hands in blood. I love my quiet well, and more will love To‐morrow than to‐day. But if you move my peace beyond my right, the war you make Will never after give you will to take Ulysses' house in your begging walk." "O Gods," said he, "how volubly doth talk This eating gulf, and how his fume breaks out, As from an old crack'd oven! Whom I will clout So bitterly, and so with both hands maul His chaps together, that his teeth shall fall As plain see on the earth as any sow's That ruts the corn fields, or devours the mows. Come, close we now, that all may see What wrong an old man tempts that takes at cuffs A young." Thus in the entry of those lofty tow'rs These two, with all spleen, spent their jarring pow'rs. Antinous took it, laugh'd, and said: "O friends, we never had such sport. This guest contends with this vast beggar At the buffet's fight. Come, join we hands, and screw up all their spite." All rose in laughters, and about them bore All the ragged rout of beggars at the door. Then mov'd Antinous the victor's hire To all the Wooers thus: "There are now at fire 2 breasts of goat, both which let law set down Before the man that wins the day's renown, With all their fat and gravy. And of both The glorious victor shall prefer his tooth, To which he makes his choice of, from us all, And ever after banquet in our hall, With what our boards yield; not a beggar more Allow'd to share, but all keep out at door." This he propos'd, and this they all approv'd. To which Ulysses answer'd: "O most lov'd, by no means should an old man, and one Old in chief with sorrows, be so over bold To combat with his younger. But, alas! Man's own ill working belly needs will pass This work upon me, and enforce me too To beat this fellow. But then you must do My age no wrong, to take my younger's part, And play me foul play, making your stroke smart Help his to conquer; for you easily may With your strengths crush me. Do then right, and lay Your honours on it in your oaths, to yield His part no aid, but equal leave the field." All swore his will. But then Telemachus His father's scoffs with comfort serious Could not but answer, and made this reply: "Guest, if thine own pow'rs cheer thy victory, Fear no man's else that will not pass it free. He fights with many that shall touch but thee. I'll see thy guest right paid. Thou here art come In my protection, and to this the sum Of all these Wooers, which Antinous are And King Eurymachus, conjoin their care." Both vow'd it. When Ulysses, laying by His upper weed, his inner beggary Near show'd his shame, which he with rags prevented Pluck'd from about his thighs, and so presented Their goodly sight, which were so white and great, And his large shoulders were to view so set By his bare rags, his arms, his breast, and all, So broad and brawny, their grace natural Being kept by Pallas, ever standing near, That all the Wooers his admirers were Beyond all measure; mutual whispers driven Through all their cluster, saying: "Sure as heav'n, Poor Iris pull'd upon him bitter blows; Through his thin garment what a thigh he shows!" They said, but Iris felt; his coward mind Was mov'd at root; but now he needs must find Facts to his brags, and forth at all parts fit The servants brought him, all his arteries smit With fears and tremblings. Which Antinous saw, and said: "Nay, now too late comes fear. No low thou shouldst at first have giv'n thy braggart vein, Nor should it have so swell'd, if terror strain Thy spirits to this pass, for a man so old And worn with penuries that still lay hold On his ragged person. Howsoever, take this vow from me for firm, That if he make thy forces stoop, and prove His own supreme, I'll put thee in a ship, And down the stream send thee ashore, Where King Echetus reigns, The roughest tyrant that the world contains; And he will slit thy nostrils, crop each ear, Thy shame cut off, and give it dogs to tear." This shook his nerves the more. But both were now brought to the lists.
and up did either throw his heavy fists. Ulysses, in suspense to strike so home that he should fright from thence his coward soul, his trunk laid prostrate there, or let him take more leisure to his fear, and stoop'd him by degrees. The last show'd best, to strike him slightly, out of fear the rest would else discover him. But peace now broke, on his right shoulder Iris laid his stroke. Ulysses struck him just beneath the ear, his jaw bone broke, and made the blood appear. When straight he strew'd the dust, and made his cry stand for himself, with whom his teeth did lie, spit with his blood out, and against the ground his heels lay sprawling. Up the hands went round of all the Wooers, all at point to die with violent laughters. Then the king did ply the beggar's feet, and dragg'd him forth the hall, along the entry to the gates and wall; where leaving him, he put into his hand a staff, and bade him there use his command on swine and dogs, and not presume to be the lord of the guests, or of the beggary, since he of all men was the scum and curse, and so bade please with that, or fare yet worse. Then cast he on his scrip, all patch'd and rent, hung by a rotten cord, and back he went to greet the entry's threshold with his seat. The Wooers throng'd to him, and did entreat with gentle words his conquest, laughing still, pray'd Jove and all the Gods to give his will what most it wish'd him, and would joy him most, since he so happily had clear'd their coast of that unsavoury morsel, whom they vow'd to see with all their utmost haste bestow'd aboard a ship, and for Epirus sent to King Echetus, on whose throne was spent the worst man's seat that breathed. And thus was grac'd divine Ulysses, who with joy embrac'd even that poor conquest. Then was set to him the goodly goat's breast promis'd, that did swim in fat and gravy, by Antinous; and from a basket by Amphinomus were 2 breads given him; who besides renown'd his banquet with a golden goblet crown'd, and this high salutation: "Frolic, guest, and be those riches that you first possess'd Restor'd again with full as many joys, As in your poor state I see now annoys." "Amphinomus," said he, "you seem to me Exceeding wise, as being the progeny Of such a father as authentic fame Hath told me was so, one of honour'd name, And his great revenues in Dulichius, His fair name Nisus, he is blazon'd thus, And you to be his son his wisdom airing, As well as wealth, his state in nought impairing. To prove which always, let me tell you this, As warning you to shun the miseries That follow full states, if they be not held With wisdom still at full, and so compell'd To courses that abode not in their brows, By too much swing, their sudden overthrows. Of all things breathing or that creep on earth, Nought is more wretched than a human birth. Blest men think never they can cursed be, While any power lasts to move a knee. But when the blest Gods make them feel that smart, That fled their faith so, as they had no heart They bear their suff'rings, and what well They might have clearly shunn'd, they then meet in despite. The mind of man flies still out of his way, Unless God guide and prompt it every day. I thought me once a blessed man with men, And fashion'd me to all so counted then, Did all injustice like them, what for lust, Or any pleasure, never so unjust I could by power or violence obtain, And gave them both in all their powers the rein. Bold of my fathers and my brothers still, While which held good, my arts seem'd never ill. And thus is none held simply good or bad, But as his will is either miss'd or had. All goods God's gifts man calls, howe'er he gets them, And so takes all. What price soe'er God sets them says not how ill they come, Nor will control that ravine in him, Though it cost his soul. And these parts here I see these Wooers play, take all that falls, And all dishonours lay On that man's queen, that, tell your friends, doth bear No long time's absence, but is passing near. Let God then guide thee home, lest he may meet In his return thy undeparted feet. For when he enters, and sees men so rude, The quarrel cannot but in blood conclude." This said, he sacrificed, then drunk, and then Referr'd the giv'n bowl to the Guide of men, who walked away, afflicted at his heart, shook head, and feared that these facts would convert to ill in the end, yet had not grace to fly. Minerva stayed him, being ordained to die upon the lance of young Ulysses. So down he sat, and then did Pallas please t' incline the Queen's affections to appear to all the Wooers, to extend their cheer to the utmost lightning that still ushers death, and made her put on all the painted sheath that might both set her Wooers' fancies high, and get her greater honour in the eye even of her son and the sov'reign than before; who laughing yet, to show her humour bore no serious appetite to that light show, she told Eurynome, that not till now she ever knew her entertain desire to please her Wooers' eyes, but oft on fire she set their hate, in keeping from them still; yet now she pleas'd t' appear, though from no will to do them honour, vowing she would tell her son that of them that should fit him well to make use of, which was, not to converse too freely with their pride, nor to disperse his thoughts amongst them, since they us'd to give good words, but through them ill intents did drive. Eurynome replied: "With good advice You vow his counsel, and your open guise. Go then, advise your son nor keep more close Your cheeks, still drown'd in your eyes' overflows, But bathe your body, and with balms make clear Your thicken'd count'nance. Uncomposéd cheer And ever mourning will the marrow wear. Nor have you cause to mourn; your son hath now Put on that virtue, which, in chief, your vow Wish'd, as your blessing, at his birth, might deck His blood and person. But forbear to speak Of baths or balmings, or of beauty now," The Queen replied, "lest urging comforts you Discomfort much, because the Gods have won The spoil of my looks since my lord was gone, But these must serve. Call hither then to me Hippodamia and Autonoé, That those our train additions may supply Our own deserts. And yet besides, not I, With all my age, have learn'd the boldness yet T' expose myself to men, unless I get Some other gracers." This said, forth she went To call the ladies, and much spirit spent To make their utmost speed, for now their Queen Would both herself show, and make them be seen. But now Minerva other projects laid, And through Icarius' daughter's veins convey'd Sweet sleep's desire, in whose soft fumes Involv'd, she was soon as laid, and quite Dissolv'd with all her lineaments. The Goddess then bestow'd immortal gifts on her, That men might wonder at her beauties; and the beams That glister in the deified supremes She clear'd her morning count'nance up withal, even such a radiance as doth round empall Crown'd Cytherea, when her order'd places Conduct the bevy of the dancing Graces, She added to her own, more plump, more high, And fairer than the polish'd ivory, rendering Her parts and presence. This grace done, away the Deity flew, and up did run Her lovely wristed ladies, with a noise That blew the soft chains from her sleeping joys, When she her fair eyes wip'd, and gasping said: "O me unblest! How deep a sweet sleep spread his shades About me! Would Diana please To shoot me with a death no more diseas'd As soon as might be, that no more my moan Might waste my blood in weepings never done, For want of that accomplish'd virtue spher'd In my lov'd lord, to all the Greeks preferr'd." Then she descended with her maids, and took Place in the portal, whence her beamy look Reach'd ev'ry Wooer's heart; yet cast she on So thin a veil, that through it quite there shone A grace so stol'n, it pleas'd above the clear, And sunk the knees of ev'ry Wooer there, Their minds so melted in love's vehement fires, That to her bed she heighten'd all desires. The prince then coming near, she said: "O son, thy thoughts and judgments have not yet Put on that constancy in what Becomes their good, which all expect in thee. Thy younger blood did sparkle choicer spirits, but arriv'd At this full growth, wherein their form hath thriv'd Beyond the bounds of childhood, and when Now beholders should affirm, this man doth grow Like the rare son of his matchless sire, His goodliness, his beauty, and his fire Of soul aspir'd to, thou mak'st nothing good Thy fate, nor fortune, nor thy height of blood In manage of thy actions. What a deed Of foul desert hath thy gross suff'rance freed Beneath thine own roof, a poor stranger here Us'd most unmanly! How will this appear to all the world, when fame shall trumpet out, that thus and thus are our guests beat about our court unrighted? 'Tis a blaze will show extremely shameful to your name and you." "I blame you not, O mother," he replied, "That this clear wrong sustain'd by me you chide. Yet know I both the good and bad of all, Being past the years in which young errors fall. But, all this known, skill is not so exact To give, when once it knows, things fit their fact. I well may doubt the prease of strangers here, Who, bent to ill, and only my nerves near, May do it in despite. And yet the jar Betwixt our guests and Irus was no war Wrought by the Wooers, nor our guests sustain'd Wrong in that action, but the conquest gain'd. And would to Jove, Minerva, and the Sun, That all your Wooers might serve contention For such a purchase as the beggar made, And wore such weak heads. Some should death invade, Strew'd in the entry; some embrue the hall, Till every man had vengeance capital, Saddled like Irus at the gates, his head Every way nodding, like one forfeited To reeling Bacchus, knees nor feet his own, To bear him where he's better lov'd or known. Their speeches giv'n this end, Eurymachus Began his courtship, and express'd it thus: "Most wise Icarius' daughter, if all those That did for Colchos venturous sail dispose For that rich purchase, had before but seen Earth's richer prize in th' Ithacensian queen, They had not made that voyage, but to you Would all their virtues and their beings vow. Should all the world know what a worth you store, To morrow than to day, and the next light, more Your court should banquet, since to all dames You are far preferr'd, both for the grace Of show, in stature, beauty, form in ev'ry kind Of all parts outward, and for faultless mind." "Alas," said she, "my virtue, body, form, The Gods have blasted with that only storm That ravish'd Greece to Ilion, since my lord For that war shipp'd, bore all my goods aboard. If he, return'd, should come and govern here My life's whole state, the grace of all things there His guide would heighten, as the spirit it bore Which dead in me lives, giv'n him long before. A sad course I live now; Heav'n's stern decree With many an ill hath numb'd and deaded me. He took life with him, when he took my hand In parting from me to the Trojan strand. These words my witness: 'Woman, I conceive That not all the Achives bound for Troy Shall leave their native earth their safe returned bones; Fame saying, that Troy trains up approved sons In deeds of arms, brave putters off of shafts, For winging lances masters of their crafts, Unmatchéd riders, swift of foot, and straight Can arbitrate a war of deadliest weight. Hope then can scarce fill all with life's supply, And of all any failing, why not I? Nor do I know, if God hath marshall'd me Amongst the safe return'd, or his decree Hath left me to the thraldom order'd there. However, all cares be thy burthens here; My sire and mother tend as much now; I further off; more near in cares be you. Your son to man's state grown, wed whom you will, And, you gone, his care let his household fill." Thus made my lord his will, which heav'n sees Prov'd almost at all parts; for the sun Remov'd down to his set ere long will lead The night of those abhorr'd nuptials, That should fright each worthy woman; which her second are with any man that breathes; Her first lord's care dead, because he To flesh and blood is dead; which I fear I shall yield to, and so wed A second husband; and my reason is, Since Jove hath taken from me all his bliss. Whom God gives over, they themselves forsake; Their griefs their joys, their God their devil make. And 'tis a great grief, nor was seen till now In any fashion of such men as woo A good and wealthy woman, and contend Who shall obtain her, that those men should spend Her beeves and best sheep, as their chiefest ends; But rather that herself, and all her friends They should with banquets and rich gifts entreat. Their life is death, that live with others meet. Divine Ulysses much rejoic'd to hear His queen thus fish for gifts, and keep in cheer. Their hearts with hope that she would wed again, Her mind yet still her first intent retain. Antinous saw the Wooers won to give, And said: "Wise queen, by all your means receive Whatever bounty any Wooer shall use. Gifts freely given 'tis folly to refuse. For know, that we resolve not to be gone To keep our own roofs, till of all some one, Whom best you like, your long woo'd love shall win." This pleas'd the rest, and ev'ry one Sent in his present by the herald. First had place Antinous' gift, a robe of special grace, Exceedingly full and fair, and 20 hues Chang'd lustre to it; to which choice of shows 12 massy plated buttons, all of gold, And rich the substance, made to fairly hold The robe together, all lac'd down before, Where keeps and catches both sides of it wore. Eurymachus a golden tablet gave, In which did Art her choicest works engrave, And round about an amber verge did run, That cast a radiance from it like the sun. Eurydamas 2 servants had, that bore 2 goodly earrings, whose rich hollows wore 3 pearls in either, like so many eyes, Reflecting glances radiant as the skies. The king Pisander great Polyctor's heir A casket gave, exceeding rich and fair. The other wealthy gifts commended To her fair hand, which took, and straight Ascended this Goddess of her sex Her upper state, her ladies all her gifts Elaborate up bearing after. All to dancing then the Wooers went, And song's delightful strain, in which they frolick'd Till the evening came, and then rais'd Sable Hesperus his flame, When, for their lights within, they set up there 3 lamps, whose wicks were wood exceeding sere And passing porous, which they caus'd to burn, Their matter ever minister'd by turn Of sev'ral handmaids; whom Ulysses seeing Too conversant with Wooers, ill agreeing With guise of maids, advis'd in this fair sort: "Maids of your long lack'd king, keep you the port Your queen's chaste presence bears. Go up to her, employ your looms or rocks, And keep ye there. I'll serve to feed these lamps. Should these lords' dances last till Aurora cheer'd us with their glances, They cannot weary me, for I'm one Born to endure when all men else have done." They wantonly brake out in laughters all, Look'd on each other, and to terms did fall Cheek proud Melantho, who was Dolius' seed, Kept by the queen, that gave her dainty bread Fit for her daughter, and yet won not so Her heart to her, to share in any woe She suffer'd for her lord, but she was great With great Eurymachus, and her love's heat In his bed quench'd. And this choleric thing Bestow'd this railing language on the king: "Base stranger, you are taken in your brain, You talk so wildly. Never you again Can get where you were born, and seek your bed In some smith's hovel, or the market stead, But here you must take confidence to prate Before all these, for fear can get no state In your wine hardy stomach. Or 'tis like to prove Your native garb, your tongue will strike On this side of your mouth still, being at best. Is the man idle-brain'd for want of rest? Or proud because he beat the roguish beggar? Take heed, sir, lest some better man Beleaguer your ears with his fists, and set Headlong hence your bold abode here With your blood's expense." He, looking sternly on her, answer'd her: "Dog! What broad language giv'st thou? I'll prefer Your usage to the prince, that he may fall Foul on your fair limbs till he tell them all." This fray'd the wenches, and all straight got gone In fear about their business, ev'ry one Confessing he said well. But he stood now Close by the cressets, and did looks bestow On all men there, his brain employ'd About some sharper business then To dance it out, which had not long to go. Nor therefore would Minerva let the Wooers' spleens grow cold With too good usage of him, that his heart Might fret enough, and make his choler smart. Eurymachus provok'd him first, and made His fellow laugh, with the conceit he had fetch'd Far from what was spoken long before, That this poor form perhaps some deity bore. "It may well chance," said he, "some God doth bear This man's resemblance; for, thus standing near The glist'ring torches, his slick'd head doth throw Beams round about it, as those cressets do; For not a hair he hath to give it shade. Say, will thy heart serve t' undertake a trade For fitting wages? Should I take thee hence To walk my grounds, and look to ev'ry fence, Or plant high trees, thy hire should raise Thy forces, food store, and clothes. But these same idle courses thou art so prompt in That thou wilt not work, but forage up and down and beg and lurk in every house whose roofs hold any will to feed such fellows, that the gut may fill gives end to all thy being." He replied, "I wish at any work we too were tried in height of spring time, when heaven's lights are long, I, a good crook'd scythe that were sharp and strong, you such another, where the grass grew deep, up by daybreak, and both our labours keep up till slow darkness ease the labouring light, fasting all day, and not a crumb till night, we then should prove our either workmanship. Or, if again, beeves that the goad or whip were apt to obey before tearing a plough, big lusty beasts, alike in bulk and brow, alike in labour and alike in strength, our task 4 acres, to be tilled in length of one sole day, again, then you should try if the dull glebe before the plough should fly, or I a long stitch could bear clean and even, or lastly, if the guide of earth and heaven should stir stern war up, either here or there, and that at this day I had double spear, and shield, and steel casque fitting for my brows, at this work likewise, midst the foremost blows, your eyes should note me, and get little cause to twit me with my belly's sole applause. But you affect to affect with injury, your mind ungentle, seem in valour high, because 'gainst few, and those not of the best, your conversation hath been still profess'd. But if Ulysses landed on his earth, and enter'd on the true right of his birth, should come and front ye, straight his ample gates your feet would hold too narrow for your fates." He frown'd, raged, call'd him wretch, and vow'd to be his death, since he durst prove so proud amongst so many, to tell him so home what he affected, ask'd, if overcome with wine he were, or, as his minions said, talk'd still so idly, and were palsied in his mind's instruments, or was proud because he gat from Iris off with such applause. With all which, snatching up a stool, he threw, when old Ulysses to the knees withdrew of the Dulichian lord Amphinomus, as if he fear'd him. His dart missing thus his aged object, and his page's hand, a boy that waited on his cup's command, now holding of an ewer to him, he smit, down fell the sounding ewer, and after it the guiltless page lay sprawling in the dust, and crying out. When all the Wooers thrust a tumult up amongst them, wishing all the rogue had perish'd in some hospital, before his life there stirr'd such uproars up, and with rude speeches spiced their pleasure's cup. And all this for a beggar to fulfill a filthy proverb, good still yields to ill. The prince cried out to them to let the bad obscure the good so, told 'em they were mad, abus'd their banquet, and affirm'd some God tried masteries with them, bade them take their load of food and wine, sit up, or fall to bed at their free pleasures, and since he gave head to all their freedoms, why should they mistake their own rich humours for a beggar's sake? All bit their lips, to be so taken down, and taught the course that should have been their own, admir'd the prince, and said he bravely spoke. But Nisus' son then struck the equal stroke, and said: "O friends, let no man here disdain to put up equal speeches, nor maintain with serious words and humour, nor with stroke a stranger in another's house provoke, nor touch the meanest servant, but confine all these dissensions in a bowl of wine, which fill us, cup‐bearer, that, having done our nightly sacrifice, we may atone our powers with sleep, resigning first the guest up to the prince, that holds all interest in his disposure here, the house being his in just descent, and all the faculties." This all approved, when noble Mulius, herald in chief to lord Amphinomus, the wine distributed with reverend grace to every Wooer. When the Gods' giv'n place with service fit they serv'd themselves, and took their parting cups, till when they all had strook the angry humour off, they bent to rest, and every Wooer to several roofs address'd. End of the 18th Book. The 19th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. The 19th Book of the Odysseys of Homer.
Translated by George Chapman. The Argument. Ulysses and his son eschew Offending of the wooer's view With any armour. His birth seat, Ulysses tells his queen, is Crete. Euryclea the truth yet found, Discover'd a scar‐healed wound, Which in Parnassus' tops a boar, Struck by him in his chase, did gore. Another Argument. Ta. The king still hid by what he said, By what he did informs his maid. Yet did divine Ulysses keep his roof, And with Minerva plotted still the proof Of all the wooers' deaths, when thus his son He taught with these four counsels: We must run A close course with these arms, and lay them by, And to the wooers make so fair a sky As it would never thunder. Let me then, that you may well retain, Repeat again what in Eumæus' cottage I advis'd. If when they see no leisure exercis'd In fetching down your arms, and ask'd what use Your mind will give them, say, 'Tis their abuse With smoke and rust that makes you take them down, This not being like the armoury well known To the leavings of Laertes' son, Consorting the design for Ilion. Your eyes may see how much they are infected, As all fire's vapours ever since reflected On those sole arms. Besides, a graver thought Jove graves within you, lest their spirits wrought Above their pitch with wine, they might contend At some high banquet, and to wounds transcend, Their feast inverting, which, perhaps, may be Their nuptial feast with wise Penelope. The ready weapon, when the blood is up, Doubles the uproar heighten'd by the cup. Wrath's means for act, curb all the ways ye can, As loadstones draw the steel, so steel draws man. Retain these words, nor what is good think, thus Receiv'd at second hand, superfluous. The son obeying did Euryclea call, And bade her shut in the utter porches all The other women, till himself brought down His father's arms, which all were overgrown By his neglect with rust, his father gone, And he too childish to spend thoughts upon Those manly implements. But he would now Reform those young neglects, and the arms bestow Past reach of smoke. The loving nurse replied: I wish, O son, your powers would once provide For wisdom's habit, see your household were In thrifty manage, and tend all things there. But if these arms must down, and every maid Be shut in utter rooms, who else should aid Your work with light? He answer'd: This my guest: There shall no one in my house taste my feast, Or join in my nave that shall idly live, However far hence he his home derive. He said, and his words stood. The doors she shut Of that so well fill'd house, and the other put Their thoughts in act, best shields, helms, sharpen'd lances brought down, And Pallas before both advances A golden cresset, that did cast a light As if the day sat in the throne of night. When, half amaz'd, the prince said: O my father, mine eyes my soul's powers all In wonder gather; for though the walls And goodly wind beams here, all these pillars, that their heads so rear, And all of fir, they seem yet all of fire. Some God is surely with us. His wise sire Bade peace, and keep the counsels of the Gods, Nor ask'd a word. These powers that use abodes Above the stars, have power from thence To shine through night and all shades to earth's Inmost mine. Go thou for sleep, and leave me here To wake the women, and the queen whose heart Doth ache to make inquiry for myself Of me. He went to sleep, where lights did endlessly Burn in his night rooms, where he feasted rest, Till day's fair weed did all the world invest. Thus was divine Ulysses left alone With Pallas, plotting foul confusion To all the wooers. Forth then came the queen, Phœbe, with golden Cytherea seen, Her port presented; whom they set a chair Aside the fire, the fashion circular, The substance silver and rich elephant; Whose fabric did the cunning finger vaunt Of great Icmalius, who besides had done A footstool for her, that did suit her throne, On which they cast an ample skin, to be The cushion for her other royalty. And there she sat, about whom came her maids, Who brought upon a table store of breads, And bowls that with the wooers' wine were crown'd. The embers then they cast upon the ground From out the lamps, and other fuel added, That still with cheerful flame the sad house gladded. Melantha, seeing still Ulysses there, Thus she held out her spleen.
Still, stranger, here, thus late in night, to see what ladies do? Avaunt, you wretch! Hence, go without doors, go, and quickly too, lest ye be singed away with burning firebrands." He, thus seeing their fray continued by her with such spleen, replied: "Minion, what makes your angry blood thus chide my presence still? Is it because you see I shine not in your wanton bravery, but wear these rags? It fits the needy fate that makes me beg thus of the common state. Such poor souls and such beggars yet are men, and even my mean means had to maintain a wealthy house, and kept a manly press, was counted blest, and the poor access of any beggar did not scorn, but feed with often hand, and any man of need relieved as fitted. Kept my servants too, not few, but did with those additions go that call choice men the honest, who are styl'd the rich, the great. But what such great ones build Jove oft pulls down, as thus he ruin'd me. His will was such, which is his equity. And therefore, woman, bear your fitting hand On your behaviour, lest your spirit thus mann'd And cherish'd with your beauties, when they wane Comes down, your pride now being then your bane. And in the mean space shun the present danger, Lest your bold fashion breed your sov'reign's anger. Or lest Ulysses come, of whom ev'n yet Hope finds some life in fate; or, be his seat Amongst the merely ruin'd, yet his son, Whose life's heat Phœbus saves, is such a one As can discover who doth well deserve Of any woman here his years now serve." The Queen gave ear, and thus suppress'd the flame: "Thou quite without a brow, past female shame, I hear thy monstrous boldness, which thy head Shall pay me pains for. Thou hast heard it said, And from myself too, and ev'ry part Thy knowledge serves thee, that to ease my heart So punish'd in thy witness, my desire Dwelt on this stranger, that I might enquire My lost friend's being; but 'tis ever tried, Both man and God are still forgot with pride. Eurynomé, bring here this guest a seat, And cushion on it, that we two may treat Of the affair in question. Set it near, That I may softly speak, yet he well hear." She did this little freely, and he sat Close by the Queen, who ask'd him whence, And what he was himself, and what the inhabited place Where liv'd his parents, whence he fetch'd his race. "O woman," he replied, "with whom no man, That moves in earth's unbounded circle, can Maintain contention for true honour giv'n, Whose fame hath reach'd the fairly flowing heav'n, Who, like a never ill deserving king That is well spoke of, first, for worshipping And striving to resemble God in empire, Whose equal hand impartially doth temper Greatness and goodness, to whom therefore bears The black earth store of all grain, trees confers Cracking with burthen, long liv'd herds creates, All which the sea with her sorts emulates, And all this feeds beneath his pow'rful hand Men, valiant, many, making strong his land With happy lives led; nothing else the cause Of all these blessings but well order'd laws. Like such a king are you, in love, in fame, And all the bliss that deifies a dame. And therefore do not mix this with a moan So wretched as is now in question. Ask not my race nor country, lest you fill My heart yet fuller with repeated ill. For I must follow it with many tears, Though 'tis not seemly to sit wounding ears In public roofs with our particular life. Time's worst expense is still repeated grief. I should be irksome to your ladies here, And you yourself would say you urg'd your ear To what offends it, my still broken eyne Supposing wounded with your too much wine." "Stranger," said she, "you fear your own excess With giving me too great a nobleness. The Gods my person, beauty, virtue too, Long since subverted, when the Ilion woe The Greek design attempted, in which went My praise and honour. In his government Had I deserv'd your utmost grace; but now Sinister Deity makes dishonour woo, In show of grace, my ruin. All the peers, Sylvans Acynthus and Dulichius, Spheres, Samos, and Ithaca, strange strifes have shown To win me, spending on me all mine own, Will wed me in my spite, And these are those that take from me all virtue to dispose, or guest, or suppliant, or take any course amongst my heralds, that should all disperse to order anything. Though I need none to give me grief at home, abroad errs one that my veins shrink for, whom, these holding gone, their nuptials hasten, and find me as slow. Good spirits prompt me to make a show of undertaking a most curious task, that an unmeasur'd space of time would ask, which they enduring long would often say, When ends thy work? I soon had my delay, and pray'd their stay, for though my lord were dead, his father's life yet matter'd ministred that must employ me, which, to tell them true, was that great work I nam'd. For now near drew Laertes' death, and on my hand did lie his funeral robe, whose end being now so nigh I must not leave, and lose so much begun, the rather lest the Greek dames might be won to tax mine honour, if a man so great should greet his grave without his winding sheet. Pride made them credulous, and I went on, when whatsoever all the day had done, I made the night help to undo again, though oil and watch it cost, and equal pain. 3 years my wit secur'd me undiscern'd, yet when the 4th came, by my maids discern'd, false careless wenches, how they were deluded, when, by my light discern'd, they all intruded, using threat'ning words, and made me give it end. And then could I to no more length extend My linger'd nuptials, not a counsel more Was to be stood upon, my parents bore Continual hand on me to make me wed. My son grew angry that so ruined His goods were by them. He is now a man Wise in a great degree, and one that can Himself give order to his household fair, And Jove give equal glory to his care. But thus you must not pass me. I must know. It may be for more end, from whence doth grow Your race and you, for I suppose you none Sprung of old oak, or justled out of stone." He answer'd: "O Ulysses' reverend wife, Yet hold you purpose to enquire my life? I'll tell you, though it much afflict me more Than all the sorrows I have felt before, As worthily it may, since so long time As I have wander'd from my native clime Through human cities, and in suff'rance still To rip all wounds up, though of all their ill I touch but part, must actuate all their pain. But, ask you still, I'll tell, though still sustain. In the middle of the sable sea there lies An isle call'd Crete, a ravisher of eyes, Fruitful, and mann'd with many an infinite store, Where 90 cities crown the famous shore, Mix'd with all languag'd men. There Greeks survive, There the great minded Eteocretans live, There the Dorensian never out of war, The Cydons there, and there the singular Pelasgian people. There does Gnossus stand, that mighty city, Where had most command great Jove's disciple Minos, who 9 years conferr'd with Jove, Both great familiars in mutual counsels. And this Minos' son, the mighty minded King Deucalion, was sire to me, and royal Idomen, who with Atrides went to Ilion then. My elder brother, and the better man, My name Æthon. At that time began My knowledge of Ulysses, whom my home Receiv'd with guest rites. He was thither come By force of weather from the Malian coast, But new got off, where he the navy lost. Then under sail for Troy, and wind bound lay Long in Amnisus, hardly got away From horrid storms that made him anchor there, In havens that sacred to Lucina were, Dreadful and dangerous, in whose bosom crept Lucina's cavern. But in my roof slept Ulysses, shor'd in Crete, who first enquire For royal Idomen, and much desir'd To taste his guest rites, since to him had been A welcome guest my brother Idomen. The 10th or 11th light on Ulysses shin'd In stay at Crete, attending then the wind For threaten'd Ilion. All which time my house With love and entertainments curious Embrac'd his person, though a number more My hospitable roofs receiv'd before. His men I likewise call'd, and from the store Allow'd them meal and heat exciting wine, And oxen for their slaughter, to confine In my free hand the utmost of their need. 12 days the Greeks stay'd, ere they got them freed. A gale so bitter blew out of the north, That none could stand on earth, being tumbled forth By some stern God. But on the 13th day the tempest ceas'd, and then went Greeks their way. Thus many tales Ulysses told his wife, At most but painting, yet most like the life; Of which her heart such sense took through her ears, It made her weep as she would turn to tears. And as from off the mountains melts the snow, Which Zephyr's breath conceal'd, but was made flow By hollow Eurus, which so fast pours down, That with their torrent floods have overflown; So down her fair cheeks her kind tears did glide, Her mist lord mourning set so near her side. Ulysses much was mov'd to see her mourn, Whose eyes yet stood as dry as iron or horn In his untroubled lids, which in his craft Of bridling passion he from issue saft. When she had giv'n her moan so many tears, That now 'twas satiate, her yet loving fears Ask'd thus much further: "You have thus far tried My love's credulity; but if gratified With so long stay he was with you, you can Describe what weed he wore, what kind of man Both he himself was, and what followers Observ'd him there?" "Alas," said he, "the years Have grown so many since, this making now Their 20th revolution, that my show Of these slight notes will set my memory sore. But to my now remembrance this he wore: A double purple robe, drawn close before With golden buttons, plaited thick, and bore A facing where 100 colours shin'd. About the skirts a hound a freckled hind In full course hunted. On the fore skirts yet He pinch'd and pull'd her down, when with her feet, And all her force, she struggled hard for flight; Which had such life in gold, that to the sight It seem'd the hind itself, for ev'ry hue, The hound, and all so answering the view That all admir'd all. I observ'd beside His inner weed, so rarely beautified That dumb amaze it bred, and was as thin As any dry and tender onion skin. As soft 'twas too, and glister'd like the sun. The women were to loving wonder won By him and by his weeds. But, by the way, You must excuse me, that I cannot say He brought this suit from home, or had it there Sent for some present, or perhaps Elsewhere receiv'd it for his guest gift. For your lord had friends not few; the fleet Did not afford many that had not fewer. I bestow'd a well edg'd sword on him, A robe that flow'd in folds and fullness, and did reach his feet, Of richest purple; brought him to his fleet With all my honour. And besides, to add To all his sifted circumstance, he had A herald there, in height a little more Put from the earth, that thicker shoulders wore; A swarthy companion, and a curled head, His name Eurybates; and much instead He stood your king, employ'd in most command, Since most of all his mind could understand. When all these signs she knew for chiefly true, Desire of moan upon her beauties grew; And yet, ev'n that desire suffic'd, she said: "Till this, my guest, a wretched state array'd Your ill us'd person; but from this hour forth You shall be honour'd, and find all the worth That fits a friend." Those weeds these hands bestow'd From out my wardrobe, those gold buttons sew'd Before for closure, and for ornament. But never more must his return present The person that gave those adornments state; And therefore, under an abhorréd fate, Was he induc'd to feed the common fame, To visit vile Troy, I, too vile to name. "No more yet mourn," said he, "nor thus see pin'd Your lovely person; weeping wastes the mind. And yet I blame you not; for any dame That weds one young, and brings to him his name, Whatever man he is, will mourn his loss. Much more respectful then must show your woes That weep thus for Ulysses, who, fame says, Was equal with the Gods in all his ways. But where no cause is, there must be no moan; And therefore hear me; my relation shall lay The clear truth naked to your view. I heard amongst the Thesprots, for most true, That lord Ulysses liv'd, and stood just now On his return for home; that wealth did flow In his possession, which he made not known, But begg'd amongst the people, since alone He quite was left; for all his men were lost In getting off from the Trinacrian coast. Jove in the sun was wroth with them for rape Made of his oxen, and no man let 'scape The rugged deeps of Neptune, only he, The ship's keel only keeping, was by sea cast on the fair Phæacian continent, where men survive that are the gods' descent, and like a god receiv'd him, gave him heaps of wealthy gifts, and would conduct his steps themselves safe home, which he might long ago his pleasure make, but profit would not so. He gather'd going, and had mighty store of gold in safeguard, so beyond the shore that common sails kept, his high flood of wit bore glorious top, and all the world for it hath far exceeded. All is Phædon told, that doth the sceptre of Thesprotia hold, who swore to me in household sacrifice the ship was launch'd, and men to man the prize, that soon should set him on his country earth, show'd me the goods, enough to serve the birth that in the 10th age of his seed should spring, yet in his court contain'd. But then the king, your husband, for Dodona was in way, that from the oraculous oak he might display Jove's will what course for home would best prevail, to come in pomp, or bear a secret sail. But me the king dispatch'd in course before, a ship then bound for the Dulichian shore. So thus you see his safety whom you mourn, who now is passing near, and his return no more will punish with delays, but see his friends and country. All which truth to thee I'll seal with sacred oath. Be witness, Jove, thou first and best of all the throned above, and thou house of the great Laertes' heir, to whose high roofs I tender my repair, that what I tell the queen event shall crown. This year Ulysses shall possess his own, nay, ere the next month ends, shall here arrive, nay, ere it enters, here abide alive. O may this prove, said she, gifts, friendship then should make your name the most renown'd of men, but 'tis of me receiv'd, and must so sort, that nor my lord shall ever see his court, nor you gain your deduction thence, for now the alter'd house doth no such man allow as was Ulysses, if he ever were, to entertain a rev'rend passenger, and give him fair dismission. But, maids, see ye bathe his feet, and then with tapestry, best sheets and blankets, make his bed, and lay soft waistcoats by him, that, lodg'd warm, he may even till the golden seated morning's ray enjoy good rest, and then, with her first light, bathe and give alms, that cherish'd appetite he may apply within our hall, and sit safe by Telemachus. Or, if the unfit and harmful mind of any be so base to grieve his age again, let none give grace of doing any deed he shall command, how wroth soever, to his barbarous hand. For how shall you, guest, know me for a dame that pass'd so far, nay, turn and wind the fame of other dames for wisdom, and the frame of household usage, if your poor thin weeds I let draw on you want, and worser deeds, that may, perhaps, cause here your latest day? The life of man is short, and flies away. And if the ruler's self of households be ungentle, studying inhumanity, the rest prove worse, but he bears all the blame. All men will, living, vow against his name mischiefs and miseries, and dead supply with bitter epitaphs his memory. But if himself be noble, noble things doing and knowing, all his underlings will imitate his noblesse, and all guests give it in many, many interests. But, worthiest queen, said he, where you command baths and rich beds for me, I scorn to stand on such state now, nor ever thought it yet. Since first I left the snowy hills of Crete, where once I fell a shipboard, those thoughts fled. I love to take now, as long since, my bed. Though I began the use with sleepless nights, I many a darkness with right homely rites Have spent ere this hour, and desire the morn Would come, and make sleep to the world a scorn. Nor run these dainty baths in my rude head, Nor any handmaid to your service bred Shall touch my ill‐kept feet, unless there live Some poor old drudge here, that hath learn'd to give Old men good usage, and no work will fly, As having suffer'd ill as much as I. But if there liv'd one such in your command, I will not shame to give my foot her hand. She gave this answer: O my loved guest, there never enter'd these kind roofs for rest Stranger or friend that so much wisdom laid In gage for guest rites, as your lips have paid. There lives an old maid in my charge, that knows The good you speak of by her many woes, that nourish'd and brought up, with curious care, the unhappy man, your old familiar, even since his mother let him view the light, and oft hath felt in her weak arms his weight. And she, though now much weaker, shall apply her maiden service to your modesty. Euryclea, rise, and wash the feet of one that is of one age with your sov'reign gone. Such hands such feet hath, though of alter'd grace. Much grief in men will bring on change apace. She, from her aged slumber wak'd, did clear her heavy eyes, and instantly, to hear her sov'reign's name, had work enough to dry her cheeks from tears, and to his memory these moans did offer: "O my son," said she, "I can never take grief enough for thee, whom goodness hurts, and whom even Jove's high spleen, since thou art Jove like, hates the most of men. For none hath offer'd him so many thighs, nor such whole hecatombs of sacrifice, fat and selected, as thy zeal hath done, for all but praying that thy noble son thy happy age might see at state of man. And yet hath Jove with mists Cimmerian put out the light of his returning day. As you yourself, O father, in your way took these fair roofs for hospitable rites, yet find, for them, our dogged women's spites, so he in like course, being driv'n to proof long time ere this, what such a royal roof would yield his miseries, found such usage there. And you, now flying the foul language here, and many a filthy fact of our fair dames, fly me like them, and put on causeless shames to let me cleanse your feet. For not the cause the Queen's command yields is the pow'r that draws my will to wash your feet, but what I do proceeds from her charge and your rev'rence too, since I in soul am stricken with a ruth of your distresses, and past show of truth, your strangeness claiming little interest in my affections. And yet many a guest of poor condition hath been harbour'd here, but never any did so right appear like King Ulysses as yourself, for state both of your stature, voice, and very gait." "So all have said he, that ever yet had the proportions of our figures met in their observance. So right your eye proves in your soul your judging faculty." Thus took she up a caldron brightly scour'd, to cleanse his feet in, and into it pour'd store of cold wave, which on the fire she set, and therein bath'd, being temperately heat, her sov'reign's feet. Who turn'd him from the light, since suddenly he doubted her conceit, so rightly touching at his state before, a scar, now seeing on his foot, that bore an old note to discern him, might descry the absolute truth, which, witness'd by her eye, was straight approv'd. He first receiv'd this sore, as in Parnassus' tops a white tooth'd boar he stood in chase withal, who struck him there, at such time as he liv'd a sojourner with his grandsire, Autolycus, who the art of theft and swearing, not out of the heart but by equivocation, first adorn'd your witty man withal, and was suborn'd by Jove's descent, ingenious Mercury, who did bestow it, since so many a thigh of lambs and kids he had on him bestow'd in sacred flames, who therefore when he vow'd was ever with him. And this man impos'd Ulysses' name, the light being first disclos'd to his first sight then, when his grandsire came to see the then preferrer of his fame, his lovéd daughter. The first supper done, Euryclea put in his lap her son, and pray'd him to bethink and give his name, since that desire did all desires inflame. "Daughter and son in law," said he, "let then the name that I shall give him stand with men, since I arriv'd here at the hour of pain, in which mine own kind entrails did sustain Moan for my daughter's yet unended throes, and when so many men's and women's woes, In joint compassion met of human birth, Brought forth to attend the many feeding earth, let Odysseus be his name, as one expos'd to just constraint of all men's moan. When here at home he is arriv'd at state Of man's first youth, he shall initiate His practis'd feet in travel made abroad, And to Parnassus, where mine own abode And chief means lie, address his way, where I will give him from my open'd treasury What shall return him well, and fit the fame Of one that had the honour of his name." For these fair gifts he went, and found all grace Of hands and words in him and all his race. Amphithea, his mother's mother, too, applied her to his love, withal, to do a grand dame's welcomes. both his fair eyes kiss'd, and brows, and then commanded to assist Were all her sons by their respected sire In furnishing a feast, whose ears did fire Their minds with his command; who home straight led A 5 years old male ox, fell'd, slew, and flay'd, Gather'd about him, cut him up with art, Spitted and roasted, and his every part Divided orderly. So all the day They spent in feast; no man went his way Without his fit fill. When the sun was set, And darkness rose, they slept, till the day's fire het Th' enlighten'd earth, and then on hunting went, Both hounds and all Autolycus' descent, In whose guide did divine Ulysses go, Climb'd steep Parnassus, on whose forehead grow All sylvan offsprings round; and soon they reach'd The concaves, whence air's sounding vapours fetch'd Their loud descent. As soon as any sun Had from the ocean, where his waters run In silent deepness, rais'd his golden head, The early huntsmen all the hill had spread, Their hounds before them on the searching trail, They near, and ever eager to assail, Ulysses brandishing a lengthful lance, Of whose first flight he long'd to prove the chance. Then found they lodg'd a boar of bulk extreme, In such a queach as never any beam The sun shot pierc'd, nor any pass let find The moist impressions of the fiercest wind, Nor any storm the sternest winter drives, Such proof it was; yet all within lay leaves In mighty thickness, and through all this flew The hounds' loud mouths. The sounds the tumult threw, And all together rous'd the boar, that rush'd Amongst their thickest, all his bristles push'd From forth his rough neck, and with flaming eyes Stood close, and dar'd all. On which horrid prize Ulysses first charg'd, whom above the knee The savage struck, and rac'd it crookedly Along the skin, yet never reach'd the bone. Ulysses' lance yet through him quite was thrown At his right shoulder ent'ring; at his left The bright head passage to his keenness cleft, And show'd his point gilt with the gushing gore. Down in the dust fell the extended boar, And forth his life flew. To Ulysses round His uncle drew, who, woful for his wound, With all art bound it up, and with a charm Stay'd the blood, went home, and when the harm Receiv'd full cure, with gifts, and all event Of joy and love to his lov'd home they sent Their honour'd nephew; whose return his sire And reverend mother took with joys entire, Enquir'd all passages, all which he gave In good relation, nor of all Would save his wound from utt'rance, by whose scar He came to be discover'd by this aged dame; Which when she cleansing felt, and noted well, Down from her lap into the caldron fell His weighty foot, that made the brass resound, Turn'd all aside, and on th' embrewéd ground Spilt all the water. Joy and grief together Her breast invaded, and of weeping weather Her eyes stood full. Her small voice stuck Within her part expressive, till at length His chin she took, and spake to him: "O son," said she, "thou art Ulysses, Nor canst other be, nor could I know thee yet, Till all my king I had gone over with The warméd spring." Then look'd she for the queen to tell her all, And yet knew nothing sure, though nought could fall In compass of all thoughts to make her doubt. Minerva that distraction struck Throughout her mind's rapt forces that she Might not tell. Ulysses, noting yet her aptness well, With one hand took her chin, and made all show Of favour to her; with the other drew Her offer'd parting closer, ask'd her why She, whose kind breast had nurs'd so tenderly His infant life, would now his age destroy, Though 20 years had held him from the joy Of his lov'd country. But since only she, God putting her in mind, now knew 'twas he charg'd her silence, and to let no ear In all the court more know his being there; Lest, if God gave into his wreakful hand The insulting Wooers' lives, he did not stand On any partial respect with her, Because his nurse, and to the rest prefer Her safety therefore, but when they should feel His punishing finger give her equal steel. "What words," said she, "fly your retentive pow'rs? You know, you lock your counsels in your tow'rs In my firm bosom, and that I am far From those loose frailties. Like an iron bar, Or a bolt of solid stone, I will contain, And tell you this besides, that if you gain By God's good aid the Wooers' lives in yours, What dames are here their shameless paramours, And have done most dishonour to your worth, My information well shall paint you forth." "It shall not need," said he, "myself will soon, While thus I mask here, set on ev'ry one My sure observance of the worst and best. Be thou then silent, and leave God the rest." This said, the old dame for more water went. The rest was all upon the pavement spent By known Ulysses' foot. More brought, and he supplied beside the sweetest ointments. She his seat drew near the fire, to keep him warm, And with his pierc'd rags hiding close his harm. The queen came near, and said: "Yet, guest, afford Your further patience, till but in a word I tell my woes to you; for well I know That rest's sweet hour her soft foot orders now, When all poor men, how much soever griev'd, Would gladly get their woe watch'd pow'rs reliev'd. But God hath given my grief a heart so great, It will not down with rest, and so I set My judgment up to make it my delight. All day I mourn, yet nothing let the right I owe my charge both in my work and maids. And when the night brings rest to others' aids, I toss my bed, distress with 20 points, Slaught'ring the pow'rs that to my turning joints Convey the vital heat. And as all night Pandareus' daughter poor Edon sings, Clad in the verdure of the yearly springs, When she for Italus, her lovéd son, By Zethus' issue in his madness done To cruel death, pours out her hourly moan, And draws the ears to her of ev'ry one; So flows my moan that cuts in two my mind, And here and there gives my discourse the wind. Uncertain whether I shall with my son Abide still here, the safe possession And guard of all goods, rev'rence to the bed Of my lov'd lord, and to put my far off spread Fame with the people, putting still in use, Or follow any best Greek I can choose To his fit house, with treasure infinite, Won to his nuptials. While the infant plight And want of judgment kept my son in guide, He was not willing with my being a bride, Nor with my parting from his court. But now, arriv'd at man's state, he would have me vow My love to some one of my Wooers here, And leave his court, offended that their cheer Should so consume his free possessions. To settle then a choice in these my moans, Hear and expound a dream that did engrave My sleeping fancy. 20 geese I have, All which, methought, mine eye saw tasting wheat In water steep'd, and joy'd to see them eat. When straight a crook‐beak'd eagle from a hill Stoop'd, and truss'd all their necks, and all did kill. When, all left scatter'd on the pavement there, She took her wing up to the Gods' fair sphere. I, ev'n amid my dream, did weep and mourn To see the eagle, with so shrewd a turn, Stoop my sad turrets; when, methought, there came About my mournings many a Grecian dame, To cheer my sorrows; in whose most extreme The hawk came back, and on the prominent beam That cross'd my chamber fell, and us'd to me A human voice, that sounded horribly, And said: "Be confident, Icarius' seed, This is no dream, but what shall chance indeed. The geese the Wooers are, the eagle I. Was heretofore a fowl, but now imply Thy husband's being, and am come to give The Wooers death that on my treasure live." With this sleep left me, and my waking way I took, to try if any violent prey Were made of those my fowls; which well enough I, as before, found feeding at their trough Their yoded wheat. "O woman," he replied, "thy dream can no Interpretation bide But what the eagle made, who was your lord, And said himself would sure effect afford To what he told you, that confusion To all the Wooers should appear, and none Escape the fate and death he had decreed." She answer'd him: "O guest, these dreams exceed The art of man t' interpret, and appear Without all choice or form, nor ever were Perform'd to all at all parts. But there are To these light dreams, that like thin vapours fare, 2 leav'd gates, the one of ivory, The other horn. Those dreams, that fantasy Takes from the polish'd ivory port, delude The dreamer ever, and no truth include. Those, that the glittering horn gate lets abroad, Do evermore some certain truth abode. But this my dream I hold of no such sort To fly from thence. Yet, whichever so port It had access from, it did highly please My son and me. And this my thoughts profess, That day that lights me from Ulysses' court Shall both my infamy and curse consort. I therefore propose them now, in strong contention, Ulysses' bow, which he that easily draws, And from his draught shoots through 12 axes, As did his shaft all set up in a row, And from them all his stand far off kept firm, My fortunes shall dispose, and take me to His house from hence, where I was wed a maid In confluence of feast and riches, such a court Here then as I shall ever in my dreams retain." "Do not," said he, "defer the gameful prize, But set to task their importunities With something else than nuptials; for your lord Will to his court and kingdom be restor'd Before they thread those steels, or draw his bow." "O guest," replied Penelope, "would you thus sit, And please me with your speech, mine ears Would never mine eyelids close their spheres. But none can live without the death of sleep. The Immortals in our mortal memories keep Our ends and deaths by sleep, dividing so, As by the fate and portion of our woe, Our time spent here, to let us nightly try That which we live, as much live as we die. In which use I will to my bed ascend, Which I bedew with tears, and sigh past end Through all my hours spent, since I lost my joy For vile, lewd, never to be naméd Troy. Yet there I'll prove for sleep, which take you here, Or on the earth, if that your custom were, Or have a bed, dispos'd for warmer rest." Thus she left with her ladies her old guest, Ascended her fair chamber, and her bed, Whose sight did ever duly make her shed Tears for her lord, which still her eyes did steep, Till Pallas shut them with delightsome sleep. End of the 19th Book. The 20th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. The 20th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. Translated by George Chapman. The Argument. Ulysses, in the wooers' beds, Resolving first to kill the maids. That sentence giving off, his care For other objects doth prepare. Another Argument. Upsilon. Jove thunder chides, but cheers the king, The wooers' prides discomfiting. Ulysses in the entry laid His head, and under him an ox hide Newly flay'd, above him sheep fells store, And over those Eurynomé cast mantles. His repose would bring no sleep yet, studying the ill He wish'd the wooers, who came by him still With all their wenches, laughing, wantoning, In mutual lightness; which his heart did sting, Contending two ways, if, all patience fled, He should rush up and strike those strumpets dead, Or let that night be last, and take th' extreme Of those proud wooers, that were so supreme In pleasure of their high fed fantasies. His heart did bark within him to surprise Their sports with spoils. No fell she mastiff can, Amongst her whelps, fly eagerer on a man She doth not know, yet scents him something near, And fain would come to please her tooth and tear, That his disdain, to see his roof so filed With those foul fashions, grew within him wild To be in blood of them. But finding best In his free judgment to let passion rest, He chid his angry spirit, and beat his breast, And said: "Forbear, my mind, and think on this. There hath been time when bitter agonies Have tried thy patience. Call to mind the day In which the Cyclops, which pass'd manly sway Of violent strength, devour'd thy friends. Thou then stoodst firmly bold, till from that hellish den Thy wisdom brought thee off, when naught but death Thy thoughts resolv'd on." This discourse did breathe the fiery boundings of his heart, That still lay in that esture, without end His ill yet manly suff'ring. But from side to side It made him toss apace. You have not tried A fellow roasting of a pig before A hasty fire, his belly yielding store Of fat and blood, turn faster, labour more To have it roast, and would not have it burn, Than this and that way his unrest made turn His thoughts and body,
would not quench the fire, and yet not have it heighten his desire past his discretion, and the fit enough of haste and speed, that went to all the proof his well laid plots, and his exploits requir'd, since he, but one, to all their deaths aspir'd. In this contention Pallas stoop'd from heaven, stood over him, and had her presence given a woman's form, who sternly thus began: "Why, thou most sour and wretched fated man Of all that breathe, yet liest thou thus awake? The house in which thy cares so toss and take Thy quiet up is thine, thy wife is there, And such a son, as if thy wishes were To be suffic'd with one they could not mend." "Goddess," said he, "'tis true, but I contend To right their wrongs, and, though I be but one, To lay unhelp'd and wreakful hand upon This whole resort of impudence, that here Their rude assemblies never will forbear. And yet a greater doubt employs my care, That if their slaughters in my reaches are, And I perform them, Jove and you not pleas'd, How shall I fly their friends, and would stand seiz'd Of counsel to resolve this care in me?" "Wretch," she replied, "a friend of worse degree Might win thy credence, that a mortal were. I am us'd to second thee, though nothing near So pow'rful in performance, nor in care. Yet I, a Goddess, that have still had share In thy achievements, and thy person's guard, Must still be doubted by thy brain, so hard To credit anything above thy pow'r; And that must come from heav'n, if ev'ry hour There be not personal appearance made, And aid direct giv'n, that may sense invade. I tell thee therefore clearly, if there were Of divers languag'd men an army here Of 50 companies, all driving hence Thy sheep and oxen, and with violence offer To charge us, and besiege us round, Thou shouldst their prey reprise, and them confound. Let sleep then seize thee. To keep watch all night Consumes the spirits, and makes dull the sight." Thus pour'd the Goddess sleep into his eyes, And reascended th' Olympian skies. When care and lineament resolving sleep Had laid his temples in his golden steep, His wise in chaste wit worthy wife did rise, First sitting up in her soft bed, her eyes Open'd with tears, in care of her estate, Which now her friends resolv'd to terminate To more delays, and make her merry one. Her silent tears then ceas'd, her orison This queen of women to Diana made: "Rev'rend Diana, let thy darts invade My woful bosom, and my life deprive, Now at this instant, or soon after drive My soul with tempests forth, and give it way To those far off dark vaults, where never day Hath pow'r to shine, and let them cast it down Where refulent Oceanus doth crown His curled head, where Pluto's orchard is, And entrance to our after miseries. And such stern whirlwinds ravish'd to that stream Pandareus' daughters, when the Gods to them Had reft their parents, and left them alone, Poor orphan children, in their mansion, Whose desolate life did Love's sweet Queen incline To nurse with pressed milk and sweetest wine; Whom Juno deck'd beyond all other dames With wisdom's light, and beauty's moving flames; Whom Phoebe goodliness of stature render'd, And to whose fair hands wise Minerva tender'd The loom and needle in their utmost skill. And while Love's empress scal'd th' Olympian hill To beg of lightning loving Jove, since he The means to all things knows, and doth decree Fortunes, infortunes to the mortal race, For those poor virgins, th' accomplish'd grace Of sweet nuptials, the fierce Harpies prey'd On ev'ry good and miserable maid, And to the hateful Furies gave them all In horrid service; yet may such fate fall From steep Olympus on my loathed head, Or fair chair'd Phoebe strike me instant dead, That I may undergo the gloomy shore To visit great Ulysses' soul, before I soothe my idle blood, and wed a worse. And yet, beneath how desperate a curse Do I live now! It is an ill that may Be well endur'd, to mourn the whole long day So night's sweet sleeps, that make a man forget Both bad and good, in some degree Would let my thoughts leave grieving. But, both day and night, some cruel God Gives my sad memory sight. This night, methought, Ulysses grac'd my bed In all the goodly state with which he led The Grecian army, which gave joys extreme To my distress, esteeming it no dream, But true indeed, And that conceit I had, that when I saw it false I might be mad, such cruel fates command in my life's guide. By this the morning's orient dews had dyed the earth in all her colours, when the king, in his sweet sleep, supposed the sorrowing that she used, waking in her plaintive bed, to be her mourning, standing by his head, as having known him there, who straight arose, and did again within the hall dispose the carpets and the cushions, where before they served the seats. The hide without the door he carried back, and then with held up hands he prayed to him that heaven and earth commands. O Father Jove, if through the moist and dry you willing brought me home, when misery had punish'd me enough by your free dooms, let some of these within those inner rooms, startled with horror of some strange ostent, come here, and tell me that great Jove hath bent threat'nings without at some lewd men within. To this his prayer Jove shook his sable chin, and thunder'd from those pure clouds that above the breathing air in bright Olympus move. Divine Ulysses joy'd to hear it roar, report of which a woman miller bore straight to his ears, for near to him there ground mills for his corn, that twice 6 women found continual motion, grinding barley meal, and wheat man's marrow. Sleep the eyes did seal of all the other women, having done their usual task, which yet this dame alone had scarce given end to, being of all the rest least fit for labour. But when these sounds press'd her ears, above the rumbling of her mill, she let that stand, look'd out, and heaven's steep hill saw clear and temp'rate, which made her, unware of giving any comfort to his care in that strange sign he prayed for, thus invoke: O King of men and Gods, a mighty stroke thy thund'ring hand laid on the cope of stars, no cloud in all the air, and therefore wars thou bidst to some men in thy sure ostent. Perform to me, poor wretch, the main event, and make this day the last and most extreme, in which the Wooers' pride shall solace them with whorish banquets in Ulysses' roof, that with sad toil to grind them meal enough have quite dissolved my knees. Vouchsafe then now thy thunders may their latest feast foreshow. This was the boon Ulysses begg'd of Jove, which, with his thunder, through his bosom drove a joy, that this vaunt breath'd: Why now these men, despite their pride, will Jove make pay me pain? By this had other maids, than those that lay mix'd with the Wooers, made a fire like day amidst the hearth of the illustrious hall, and then the prince, like a celestial, rose from his bed, to his embalm'd feet tied fair shoes, his sword about his breast applied, took to his hand his sharp piled lance, and met, amidst the entry, his old nurse, that set his haste at sudden stand, to whom he said: O my lov'd nurse, with what grace have you laid and fed my guest here? Could you so neglect his age, to lodge him thus? Though all respect I give my mother's wisdom, I must yet affirm it fail'd in this, for she hath set at much more price a man of much less worth, without his person's note, and yet casts forth with ignominious hands, for his form's sake, a man much better. Do not fault make, good son, the faultless. He was given his seat close to her side, and food till he would eat, wine till his wish was served, for she requir'd his wants, and will'd him all things he desir'd, commanded her chief maids to make his bed; but he, as one whom sorrow only fed, and all infortune, would not take his rest in bed, and coverings fit for any guest, but in the entry, on an ox's hide never at tanner's, his old limbs implied in warm sheep fells, yet over all we cast a mantle, fitting for a man more grac'd. He took her answer, left the house, and went, attended with his dogs, to sift the event of private plots, betwixt him and his sire in common council. Then the crew entire of all the household maids Euryclea bad bestir them through the house, and see it clad in all best form, gave all their parts, and one she set to furnish every seat and throne with needleworks and purple cloths of state, another set to scour and cleanse the plate, another all the tables to make proud with porous sponges, others she bestow'd in all speed to the spring, to fetch from thence fit store of water, all at all expense of pains she will'd to be, for this to all should be a day of common festival, And not a wooer now should seek his home Elsewhere than there, but all were bid to come Exceeding early, and to be rais'd to heaven With all the entertainment could be given. They heard with greedy ears, and ev'ry thing Put straight in practice. 20 to the spring Made speed for water, many in the house Took pains, and all were both laborious And skill'd in labour. Many fell to fell And cleave their wood, and all did more than well. Then troop'd the lusty wooers in, and then Came all from spring. At their heels loaded men With slaughter'd brawns, of all the herd the prize, That had been long fed up in sev'ral styes. Eumæus and his men convey'd them there. He, seeing now the king, began to cheer, And thus saluted him: "How now, my guest? Have yet your virtues found more interest In these great wooers' good respects, or still Pursue they you with all their wonted ill?" "I would to heav'n, Eumæus," he replied, "The Deities once would take in hand their pride, That such unseemly fashions put in frame In others' roofs, as show no spark of shame." Thus these; and to these came Melanthius, Great guardian of the most egregious Rich wooers' herds, consisting all of goats, Which he with 2 more drave, and made their cotes The sounding porticos of that fair court. Melanthius, seeing the king, this former sort Of upland language gave: "What! Still stay here, And dull these wooers with thy wretched cheer? Not gone for ever yet? Why now I see This strife of cuffs betwixt the beggary, That yesterday essay'd to get thee gone, And thy more roguery, needs will fall upon My hands to arbitrate. Thou wilt not hence Till I set on thee. Thy ragged impudence Is so fast footed. Are there not, beside, Other great banquetants? But you must tide At anchor still with us?" He said nothing, but thought ill enough, and shook his head. Then came Philœtius, a chief of men, That to the wooers' all devouring den A barren steer drave, and fat goats; for they In custom were with traffickers by sea, That who they would sent, and had utt'rance there. And for these likewise the fair porches were Hurdles and sheep pens, as in any fair. Philœtius took note in his repair Of seen Ulysses, being a man as well Giv'n to his mind's use as to buy and sell, Or do the drudgery that the blood desir'd, And standing near Eumæus, this enquir'd: "What guest is this that makes our house of late His entertainer? Whence claims he the state His birth in this life holds? What nation? What race? What country stands his speech upon? Or hardly portion'd by the terrible Fates? The structure of his lineaments relates A king's resemblance in his pomp of reign, Ev'n thus in these rags. But poor men, That have no firm home, but range here and there As need compels, God keeps in this earth's sphere, As under water, and this tune he sings When he is spinning ev'n the cares of kings." Thus coming to him, with a kind of fear He took his hand, and touch'd exceeding near With mere imagination of his worth, This salutation he sent loudly forth: "Health, father stranger! In another world Be rich and happy, though thou here art hurl'd At feet of never such insulting need. O Jove, there lives no one God of thy seed More ill to man than thou. Thou takest no ruth, When thou thyself hast got him in most truth, To wrap him in the straits of most distress, And in the curse of others' wickedness. My brows have sweat to see it, and mine eyes Broke all in tears, when this being still the guise Of worthiest men, I have but only thought That down to these ills was Ulysses wrought, And that, thus clad, ev'n he is error driven, If yet he live and sees the light of heav'n. But if now dead, and in the house of hell, O me! O good Ulysses! That my weal did ever wish, and when, but half a man Amongst the people Cephallenian, His bounty to his oxen's charge preferr'd One in that youth, which now is grown a herd Unspeakable for number, and feed there With their broad heads, as thick as of his ear A field of corn is to a man. Yet these Some men advise me with this noted prease Of wooers may devour, and wish me drive Up to their feasts with them, that neither give His son respect, though in his own free roof, Nor have the wit to fear th' infallible proof Of heav'nly vengeance, but make offer now This long lack'd king's possessions to bestow In their self shares. Methinks the mind in me doth turn as fast, As in a flood or sea a raging whirlpit doth, To gather in to fishy death those swimmers in their sin, Or feeds a motion as circular to drive my herds away. But while the sun bears up with life, 'twere heinous wrong to run to other people with them, and to trust men of another earth. And yet more just it were to venture their laws, the main right made still their masters, than at home lose quite their right in them, and sit and grieve to see the wrong authoriz'd by their gluttony. And I had long since fled, and tried the event with other proud kings, since more insolent these are than can be borne, but that even still I had a hope that this, though born to ill, would one day come from some coast, and their last in his roofs strew with ruins red and vast. "Herdsman," said he, "because thou art in show Nor lewd nor indiscreet, and that I know There rules in thee an understanding soul, I'll take an oath, that in thee shall control All doubt of what I swear. Be witness, Jove, That sway'st the first seat of the throne above, This hospitable table, and this house, That still hold title for the strenuous son Of Laertes, that, if so you please, Your eyes shall witness Laertiades Arriv'd at home, and all these men, that reign In such excesses here, shall here lie slain." He answer'd: "Stranger, would just Jove would sign What you have sworn, in your eyes' beams should shine What pow'rs I manage, and how these my hands Would rise and follow where he first commands." So said Eumæus, praying all the sky That wise Ulysses might arrive and try. Thus while they vow'd, the Wooers sat as hard On his son's death, but had their counsels scar'd, For on their left hand did an eagle soar, And in her seres a fearful pigeon bore; Which seen, Amphinomus presaged: "O friends, our counsels never will receive Their ends in this man's slaughter. Let us therefore ply Our bloody feast, and make his oxen die." Thus came they in, cast off on seats their cloaks, And fell to giving sacrificing strokes Of sheep and goats, the chiefly fat and great, Slew fed up swine, and from the herd a neat. The inwards roasted, they dispos'd betwixt Their then observers, wine in flagons mix'd. The bowls Eumæus brought, Philœtius bread, Melanthius fill'd the wine. Thus drank and fed the feastful Wooers. Then the prince, in grace Of his close project, did his father place Amidst the paved entry, in a seat Seamless and abject, a small board and meat Of the only inwards. In a cup of gold Yet set him wine, and bade him now drink bold. All his approaches he himself would free 'Gainst all the Wooers, since he would not see His court made popular, but that his sire Built it to his use. Therefore all the fire Blown in the Wooers' spleens he bade suppress, And that in hands nor words should they digress From that set peace his speech did then proclaim. They bit their lips, and wonder'd at his aim In that brave language. When Antinous said: "Though this speech, Grecians, be a mere upbraid, Yet this time give it pass. The will of Jove Forbids the violence of our hands to move, But of our tongues we keep the motion free. And therefore, if his further jollity Tempt our encounter with his braves, let's check His growing insolence, though pride to speak Fly passing high with him." The wise prince made No more spring of his speech, but let it fade. And now the heralds bore about the town The sacred hecatomb, to whose renown The fair hair'd Greeks assembled, and beneath Apollo's shady wood the holy death They put to fire; which, made enough, they drew, Divided all, that did in the end accrue To glorious satisfaction. Those that were Disposers of the feast did equal cheer Bestow on wretched Laertiades, With all the Wooers' souls, it so did please Telemachus to charge them. And for these Minerva would not see the malices The Wooers bore too much contain'd, that so Ulysses' mov'd heart might yet higher flow In wreakful anguish. There was wooing there, Amongst the rest, a gallant that did bear The name of one well learn'd in jests profane, His name Ctesippus, born a Samian, Who, proud because his father was so rich, Had so much confidence as did bewitch His heart with hope to wed Ulysses' wife. And this man said: "Hear me, my lords, in strife For this great widow. This her guest did share Even feast with us, with very comely care Of him that order'd it.
For 'tis not good nor equal to deprive Guests of their food, and specially whatever guest Makes way to that house where Telemachus doth sway. And therefore I will add to his receipt A gift of very hospitable weight, Which he may give again to any maid That bathes his grave feet, and her pains see paid, Or any servant else that the divine Ulysses' lofty battlements confine." Thus snatch'd he, with a valiant hand, From out the poor folk's common basket, A neat's foot, and threw it at Ulysses; Who his head shrunk quietly aside, And let it shed his malice on the wall, The suff'ring man a laughter raising most Sardinian, With scorn and wrath mix'd, at the Samian. Whom thus the prince reprov'd: "Your valour won Much graz'd, Ctesippus, and hath eas'd your mind With mighty profit; yet you see it find No mark it aim'd at. The poor stranger's part Himself made good enough to 'scape your dart. But should I serve thee worthily, my lance Should strike thy heart through; and, in place t' advance Thyself in nuptials with his wealth, Thy sire should make thy tomb here, that the foolish fire Of all such valours may not dare to show These foul indecencies to me. I now have years to understand my strength, And know the good and bad of things, and am No more at your large suff'rance, to behold My store consum'd with patience, see my cattle slain, My wine exhausted, and my bread in vain Spent on your licence. For to one then young So many enemies were match too strong. But let me never more be witness to Your hostile minds, nor those base deeds ye do. For, should ye kill me in my offer'd wreak, I wish it rather, and my death would speak Much more good of me, than to live and see Indignity upon indignity, My guests provoked with bitter words and blows, My women servants dragg'd about my house To lust and rapture." This made silence seize The house throughout, till Damastorides At length the calm brake, and said: "Friend, forbear To give a just speech a disdainful ear. The guest no more touch, nor no servant hear. Myself will to the prince and queen commend A motion grateful, if they please to lend Grateful receipt. As long as any hope Left wise Ulysses any passage ope To his return in our conceits, so long The queen's delays to our demand stood strong, In cause and reason; and our quarrels thus With guests, the queen, or her Telemachus, Set never foot amongst our lib'ral feast. For should the king return, though thought deceas'd, It had been gain to us, in finding him, To lose his wife. But now, since nothing dim The days break out that show he never more Shall reach the dear touch of his country's shore, Sit by your mother, in persuasion That now it stands her honour much upon To choose the best of us, and who gives most, To go with him home. For so, all things lost In sticking on our haunts so, you shall clear Recover in our no more concourse here, Possess your birthright wholly, eat and drink, And never more on our disgraces think." "By Jove, no, Agelaus! For I swear By all my father's sorrows, who doth err Far off from Ithaca, or rests in death, I am so far from spending but my breath To make my mother any more defer Her wished nuptials, that I'll counsel her To make her free choice, and, besides, will give Large gifts to move her. But I fear to drive, Or charge her hence; for God will not give way To any such course, if I should assay." At this, Minerva made for foolish joy The Wooers mad, and rous'd their late annoy To such a laughter as would never down. They laugh'd with others' cheeks, ate meat overflown With their own bloods, their eyes stood full of tears For violent joys, their souls yet thought of fears; Which Theoclymenus express'd, and said: "O wretches, why sustain ye, well apaid, Your imminent ill? A night, with which death sees, Your heads and faces hides beneath your knees. Shrieks burn about you, your eyes thrust out tears. These fixed walls, and that main beam that bears The whole house up, in bloody torrents fall. The entry full of ghosts stands, full the hall Of passengers to hell; and under all The dismal shades, the sun sinks from the poles, And troubled air pours bane about your souls." They sweetly laugh'd at this. Eurymachus To mocks dispos'd, and said: "This new come to us Is surely mad. Conduct him forth to light In the open market place. He thinks 'tis night Within the house." "Eurymachus," said he, "I will not ask for any guide of thee. I both my feet enjoy, have ears and eyes, And no mad soul within me.
and with these will I go forth the doors, because I know that imminent mischief must abide with you, which not a man of all the Wooers here shall fly or scape. Ye all too highly bear your uncurbed heads, impieties ye commit, and every man affect with forms unfit." This said, he left the house, and took his way home to Piræus, who, as free as day, was of his welcome. When the Wooers' eyes changed looks with one another, and their guise of laughter still held on, still eased their breasts of will to set the prince against his guests, affirming that of all the men alive he worst luck had, and proved it worst to give guests entertainment, for he had one there, a wandering hunter out of provender, an errant beggar every way, yet thought he was so hungry that he needed naught but wine and victuals, nor knew how to do, nor had a spirit to put a knowledge to, but lived an idle burthen to the earth. Another then stepped up, and would lay forth his lips in prophecy thus: "But would he hear his friends' persuasions, he should find it were more profit for him to put both abroad for the Sicilian people, that afford these feet of men good price, and this would bring good means for better guests." These words made wing to his ears idly, who had still his eye upon his father, looking fervently when he would lay his long withholding hand on those proud Wooers. And, within command of all this speech that passed, Icarius' heir, the wise Penelope, her royal chair had placed of purpose. Their high dinner then, with all pleased palates these ridiculous men fell sweetly to, as joying they had slain such store of banquet. But there did not reign a bitterer banquet planet in all heaven than that which Pallas had to that day driven, and with her able friend now meant to oppose, since they till then were in deserts so gross. End of the 20th Book. The 21st Book of the Odysseys of Homer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. The 21st Book of the Odysseys of Homer. Translated by George Chapman. The Argument. Penelope proposeth now to him that draws Ulysses' bow her instant nuptials. Ithacus, Eumaeus and Philœtius gives charge for guarding of the gates, and he his shaft shoots through the plates. Another argument. Phi. The nuptial vow and game rehearsed, drawn is the bow, the steels are pierced. Pallas, the goddess with the sparkling eyes, excites Penelope t' object the prize, the bow and bright steels to the Wooers' strength, and here began the strife and blood at length. She first ascended by a lofty stair her utmost chamber, of whose door her fair and half transparent hand received the key, bright, brazen, bitted passing curiously, and at it hung a knob of ivory. And this did lead her where was strongly kept the treasure royal, in whose store lay heaped gold, brass, and steel, engraven with infinite art, the crooked bow and arrowy quiver, part of that rich magazine. In the quiver were arrows a number, sharp and sighing gear. The bow was given by kind Eurybates Iphitus, fashioned like the deities to young Ulysses, when within the roof of wise Orsilochus their pass had proof of mutual meeting in Messina, where Ulysses claimed a debt, to whose pay were the whole Messenian people bound, since they from Ithaca had forced a wealthy prey of sheep and shepherds. In their ships they thrust 300 sheep together, for whose just and instant rendry old Laertes sent Ulysses his ambassador, that went a long way in the embassy, yet then bore but the foremost prime of youngest men, his father sending first to that affair his gravest counsellors, and then his heir. Iphitus made his way there, having lost 12 female horse, and mules commended most for use of burthen, which were after cause of death and fate to him. For, past all laws of hospitality, Jove's mighty son, skilled in great acts, was his confusion close by his house, though at that time his guest, respecting neither the opposed feast and hospitable table that in love he set before him, nor the voice of Jove, but seizing first his mares, he after slew his host himself.
From those mares' search now grew Ulysses known to Iphitus, who that bow At their encounter did in love bestow, Which great Eurytus' hand had borne before, Iphitus' father, who at death's sad door In his steep turrets left it to his son. Ulysses gave him a keen falchion And mighty lance. And thus began they there Their fatal loves; for after never were Their mutual tables to each other known, Because Jove's son the unworthy part had shown Of slaughtering this godlike loving man, Eurytus' son, who with that bow began And ended love to Ulysses, who so dear A gift esteem'd it, that he would not bear In his black fleet that guest right to the war, But in fit memory of one so far In his affection, brought it home, and kept His treasure with it, where till now it slept. And now the Queen of Women had intent To give it use, and therefore made ascent Up all the stairs' height to the chamber door, Whose shining leaves two bright pilasters bore To such a close, when together went It would resist the air in their consent. The ring she took then, and did draw aside A bar that ran within, and then implied The key into the lock, which gave a sound, The bolt then shooting, as in pasture ground A bull doth low, and make the valleys ring. So loud the lock humm'd, when it loos'd the spring, And ope the doors flew. In she went, along the lofty chamber, that was boarded strong With heart of oak, which many years ago The architect did smooth and polish so, That now, as then, he made it freshly shine, And tried the evenness of it with a line. There stood in this room presses that enclos'd Robes odoriferous, by which repos'd The bow upon pins; nor from it far Hung the round quiver, glittering like a star, Both which her white extended hand took down. Then sat she low, and made her lap a crown Of both these relics, which she wept to see, And cried quite out with loving memory Of her dear lord; to whose worth paying then Kind debts enow, she left, and to the men Vow'd to her wooing, brought the crooked bow, And shaft receiving quiver, that did flow With arrows, beating sighs up where they fell. Then with another chest, replete as well With games won by the king, of steel and brass, Her maids attended; past whom making pass To where her wooers were, she made her stay Amidst the fair hall door, and kept the ray Of her bright count'nance hid with veil so thin, That though they seem'd t' expose, they let love in. Her maids on both sides stood, and thus she spake: "Hear me, ye Wooers, that a pleasure take To do me sorrow, and my house invade To eat and drink, as if 'twere only made To serve your rapines, my lord long away, And you allow'd no colour for your stay But his still absence, striving who shall frame Me for his wife; and since 'tis made a game, I here propose divine Ulysses' bow, For that great master piece to which ye vow. He that can draw it, with least show to strive, And through these 12 axe heads an arrow drive, Him will I follow, and this house forego That nourish'd me a maid, now furnish'd so With all things fit, and which I so esteem That I shall still live in it, in my dream." This said, she made Eumæus give it them. He took and laid it by, and wept for woe. And like him wept Philœtius, when the bow Of which his king was bare he beheld. Their tears Antinous' manhood much refell'd, And said: "Ye rustic fools, that still each day Your minds give over to this vain dismay, Why weep ye, wretches, and the widow's eyes Tempt with renew'd thought, that would otherwise Dispose her sorrows, since her lord is dead And tears are idle? Sit and eat your bread, Nor whisper more a word, or get ye gone, And weep without doors. Let this bow alone To our outmatch'd contention; for I fear The bow will scarce yield draught to any here. Here no such man lives as Laertes' son Amongst us all. I knew him. Thought puts on His looks' sight now, methinks, though then a child." Thus show'd his words doubt, yet his hopes instill'd His strength the stretcher of Ulysses' string And his steel's piercer; but his shaft must sing Through his pierc'd palate first, whom he so wrong'd In his free roof, and made the rest ill tongued Against his virtues. Then the sacred heat That inspir'd his son did further set Their confidence on fire, and said: "O friends, Jove hath bereft my wits. The queen intends, though I must grant her wise, ere long to leave Ulysses' court, and to her bed receive some other lord. Yet, notwithstanding, I am forc'd to laugh, and set my pleasures high like one mad sick. But, Wooers, since ye have an object for your trials now so brave, as all the broad Achaean earth exceeds, as sacred Pylos, as the Argive breeds, as black Epirus, as Mycena's birth, and as the more fam'd Ithacensian earth, all which yourselves well know, and oft have said, for what need hath my mother of my aid in her advancement? Tender no excuse for least delay, nor too much time profuse in stay to draw this bow, but draw it straight, shoot, and the steels pierce. Make all see how slight you make these poor bars to so rich a prize. No eagerer yet? Come all, my faculty shall try the bow's strength, and the pierced steel. I will not for my rev'rend mother feel the sorrows that I know will seize my heart, to see her follow any and depart from her so long held home, but first extend the bow and arrow to her tender'd end. For I am only to succeed my sire in guard of his games, and let none aspire to their besides possession." This said, his purple robe he cast off, by he laid his well‐edged sword, and first a several pit he digged for every axe, and strengthened it with earth close ramm'd about it. On a rue he set them, of one height, by a line he drew along the whole 12, and so orderly did every deed belonging, yet his eye never before beholding how 'twas done, that in amaze stood all his lookers on. Then stood he near the door, and prov'd to draw the stubborn bow, thrice tried, and thrice gave law to his uncrown'd attempts. The 4th assay with all force offering, which a sign gave stay given by his father, though he show'd a mind as if he stood right heartily inclined to perfect the exploit, when all was done, in only drift to set the Wooers on. His weakness yet confess'd, he said, "O shame! I either shall be ever of no name, but prove a wretch, or else I am too young, and must not now presume on powers so strong as sinews yet more growing may engraft, to turn a man quite over with a shaft. Besides, to men whose nerves are best prepar'd, all great adventures at first proof are hard. But come, you stronger men, attempt this bow, and let us end our labour." Thus below a well‐joined board he laid it, and close by the brightly headed shaft, then throned his thigh amidst his late left seat. Antinous then bade all arise, but first, who did sustain the cup's state ever, and did sacrifice before they ate still, and that man bade rise, since on the other's right hand he was placed, because he held the right hand's rising, graced with best success still. This discretion won supreme applause, and first rose Enops' son, Liodes, that was priest to all the rest, sat lowest with the cup still, and their jest could never like, but ever was the man that check'd their follies. And he now began to taste the bow, the sharp shaft took, tugg'd hard, and held aloft, and till he quite had marr'd his delicate tender fingers, could not stir the churlish string, who therefore did refer the game to others, saying that the same bow, in his presage, would prove the overthrow of many a chief man there, nor thought the fate was any whit austere, since death's short date were much the better taken, than long life without the object of their amorous strife, from whom they had burn'd out so many days, to find still other, nothing but delays obtaining in them, and affirm that now some hope to have her. But when that tough bow they all had tried, and seen the utmost done, they must rest pleased to cease, and now some one of all their other fair‐veiled Grecian dames with gifts, and dower, and hymeneal flames, let her love light to him that most will give, and whom the nuptial destiny did drive. Thus laid he on the well‐joined polish'd board the bow and bright piled shaft, and then restor'd his seat his right. To him Antinous gave bitter language, and reprov'd him thus: "What words, Liodes, pass thy speech's guard, That 'tis a work to bear, and set so hard They set up my disdain? This bow must end The best of us? since thy arms cannot lend the string least motion? Thy mother's throes brought never forth thy arms to draught of bows, or knitting shafts off. Though thou canst not draw the sturdy plant, thou art to us no law. Melanthius, light a fire, and set thereat a chair and cushions, and that mass of fat that lies within bring out, that we may set our pages to this bow, to see it het and suppled with the suet, and then we may give it draught, and pay this great decree utmost performance. He a mighty fire gave instant flame, put into act the entire command laid on him, chair and cushions set, laid on the bow, which straight the pages het, chafed, suppled with the suet to their most, and still was all their unctuous labour lost. All wooers' strengths, too indigent and poor to draw that bow, Antinous' arms it tore, and great Eurymachus', the both clear best, yet both it tir'd, and made them glad to rest. Forth then went both the swains, and after them divine Ulysses, when, being past the extreme of all the gates, with winning words he tried their loves, and this asked: "Shall my counsels hide their depths from you? My mind would gladly know, if suddenly Ulysses had his vow made good for home, and had some God to guide his steps and strokes, to wreak these wooers' pride, would your aids join on his part, or with theirs? How stand your hearts affected?" They made prayers that some God would please to return their lord. He then should see how far they would afford their lives for his. He, seeing their truth, replied: "I am your lord, though many a suff'rance tried, arrived now here, whom 20 years have held from forth my country. Yet are not conceal'd from my sure knowledge your desires to see my safe return. Of all the company now serving here besides, not one but you mine ear hath witness'd willing to bestow their wishes of my life, so long held dead. I therefore vow, which shall be perfected, that if God please beneath my hand to leave these wooers lifeless, ye shall both receive wives from that hand, and means, and near to me have houses built to you, and both shall be as friends and brothers to my only son. And that ye may well know me, and be won to that assurance, the infallible sign the white‐toothed boar gave, this marked knee of mine, when in Parnassus he was held in chase by me, and by my famous grandsire's race, I'll let you see." Thus sever'd he his weed from that his wound, and every word had deed in their sure knowledges, which made them cast their arms about him, his broad breast embraced, his neck and shoulders kissed. And him as well did those true powers of human love compel to kiss their heads and hands, and to their moan had sent the free light of the cheerful sun, had not Ulysses broke the ruth, and said: "Cease tears and sorrows, lest we prove display'd By some that issue from the house, and they Relate to those within. Take each his way, Not all together in, but one by one, First I, then you, and then see this be done. The envious wooers will by no means give The offer of the bow and arrow leave To come at me. Spite then their pride, do thou, My good Eumæus, bring both shaft and bow To my hand's proof, and charge the maids, before that Instantly they shut every door, that they Themselves, if any tumult rise Beneath my roofs by any that envies My will to undertake the game, may gain No passage forth, but close at work contain With all free quiet, or at least constrain'd. And therefore, my Philœtius, see maintain'd When close the gates are shut, their closure fast. To which end, be it thy sole work to cast Their chains before them." This said, in he led, Took first his seat, and then they seconded His entry with their own. Then took in hand Eurymachus the bow, made close his stand Aside the fire, at whose heat here and there He warm'd and suppled it, yet could not steer To any draught the string, with all his art. And therefore swell'd in him his glorious heart, Affirming, that himself and all his friends Had cause to grieve, not only that their ends They miss'd in marriage, since enough besides Kind Grecian dames there liv'd to be their brides In Ithaca, and other bordering towns, but that to all times future their renowns Would stand disparag'd, if Ulysses' bow They could not draw, and yet his wife would woo. Antinous answer'd: that there could ensue no shame at all to them, for well he knew that this day was kept holy to the sun by all the city, and there should be done no such profane act. Therefore bade lay by the bow for that day. But the mastery of axes that were set up still might stand, since that no labour was, nor any hand would offer to invade Ulysses' house, to take or touch with surreptitious or violent hand what there was left for use. He therefore bade the cupbearer infuse wine to the bowls, that so with sacrifice they might let rest the shooting exercise, and in the morning make Melanthius bring the chief goats of his herd, that to the king of bows and archers they might burn the thighs for good success, and then attempt the prize. The rest sat pleased with this. The heralds straight pour'd water on their hands. Each page did wait with his crown'd cup of wine, served every man till all were satisfied. And then began Ulysses plot of his close purpose thus: "Hear me, ye much renown'd Eurymachus, and King Antinous, in chief who dwell, and with decorum sacred doth compel this day's observance, and to let lay down the bow all this light, giving Gods their own. The morning's labour God the more will bless, and strength bestow where he himself shall please. Against which time let me presume to pray your favours with the rest, that this assay may my old arms prove, trying if there lie in my poor powers the same activity that long since crown'd them, or if needy fare and desolate wanderings have the web worn bare of my life's thread at all parts, that no more can furnish these affairs as heretofore." This het their spleens past measure, blown with fear lest his loath'd temples would the garland wear of that bow's draught. Antinous using speech to this sour purpose: "Thou most errant wretch, of all guests breathing, in no least degree grac'd with a human soul, it serves not thee to feast in peace with us, take equal share of what we reach to, sit, and all things hear that we speak freely, which no begging guest did ever yet. But thou must make request to mix with us in merit of the queen. But wine inflames thee, that hath ever been the bane of men, whoever yet would take the excess it offers, and the mean forsake. Wine spoil'd the Centaur great Eurytion, in guest rites with a mighty minded son of bold Ixion, in his way to war against the Lapithes, who, driven as far as madness with the bold effects of wine, did outrage to his kind host, and declin'd other heroes from him feasted there with so much anger that they left their cheer, and dragg'd him forth the forecourt, slit his nose, cropp'd both his ears, and in the ill dispose his mind then suffer'd drew the fatal day on his head with his host. For thence the fray between the Centaurs and the Lapithes had moral act. But he, for his excess, in spoil of wine far'd worse himself, as thou for thy large cups, if thy arms draw the bow, my mind foretells shall fear, for not a man of all our consort, that in wisdom can boast any fit share, will take prayers then, but to Echethus, the most stern of men, a black sail freight with thee, whose worst of ill, be sure, is past all ransom. Sit then still, drink temperately, and never more contend with men your youngers." This the queen did end with her defence of him, and told his foe it was not fair nor equal, to overcrow the poorest guests her son pleased to entertain in his free turrets with so proud a strain of threats and bravings; asking if he thought, that if the stranger to his arms had brought the stubborn bow down, he should marry her, and bear her home? And said, himself should err in no such hope, nor of them all the best that griev'd at any good she did her guest should banquet there, since it in no sort show'd noblesse in them, nor paid her what she ow'd her own free rule there. This Eurymachus confirm'd, and said: "Nor feeds it hope in us, Icarius' daughter, to solemnize rites of nuptials with thee, nor in noblest sights it can show comely, but to our respects the rumour both of sexes and of sects amongst the people would breed shame and fear, lest any worst Greek said, 'See, men that were of mean deservings will presume to aspire to his wife's bed, whom all men did admire for fame and merit, could not draw his bow, and yet his wife had foolish pride to woo. when straight an errant beggar comes and draws the bow with ease, performing all the laws the game besides contained. And this would thus prove both indignity and shame to us." The Queen replied, "The fame of men, I see, Bears much price in your great suppos'd degree. Yet who can prove amongst the people great, that of one so esteem'd, of them the seat doth so defame and ruin? And beside, with what right is this guest thus vilified in your high censures, when the man in blood is well compos'd and great, his parents good? And therefore give the bow to him, to try his birth and breeding by his chivalry. If his arms draw it, and that Phœbus stands so great a glory to his strength, my hands shall add this guerdon, every sort of weed, a two‐edged sword and lance to keep him freed from dogs and men hereafter, and dismiss his worth to what place tends that heart of his." Her son gave answer, that it was a wrong to his free sway, in all things that belonged to guard of that house, to demand the bow of any wooer, and the use bestow upon the stranger. For the bow was his to give or to withhold, no masteries of her proposing, giving any power t' impair his right in things for any wooer, or any that rough Ithaca affords, any that Elis, of which no man's words nor powers should curb him, stood he so inclined, to see the bow in absolute gift resigned to that his guest to bear and use at will, and therefore bade his mother keep her still amongst her women at her rock and loom. Bows were for men, and this bow did become past all men's his disposure, since his sire left it to him and all the house entire. She stood dismay'd at this, and in her mind his wise words laid up, standing so inclined as he had willed, with all her women going up to her chamber, there her tears bestowing, as every night she did, on her lov'd lord, till sleep and Pallas her fit rest restor'd. The bow Eumæus took, and bore away, which up in tumult and almost in fray put all the wooers, one enquiring thus: "Whither, rogue, abject, wilt thou bear from us that bow propos'd? Lay down, or I protest thy dogs shall eat thee, that thou nourishest to guard thy swine; amongst whom, left of all, thy life shall leave thee, if the festival we now observe to Phœbus may our zeals grace with his aid, and all the deities else." This threat made good Eumæus yield the bow to his late place, not knowing what might grow from such a multitude; and then fell on Telemachus with threats, and said, "Sit gone that bow yet further; 'tis no servant's part to serve too many masters. Raise your heart and bear it off, lest, though you're younger, yet with stones I pelt you to the field with it. If you and I close, I shall prove too strong. I wish as much too hard for all this throng the Gods would make me. I should quickly send some after with just sorrow to their end, they waste my victuals so, and ply my cup, and do me such shrewd turns still." This put up the wooers all in laughters, and put down their angers to him, that so late were grown so grave and bloody, which resolved that fear of good Eumæus, who did take and bear the king the bow, called nurse, and bade her make the doors all sure, that if men's tumults take the ears of some within, they may not fly, but keep at work still close and silently. These words put wings to her, and close she put the chamber door. The court gates then were shut by kind Philœtius, who straight did go out from the hall, and in the portico found laid a gable of a ship, compos'd of spongy bulrushes, with which he closed, in winding round about them, the court gates; then took his place again, to view the fates that quickly followed. When he came, he saw Ulysses viewing, ere he tried to draw the famous bow, which every way he moved, up and down turning it, in which he proved the plight it was in, fearing chiefly lest the horns were eat with worms in so long rest. But what his thoughts intended turning so, and keeping such a search about the bow, the wooers little knowing fell to jest, and said, "Past doubt he is a man profess'd in bowyer's craft, and sees quite through the wood, or something; certain to be understood there is in this his turning of it still. A cunning rogue he is at any ill." Then spake another proud one, "Would to heav'n I might, at will, get gold till he hath given that bow his draught." With these sharp jests did these delightsome wooers their fatal humours please. But when the wise Ulysses once had laid his fingers on it, and to proof survey'd the still sound plight it held, as one of skill in song, and of the harp, doth at his will, in tuning of his instrument, extend a string out with his pin, touch all, and lend to every well wreath'd string his perfect sound, struck all together, with such ease drew round the king the bow. Then twang'd he up the string, that as a swallow in the air doth sing with no continued tune, but pausing still, twinks out her scatter'd voice in accents shrill. So sharp the string sung, when he gave it touch, once having bent and drawn it; which so much amaz'd the Wooers, that their colours went and came most grievously. And then Jove rent the air with thunder, which at heart did cheer the now enough sustaining traveller, that Jove again would his attempt enable. Then took he into hand, from off the table, the first drawn arrow, and a number more spent shortly on the Wooers; but this one he measur'd by his arm, as if not known the length were to him, nocked it then, and drew; and through the axes at first hole flew the steel charged arrow, which when he had done, he thus bespake the prince: "You have not won disgrace yet by your guest, for I have struck the mark I shot at, and no such toil took in wearying the bow with fat and fire as did the Wooers, yet reserv'd entire. Thank heav'n my strength is, and myself am tried, no man to be so basely vilified as these men please to think me. But free way take that, and all their pleasures, and while day holds her torch to you, and the hour of feast hath now full date, give banquet, and the rest poem and harp, that grace a well fill'd board." This said, he beckon'd to his son, whose sword he straight girt to him, took to his hand his lance, and, complete arm'd, did to his sire advance. End of the 21st Book. The 22nd Book of the Odysseys of Homer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. The 22nd Book of the Odysseys of Homer. Translated by George Chapman. The Argument. The Wooers in Minerva's sight slain by Ulysses. All delight in lustful housewives by his son and servants are to slaughter done. Another argument. Chi. The end of pride and lawless lust is wretched tried with slaughters just. The upper rags that wise Ulysses wore cast off, he rusheth to the great hall door with bow and quiver full of shafts, which down he pour'd before his feet, and thus made known his true state to the Wooers. This strife thus hath harmless been decided. Now for us there rests another mark, more hard to hit, and such as never man before hath smit, whose full point likewise my hands shall assay, and try if Phœbus will give me this day. He said, and off his bitter arrow thrust right at Antinous, and struck him just as he was lifting up the bowl, to show that 'twixt the cup and lip much ill may grow. Death touch'd not at his thoughts at feast, for who would think that he alone could perish so amongst so many, and he best of all? The arrow in his throat took full his fall, and thrust his head far through the other side. Down fell his cup, down he, down all his pride, straight from his nostrils gush'd the human gore, and as he fell, his feet far overbore the feastful table, all the roast and bread about the house strew'd. When his high born head the rest beheld so low, up rush'd they all, and ransack'd every corner of the hall for shields and darts, but all fled their far reach. Then fell they foul on him with terrible speech, and told him it should prove the dearest shaft that ever pass'd him, and that now was saft no shift for him, but sure and sudden death. For he had slain a man, whose like did breathe in no part of the kingdom, and that now he should no more for game strive with his bow, but vultures eat him there. These threats they spent, yet every man believed that stern event chanced 'gainst the author's will. O fools, to think that all their rest had any cup to drink but what their great Antinous began! He, frowning, said,
Dogs, see in me the man ye all held dead at Troy. My house it is that thus ye spoil, and thus your luxuries file with my women's rapes, in which ye woo the wife of one that lives, and no thought show of man's fit fear, or God's, your present fame, or any fair sense of your future name, and therefore present and eternal death shall end your base life. This made fresh fears breathe their former boldness. Every man had eye on all the means, and studied ways to fly so deep death's imminent. But seeing none, Eurymachus began with suppliant moan to move his pity, saying: "If you be this isle's Ulysses, we must all agree In grant of your reproof's integrity. The Greeks have done you many a wrong at home, at field as many; but of all the sum lies here contract in death. For only he imposed the whole ill offices that we are now made guilty of, and not so much sought his endeavours, or in thought did touch at any nuptials, but a greater thing employ'd his forces; for to be our king was his chief object. His sole plot it was to kill your son, which Jove's hand would not pass, but set it to his own most merited end. In which end your just anger, nor extend your stern wreak further. Spend your royal powers in mild ruth of your people. We are yours, and whatsoever waste of wine or food our liberties have made, we'll make all good in restitutions. Call a court, and pass a fine of 20 oxen, gold and brass on every head, and raise your most rates still, till you are pleased with your confessed fill. Which if we fail to tender, all your wrath it shall be justice in our bloods to bathe." "Eurymachus," said he, "if you would give all that your fathers hoard, to make ye live, and all that ever you yourself possess, or shall by any industry increase, I would not cease from slaughter, till your bloods had brought out your intemperance in my goods. It rests now for you, that you either fight that will 'scape death, or make your way by flight. In whose best choice my thoughts conceive, not one shall shun the death your first hath undergone." This quite dissolved their knees. Eurymachus, enforcing all their fears, yet counselled thus: "O friends, this man, now he hath got the bow and quiver by him, ever will bestow his most inaccessible hands at us, and never leave, if we avoid him thus, till he hath strewed the pavement with us all. And therefore join we swords, and on him fall With tables forc'd up, and borne in, oppos'd Against his sharp shafts; when, being round enclos'd By all our onsets, we shall either take His horrid person, or for safety make His rage retire from out the hall and gates. And then, if he escape, we'll make our states Known to the city by our general cry, And thus this man shall let his last shaft fly That ever his hand vaunted." Thus he drew his sharp‐edged sword, and with a table flew in on Ulysses, with a terrible throat his fierce charge urging. But Ulysses smote the board, and cleft it through from end to end, borne at his breast, and made his shaft extend His sharp head to his liver, his broad breast pierced at his nipple. When his hand released forthwith his sword, that fell and kissed the ground, with cups and victuals lying scattered round About the pavement; amongst which his brow Knock'd the embrued earth, while in pains did flow His vital spirits, till his heels shook out His feastful life, and hurl'd a throne about, That waylaid death's convulsions in his feet, When from his tender eyes the light did fleet. Then charg'd Amphinomus with his drawn blade The glorious king, in purpose to have made His feet forsake the house; but his assay The prince prevented, and his lance gave way Quite through his shoulder, at his back, his breast The fierce pile letting forth. His ruin press'd Groans from the pavement, which his forehead strook. Telemachus his long lance then forsook, Left in Amphinomus, and to his sire Made fiery pass, not staying to acquire His lance again, in doubt that, while he drew The fixed pile, some other might renew Fierce charge upon him, and his unharm'd head Cleave with his back drawn sword. For which he fled close to his father, bade him arm, and he would bring him shield and javelins instantly, his own head arming, more arms laying by To serve the swineherd and the oxherd. Valour well arm'd is ever most preferr'd. Run then, said he, and come before the last Of these auxiliary shafts are past, for fear lest, left alone, they forc'd my stand From forth the ports. He flew, and brought to hand 8 darts, 4 shields, 4 helms. His own parts then first put in arms. He furnish'd both his men, that to their king Stood close; but he, as long as he had shafts To friend, enough was strong for all the wars. And some one man still he made make even with the earth, till all a hill had raised in the even floor'd hall. His last shaft spent, he set his bow against a beam, and went to arm at all parts, while the other 3 kept off the Wooers, who, unarm'd, could be no great assailants. In the well built wall a window was thrust out, at end of all the house's entry, on whose utter side there lay a way to town, and in it wide and 2-leav'd folds were forged, that gave fit mean for flyers out, and, therefore, at it then Ulysses placed Eumæus in close guard. One only pass ope to it, which, prepar'd in this sort by Ulysses 'gainst all pass, by Agelaus' tardy memory was in question call'd, who bade some one ascend at such a window, and bring straight to friend the city with his clamour, that this man might quickly shoot his last. This no one can make safe access to, said Melanthius, for 'tis too near the hall's fair doors, whence thus the man afflicts ye, for from thence there lies but one straight passage to it, that denies access to all, if any one man stand, being one of courage, and will countermand our offer to it. But I know a way to bring you arms, from where the king doth lay his whole munition, and believe there is no other place to all the armories, both of himself and son. This said, a pair of lofty stairs he climb'd, and to the affair 12 shields, 12 lances brought, as many casques with horsehair plumes, and set to bitter tasks both son and sire. Then shrunk Ulysses' knees, and his lov'd heart, when thus in arms he sees so many Wooers, and their shaken darts. For then the work show'd as it ask'd more parts To safe performance, and he told his son That or Melanthius or his maids had done A deed that foul war to their hands conferr'd. "O father," replied he, "'tis I have err'd In this caus'd labour, I, and none but I, That left the door ope of your armoury; But some, it seems, hath set a sharper eye On that important place. Eumæus, haste and shut the door, observing who hath pass'd To this false action, any maid, or one That I suspect more, which is Dolius' son." While these spake thus, Melanthius went again For more fair arms; when the renownéd swain Eumæus saw, and told Ulysses straight It was the hateful man that his conceit Before suspected, who had done that ill; And being again there, ask'd if he should kill, If his pow'rs serv'd, or he should bring the swain To him, to inflict on him a sev'ral pain For ev'ry forfeit he had made his house. He answer'd: "I and my Telemachus Will here contain these proud ones in despite, How much soever these stolen arms excite Their guilty courages, while you 2 take Possession of the chamber, the doors Make sure at your back, and then, surprising him, His feet and hands bind, wrapping every limb In pliant chains, and with a halter cast Above the wind beam, at himself made fast, Aloft the column draw him, where alive He long may hang, and pains enough deprive His vexed life before his death succeed." This charge, soon heard, as soon they put to deed, Stole on his stealth, and at the further end Of all the chamber saw him busily bend His hands to more arms, when they still at door Watch'd his return. At last he came, and bore In one hand a fair helm, in the other held A broad and ancient rusty rested shield, That old Laertes in his youth had worn, Of which the cheek bands had with age been torn. They rush'd upon him, caught him by the hair, And dragg'd him in again; whom, crying out, They cast upon the pavement, wrapp'd about With sure and pinching cords, both foot and hand, And then, in full act of their king's command, A pliant chain bestow'd on him, and haul'd His body up the column, till he scal'd The highest wind beam, where made firmly fast, Eumæus on this just infliction pass'd This pleasurable cavil: "Now you may All night keep watch here, and the earliest day Discern, being hung so high, to rouse from rest Your dainty cattle to the Wooers' feast. There, as befits a man of means so fair, Soft may you sleep, nought under you but air, And so long hang you." Thus they left him there, Made fast the door, and with Ulysses were All arm'd in the instant. Then they all stood close, their minds fire breath'd in flames against their foes, Four in the entry fighting all alone, When from the hall charg'd many a mighty one. But to them then Jove's seed Minerva came, Resembling Mentor both in voice and frame Of manly person. Passing well apaid Ulysses was, and said: "Now, Mentor, aid 'gainst these odd mischiefs. Call to memory now my often good to thee, And that we two of one year's life are." Thus he said, but thought it was Minerva, That had ever brought to her side safety. On the other part the Wooers threaten'd, but the chief in heart Was Agelaus, who to Mentor spake: "Mentor, let no words of Ulysses make Thy hand a fighter on his feeble side 'Gainst all us Wooers; for we firm abide In this persuasion, that when sire and son Our swords have slain, thy life is sure to run One fortune with them. What strange acts hast thou Conceit to form here? Thy head must bestow The wreak of theirs on us; and when thy pow'rs Are taken down by these fierce steels of ours, All thy possessions, in doors and without, Must raise on heap with this, and all thy rout Of sons and daughters in thy turrets bleed Wreak off'rings to us, and our town stand freed Of all charge with thy wife." Minerva's heart was fir'd with these braves, The approv'd desert of her Ulysses chiding, Saying: "No more thy force nor fortitude As heretofore will gain thee glory, When 9 years at Troy white wristed Helen's rescue did employ Thy arms and wisdom, still and ever us'd, The bloods of thousands through the field diffus'd By thy vast valour. Priam's broad way'd town By thy grave parts was sack'd and overthrown. And now amongst thy people and thy goods, Against the Wooers' base and petulant bloods Stint'st thou thy valour? Rather mourning here Thy manly fighting? Come, friend, stand we near, And note my labour, that thou mayst discern Amongst thy foes how Mentor's nerves will earn All thy old bounties." This she spake, but stay'd Her hand from giving each way often sway'd Uncertain conquest to his certain use, But still would try what self pow'rs would produce Both in the father and the glorious son. Then on the wind beam, that along did ron The smoky roof, transform'd, Minerva sat, Like to a swallow, sometimes cuffing at The swords and lances, rushing from her seat, And up and down the troubled house did beat Her wing at every motion. And as she Had rous'd Ulysses, so the enemy Damastor's son excited, Polybus, and Phinous, and Demoptolemus, Eurynomus, and Polyctorides. For these were men that of the wooing priest Were most egregious, and the clearly best In strength of hand of all the desperate rest That yet surviv'd, and now fought for their souls, Which straight swift arrows sent among the fowls. But first Damastor's son had more spare breath To spend on their excitements ere his death, And said, that now Ulysses would forbear His dismal hand, since Mentor's spirit was there, And blew vain vaunts about Ulysses' ears, In whose trust he would cease his massacres, Rest him, and put his friends' huge boasts in proof. And so was he beneath the entry's roof Left with Telemachus and the other two. "At whom," said he, "discharge no darts, but throw All at Ulysses, rousing his faint rest; Whom if we slaughter by our interest In Jove's assistance, all the rest may yield Our pow'rs no care, when he strews once the field." As he then will'd, they all at random threw Where they suppos'd he rested; and then flew Minerva after every dart, And made some strike the threshold, some the walls Invade, some beat the doors, and all acts render'd Vain their grave steel offer'd. Which escap'd, again Came on Ulysses, saying: "O that we The Wooers' troop with our joint archery Might so assail, that where their spirits dream on our deaths first, we first may slaughter them." Thus the much sufferer said, and all let fly, when every man struck dead his enemy. Ulysses slaughter'd Demoptolemus. Euryades by young Telemachus his death encounter'd. Good Eumæus slew Elatus, and Philœtius overthrew Pisander, all which tore the paved floor up with their teeth. The rest retir'd before their second charge to inner rooms, and then Ulysses follow'd, from the slaughter'd men their darts first drawing. While which work was done, the Wooers threw with huge contention to kill them all, when with her swallow wing Minerva cuff'd, and made their javelins ring Against the doors and thresholds, as before. Some yet did graze upon their marks. One tore the prince's wrist, which was Amphimedon, the extreme part of the skin but touch'd upon. Ctesippus over good Eumæus' shield His shoulder's top did taint, which yet did yield The lance free pass, and gave his hurt the ground. Again then charg'd the Wooers, and girt round Ulysses with their lances, who turn'd head, And with his javelin struck Eurydamas dead. Telemachus disliv'd Amphimedon, Eumæus Polybus. Philœtius won Ctesippus' bosom with his dart, and said, in quittance of the jester's part he played, the neat's foot hurling at Ulysses, "Now, great son of Polytherses, you that vow your wit to bitter taunts, and love to wound the heart of any with a jest, so crown'd your wit be with a laughter, never yielding to fools in folly, but your glory building on putting down in fooling, spitting forth puff'd words of all sorts, cease to scoff at worth, and leave revenge of vile words to the Gods, since their wits bear the sharper edge by odds. And in meantime take the dart I drave, for that right hospitable foot you gave Divine Ulysses, begging but his own." Thus spake the black ox herdsman, and straight down Ulysses struck another with his dart, Damastor's son. Telemachus did part, just in the midst, the belly of the fair Evenor's son, his fierce pile taking air out at his back. Flat fell he on his face, his whole brows knocking, and did mark the place. And now man-slaughtering Pallas took in hand Her snake‐fringed shield, and on that beam took stand In her true form, where swallow‐like she sat. And then in this way of the house and that, The Wooers, wounded at heart with fear, fled the encounter, as in pastures where Fat herds of oxen feed. About the field, as if wild madness their instincts impell'd, The high‐fed bullocks fly, whom in the spring, When days are long, gad bees or breezes sting. Ulysses and his son the flyers chas'd, as when, with crooked beaks and seres, A cast of hill‐bred eagles cast off at some game, That yet their strengths keep; but, put up in flame, The eagle stoops, from which, along the field The poor fowls make wing, this and that way yield Their hard‐flown pinions. Then the clouds essay For scape or shelter, their forlorn dismay All spirit exhaling, all winged strength to carry Their bodies forth, and trussed up to the quarry Their falconers ride in, and rejoice to see Their hawks perform a flight so fervently. So in their flight Ulysses with his air Did stoop and cuff the Wooers, that the air Broke in vast sighs, whose heads they shot and cleft, The pavement boiling with the souls they reft. Lyades, running to Ulysses, took his knees, And thus did on his name invoke: "Ulysses, let me pray to thee my place Afford the reverence, and to me the grace That never did or said to any dame Thy court contain'd, or deed or word to blame, But others so affected I have made I lay down their insolence; and, if the trade They kept with wickedness have made them still Despise my speech, and use their wonted ill, They have their penance by the stroke of death, Which their desert divinely warranteth. But I am a priest amongst them, and shall I, That naught hath done worth death, amongst them die? From thee this proverb then will men derive: Good turns do never their mere deeds survive." He, bending his displeased forehead, said: "If you be priest among them, as you plead, Yet you would marry, and with my wife too, And have descent by her. For all that woo Wish to obtain, which they should never do Dames' husbands living.
You must therefore pray of force, and oft in court here, that the day of my return For him might never shine. The death to me wish'd, therefore, shall be thine." This said, he took a sword up that was cast From Agelaus, having struck his last, And on the priest's mid neck he laid a stroke, That struck his head off, tumbling as he spoke. Then did the poet Phemius, whose surname Was call'd Terpioades, who thither came Forc'd by the Wooers, fly death; but being near The court's great gate, he stood, and parted there In two his counsels, either to remove And take the altar of Hersian Jove, Made sacred to him, with a world of art Engrav'd about it, where were wont t' impart Laertes and Ulysses many a thigh Of broad brow'd oxen to the Deity, Or venture to Ulysses, clasp his knee, And pray his ruth. The last was the decree His choice resolv'd on. 'Twixt the royal throne And that fair table that the bowl stood on With which they sacrific'd, his harp he laid Along the earth, the king's knees hugg'd, and said: "Ulysses, let my pray'rs obtain of thee My sacred skill's respect, and ruth to me. It will hereafter grieve thee to have slain A poet, that doth sing to Gods and men. I of myself am taught; for God alone All sorts of song hath in my bosom sown, And I, as to a God, will sing to thee. Then do not thou deal like the priest with me. Thine own lov'd son, Telemachus, will say, That not to beg here, nor with willing way, Was my access to thy high court address'd, To give the Wooers my song after feast; But, being many, and so much more strong, They forc'd me hither, and compell'd my song." This did the prince's sacred virtue hear, And to the king, his father, said: "Forbear to mix the guiltless with the guilty's blood. And with him likewise let our mercies save Medon the herald, that did still behave Himself with care of my good from a child. If by Eumæus, yet he be not kill'd, Or by Philœtius, nor your fury met, While all this blood about the house is sweat." This Medon heard, as lying hid beneath A throne set near, half dead with fear of death, A new flay'd ox hide, as but there thrown by, His serious shroud made, he lying there to fly. But hearing this he quickly left the throne, His ox hide cast as quickly, and as soon The prince's knees seiz'd, saying: "O my love, I am not slain, but here alive and move. Abstain yourself, and do not see your sire Quench with my cold blood th' unmeasur'd fire That flames in his strength, making spoil of me His wrath's right, for the Wooers' injury." Ulysses smil'd, and said: "Be confident This man hath sav'd, and made thee different, To let thee know, and say, and others see, Good life is much more safe than villainy. Go then, sit free without from death within. This much renownéd singer from the sin Of these men likewise quit. Both rest you there, While I my house purge, as it fits me here." This said, they went and took their seat without At Jove's high altar, looking round about, Expecting still their slaughter. When the king Search'd round the hall, to try life's hidden wing Made from more death. But all laid prostrate there In blood and gore he saw; whole shoals they were, And lay as thick as in a hollow creek Without the white sea, when the fishers break Their many mesh'd draught net up, there lie Fish frisking on the sands, and fain the dry Would for the wet change. But the all seeing beam The sun exhales hath suck'd their lives from them. So one by other sprawl'd the Wooers there. Ulysses and his son then bid appear The nurse Euryclea, to let her hear His mind in something fit for her affair. He op'd the door, and call'd, and said: "Repair, Grave matron, long since born, that art our spy To all this house's servile housewif'ry. My father calls thee, to impart some thought That asks thy action." His word found in nought Her slack observance, who straight op'd the door, And enter'd to him, when himself before Had left the hall. But there the king she view'd Amongst the slain, with blood and gore embrued, And as a lion skulking all in night, Far off in pastures, and come home, all dight In jaws and breastlocks with an ox's blood New feasted on him, his looks full of mood. So look'd Ulysses, all his hands and feet Freckled with purple. When which sight did greet The poor old woman,
Such works being for eyes of no soft temper, out she brake in cries, whose vent, though throughly open'd, he yet clos'd, call'd her more near, and thus her plaints compos'd: "Forbear, nor shriek thus, but vent joys as loud. It is no piety to bemoan the proud. Though ends befall them moving ne'er so much, These are the portions of the Gods to such. Men's own impieties in their instant act Sustain their plagues, which are with stay but rack'd. But these men Gods nor men had in esteem, Nor good nor bad had any sense in them. Their lives directly ill were, therefore cause That death in these stern forms so deeply draws. Recount then to me those licentious dames That lost my honour and their sex's shames." "I'll tell you truly," she replied, "there are Twice 25 women here, that share all work Amongst them, whom I taught to spin, and bear The just bands that they suffer'd in. Of all which only there were 12 that gave Themselves to impudence and light behave, Nor me respecting, nor herself the queen. And for your son he hath but lately been Of years to rule, nor would his mother bear His empire where her women's labours were. But let me go, and give her notice now Of your arrival. Sure some God doth show His hand upon her in this rest she takes, That all these uproars bears and never wakes." "Nor wake her yet," said he, "but cause to come Those 12 light women to this utter room." She made all utmost haste to come and go, And bring the women he had summon'd so. Then both his swains and son he bade go call The women to their aid, and clear the hall Of those dead bodies, cleanse each board and throne With wetted sponges; which with fitness done, He bade take all the strumpets 'twixt the wall Of his first court, and that room next the hall In which the vessels of the house were scour'd, And in their bosoms sheath their ev'ry sword, Till all their souls were fled, and they then Felt 'twas but pain to sport with lawless men. This said, the women came all drown'd in moan, And weeping bitterly. But first was done The bearing thence the dead; all which beneath The portico they stow'd, where death on death They heap'd together. Then took all the pains Ulysses will'd; his sons yet, and the swains With paring shovels wrought. The women bore Their parings forth, and all the clotter'd gore. The house then cleans'd, they brought the women out, And put them in a room so wall'd about That no means serv'd their sad estates to fly. Then said Telemachus: "These shall not die A death that lets out any wanton blood, And vents the poison that gave lust her food, The body cleansing; but a death that chokes The breath, and altogether that provokes And seems as bellows to abhorréd lust, That both on my head pour'd depraves unjust, And on my mother's, scandalling the court With men debauch'd in so abhorr'd a sort." This said, a halser of a ship they cast About a cross beam of the roof, which fast They made about their necks, in 12 parts cut, And hal'd them up so high they could not put Their feet to any stay. As which was done, look how a mavis or a pigeon In any grove caught with a springe or net, With struggling pinions 'gainst the ground doth beat Her tender body, and that then straight Bed is sour to that swing in which she was bred. So strive these taken birds, till every one Her pliant halter had enforc'd upon Her stubborn neck, and then aloft was haul'd To wretched death. A little space they sprawl'd Their feet fast moving, but were quickly still. Then fetch'd they down Melanthius, to fulfill The equal execution; which was done In portal of the hall, and thus begun. They first slit both his nostrils, cropp'd each ear, His members tugg'd off, which the dogs did tear, And chopp'd up bleeding sweet; and while red hot The vice abhorring blood was, off they smote His hands and feet, and there that work had end. Then wash'd they hands and feet that blood had stain'd, And took the house again. And then the king, Euryclea calling, bade her quickly bring All ill expelling brimstone, and some fire, That, with perfumes cast, he might make entire The house's first integrity in all. And then his timely will was, she should call Her queen and ladies; still yet charging her That all the handmaids she should first confer. She said he spake as fitted; but, before, She held it fit to change the weeds he wore, and she would others bring him, that not so his fair broad shoulders might rest clad, and show his person to his servants was to blame. "First bring me fire," said he. She went and came with fire and sulphur straight, with which the hall, and of the huge house all rooms capital, he throughly sweetened. Then went nurse to call the handmaid servants down, and up she went to tell the news, and willed them to present their service to their sovereign. Down they came, sustaining torches all, and pour'd a flame of love about their lord, with welcomes home, with huggings of his hands, with laboursome both heads and foreheads kisses and embraces, and plied him so with all their loving graces that tears and sighs took up his whole desire, for now he knew their hearts to him entire. End of the 22nd Book. The 23rd Book of the Odysseys of Homer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. The 23rd Book of the Odysseys of Homer. Translated by George Chapman. The Argument. Ulysses to his wife is known, a brief sum of his travels shown. Himself, his son, and servants go to approve the wooer's overthrow. Another argument. Sigh. For all a noise sustained before, the true wife's joys now made the more. The servants thus informed, the matron goes up where the queen was cast in such repose, affected with a fervent joy to tell what all this time she did with pain conceal. Her knees revoked their first strength, and her feet were borne above the ground with wings to greet the long-grieved queen with news her king was come, and near her said, "Wake, leave this withdrawn room, that now your eyes may see at length, though late, the man returned, which all the heavy date your woes have racked out, you have longed to see. Ulysses is come home, and hath set free his court of all your wooers, slaughtering all for wasting so his goods with festival, his house so vexing, and for violence done so always varied to his only son." She answered her, "The gods have made thee mad, of whose power now thy powers such proof have had. The gods can blind with follies wisest eyes, and make men foolish so to make them wise. For they have hurt even thy grave brain, that bore an understanding spirit heretofore. Why hast thou waked me to more tears, when moan hath turned my mind with tears into her own? Thy madness much more blameful, that with lies thy haste is laden, and both robs mine eyes of most delightsome sleep, and sleep of them, that now had bound me in his sweet extreme, to embrace my lids, and close my visual spheres. I have not slept so much this 20 years, since first my dearest sleeping mate was gone, for that too ill to speak of Ilion. Hence take your mad steps back. If any maid of all my train besides a part had played so bold to wake, and tell mine ears such lies, I had return'd her to her housewiferys with good proof of my wrath to such rude dames. But go, your years have saved their younger blames." She answered her, "I nothing wrong your ear, but tell the truth. Your long-miss'd lord is here, and, with the wooer's slaughter, his own hand, in chief exploit, hath to his own command reduced his house, and that poor guest was he, that all those wooers wrought such injury. Telemachus had knowledge, long ago, that 'twas his father, but his wisdom so observed his counsels, to give surer end to that great work to which they did contend." This called her spirits to their conceiving places. She sprung for joy from blames into embraces of her grave nurse, wiped every tear away from her fair cheeks, and then began to say what nurse said over thus: "O nurse, can this be true thou say'st? How could that hand of his alone destroy so many? They would still troop all together. How could he then kill such numbers so united?" "How," said she, "I have not seen nor heard, but certainly the deed is done. We sat within in fear, the doors shut to us,
and from thence might hear the sighs and groans of every man he slew, but heard nor saw more, till at length there flew your son's voice to mine ear, that called to me, and bade me then come forth, and then I see Ulysses standing in the midst of all your slaughter'd wooers, heaped up like a wall, one on another, round about his side. It would have done you good to have descried your conqu'ring lord all smear'd with blood and gore so like a lion. Straight then off they bore the slaughter'd carcasses, that now before the forecourt gates lie, one on another piled, and now your victor all the hall, defiled with stench of hot death, is perfuming round, and with a mighty fire the hearth hath crowned. Thus all the death removed, and every room made sweet and sightly, that yourself should come, his pleasure sent me. Come then, take you now your mutual fills of comfort. Grief on you hath long and many sufferings laid, which length, with many sufferings, now your virtuous strength of uncorrupted chasteness hath conferr'd a happy end to. He that long hath err'd is safe arrived at home, his wife, his son, found safe and good. All ill that hath been done on all the doers' heads, though long prolonged, his right hath wreaked, and in the place they wronged. She answer'd, do not you now laugh and boast as you had done some great act, seeing most into his being, for you know he won, even through his poor and vile condition, a kind of prompted thought that there was placed some virtue in him fit to be embraced by all the house, but most of all by me, and by my son that was the progeny of both our loves. And yet it is not he, for all the likely proofs ye plead to me. Some God hath slain the Wooers, in disdain of the abhorred pride he saw so reign in those base works they did. No man alive, or good or bad, whoever did arrive at their abodes once, ever could obtain regard of them, and therefore their so vain and vile deserts have found as vile an end. But, for Ulysses, never will extend his wish'd return to Greece, nor he yet lives. How strange a queen you are, said she, that gives no truth your credit, that your husband, set close in his house at fire, can purchase yet no faith of you, but that he still is far from any home of his, your wits at war with all credulity ever. And yet now, I'll name a sign shall force belief from you. I bathed him lately, and beheld the scar that still remains a mark too ocular to leave your heart yet blinded. And I then had run and told you, but his hand was fain to close my lips from the acclamation my heart was breathing, and his wisdom won my still retention, till he gave me leave and charge to tell you this. Now then receive my life for gage of his return, which take in any cruel fashion, if I make all this not clear to you. Love nurse, said she, though many things thou know'st, yet these things be veil'd in the counsels the uncreated Gods have long time mask'd in, whose dark periods 'tis hard for thee to see into. But come, let's see my son, the slain, and him by whom they had their slaughter. This said, down they went, when on the Queen's part divers thoughts were spent. If, all this given no faith, she still should stand aloof, and question more, or his hugg'd hand and loved head she should at first assay with free given kisses. When her doubtful way had passed the stony pavement, she took seat against her husband, in the opposite heat the fire then cast upon the other wall. Himself set by the column of the hall, his looks cast downwards, and expected still when her incredulous and curious will to shun ridiculous air, and the shame to kiss a husband that was not the same, would down, and win enough faith from his sight. She silent sat, and her perplexed plight amaze encounter'd. Sometimes she stood clear he was her husband, sometimes the ill wear his person had put on transform'd him so that yet his stamp would hardly current go. Her son, her strangeness seeing, blam'd her thus: Mother, ungentle mother, tyrannous, is this too curious modesty to show? Why sit you from my father, nor bestow A word on me to enquire and clear such doubt As may perplex you? Found man ever out One other such a wife that could forbear Her lov'd lord's welcome home, when 20 year In infinite suff'rance he had spent apart? No flint so hard is as a woman's heart. Son, said she, Amaze contains my mind, nor can I speak and use the common kind of those inquiries, nor sustain to see with opposite looks his countenance. If this be my true Ulysses, now return'd, there are tokens betwixt us of more fitness far to give me argument he is my lord, and my assurance of him may afford my proofs of joy for him from all these eyes with more decorum than object their guise to public notice. The much sufferer brake in laughter out, and to his son said, Take your mother from the priest, that she may make her own proofs of me, which perhaps may give more cause to the acknowledgments that drive their show thus off. But now, because I go so poorly clad, she takes disdain to know so loath the creature for her loved lord. Let us consult then how we may accord the town to our late action. Some one slain hath made the all left slaughterer of him fain to fly his friends and country. But our swords have slain a city's most supportful lords, the chief peers of the kingdom. Therefore see you use wise means to uphold your victory. See you to that, good father, said the son, whose counsels have the sovereign glory won from all men living. None will strive with you, but with unquestioned girlands grace your brow, to whom our whole alacrities we vow in free attendance. Nor shall our hands leave your onsets needy of supplies to give all the effects that in our powers can fall. Then this, said he, to me seems capital of all choice courses. Bathe we first, and then attire we freshly, all our maids and men enjoining likewise to their best attire. The sacred singer then let touch his lyre, and go before us all in graceful dance, that all without, to whose ears shall advance our cheerful accents, or of travellers by, or firm inhabitants, solemnity of frolic nuptials may imagine here. And this perform we, lest the massacre of all our wooers be divulged about the ample city, ere ourselves get out and greet my father in his grove of trees, whereafter we will prove what policies Olympius shall suggest to overcome our latest toils, and crown our welcome home. This all obeyed, bathed, put on fresh attire, both men and women did, then took his lyre the holy singer, and set thirst on fire with songs and faultless dances. All the court rung with the footings that the numerous sport from jocund men drew and fair-girdled dames, which heard abroad, thus flew the common fames. This sure the day is when the much-wooed queen is richly wed. O wretch, that hath not been so constant as to keep her ample house till the utmost hour had brought her foremost spouse. Thus some conceived, but little knew the thing. And now Eurynomé had bathed the king, smoothed him with oils, and he himself attir'd in vestures royal. Her part then inspir'd the Goddess Pallas, deck'd his head and face with infinite beauties, gave a goodly grace of stature to him, a much plumper plight through all his body breathed, curls soft and bright adorn'd his head withal, and made it show as if the flowery hyacinth did grow in all his pride there, in the general trim of every lock and every curious limb. Look how a skilful artisan, well seen in all arts metalline, as having been taught by Minerva and the God of Fire, doth gold with silver mix so that entire they keep their self-distinction, and yet so that to the silver from the gold doth flow a much more artificial lustre than his own, and thereby to the gold itself is grown a greater glory than if wrought alone, both being struck off by either's miction. So did Minerva hers and his combine, he more in her, she more in him did shine. Like an immortal from the bath he rose, and to his wife did all his grace dispose, encountering this her strangeness. Cruel dame of all that breathe, the Gods past steel and flame have made thee ruthless. Life retains not one of all dames else that bears so overgrown a mind with abstinence, as 20 years to miss her husband drown'd in woes and tears, and at his coming keep aloof, and fare as of his so long absence, and his care no sense had seized her. Go, nurse, make a bed that I alone may sleep. Her heart is dead to all reflection. To him thus replied the wise Penelope: Man half deified, 'tis not my fashion to be taken straight with bravest men, nor poorest use to slight. Your mean appearance made not me retire, Nor this your rich show makes me now admire, Nor moves at all; for what is all to me If not my husband? All this certainty I knew at parting; but, so long apart, The outward likeness holds no full desert For me to trust to. Go, nurse, see address'd A soft bed for him, and the single rest Himself affects so. Let it be the bed That stands within our bridal chamber stead, Which he himself made. Bring it forth from thence, And see it furnish'd with magnificence." This said she to assay him, and did stir Ev'n his establish'd patience; and to her whom thus he answer'd: "Woman, your words prove my patience strangely. Who is it can move my bed out of his place? It shall oppress earth's greatest understander; and, unless ev'n God himself come, that can easily grace Men in their most skills, it shall hold his place. For man he lives not, that, as not most skill'd, So not most young, shall easily make it yield, If building on the strength in which he flows, He adds both levers to and iron crows. For in the fixture of the bed is shown A masterpiece, a wonder; and 'twas done By me, and none but me, and thus was wrought. There was an olive tree, that had his grot Amidst a hedge, and was of shadow proud, Fresh, and the prime age of his verdure show'd; His leaves and arms so thick, that to the eye It show'd a column for solidity. To this I had a comprehension To build my bridal bow'r; which all of stone, Thick as the tree of leaves, I rais'd, and cast A roof about it, nothing meanly grac'd; Put glued doors to it, that op'd art enough; Then from the olive every broad leav'd bough I lopp'd away; then fell'd the tree; and then Went over it both with my axe and plane, Both govern'd by my line; and then I hew'd My curious bedstead out, in which I shew'd Work of no common hand. All this begun, I could not leave till to perfection My pains had brought it; took my wimble, bor'd The holes as fitted, and did last afford The varied ornament, which show'd no want Of silver, gold, and polish'd elephant. An ox hide dyed in purple then I threw Above the cords. And thus to curious view I hope I have objected honest sign To prove I author nought that is not mine. But if my bed stand unremov'd or no, O woman, passeth human wit to know." This sunk her knees and heart, to hear so true The signs she urg'd; and first did tears ensue Her rapt assurance; then she ran and spread Her arms about his neck, kiss'd oft his head, And thus the curious stay she made excus'd: "Ulysses, be not angry that I use Such strange delays to this, since heretofore Your suff'ring wisdom hath the garland wore From all that breathe; and 'tis the Gods that, thus With mutual miss so long afflicting us, Have caus'd my coyness, to our youths envied That wish society that should have tied Our youths and years together. And since now Judgment and duty should our age allow As full joys therein as in youth and blood, See all young anger and reproof withstood For not at first sight giving up my arms; My heart still trembling lest the false alarms That words oft strike up should ridiculize me. Had Argive Helen known credulity Would bring such plagues with it, and her again, As authoress of them all, with that foul stain To her and to her country, she had stay'd Her love and mixture from a stranger's bed. But God impell'd her to a shameless deed, Because she had not in herself decreed, Before the attempt, that such acts still were shent As simply in themselves as in the event By which not only she herself sustains, But we, for her fault, have paid mutual pains. Yet now, since these signs of our certain bed You have discover'd, and distinguished From all earth's others, no one man but you Yet ever getting of it the only show, Nor one of all dames but myself, and she My father gave, old Actor's progeny, Who ever guarded to ourselves the door Of that thick shaded chamber, I no more Will cross your clear persuasion, though till now I stood too doubtful and austere to you." These words of hers, so justifying her stay, Did more desire of joyful moan convey To his glad mind, than if at an instant's sight She had allow'd him all his wishes right. He wept for joy, t' enjoy a wife so fit For his grave mind, that knew his depth of wit, and held chaste virtue at a price so high. And as sad men at sea, when shore is nigh, which long their hearts have wish'd, their ship quite lost by Neptune's rigour, and they vex'd and tossed 'twixt winds and black waves, swimming for their lives, a few escaped, and that few that survives, all drench'd in foam and brine, crawl up to land, with joy as much as they did worlds command. So dear to his wife was her husband's sight, who still embraced his neck, and had, till light display'd her silver ensign, if the dame, that bears the blue sky intermix'd with flame in her fair eyes, had not infix'd her thought on other joys, for loves so hardly brought to long'd for meeting, who th' extended night withheld in long date, nor would let the light her wing'd hoof horse join, Lampus, Phaeton, those ever colts that bring the morning on to worldly men, but in her golden chair down to the ocean by her silver hair bound her aspirings. Then Ulysses said: "O wife, nor yet are my contentions stay'd. A most unmeasur'd labour long and hard asks more performance. To it being prepar'd by grave Tiresias, when down to hell I made dark passage, that his skill might tell my men's return and mine. But come, and now enjoy the sweet rest that our fates allow." "The place of rest is ready," she replied, "your will at full service, since the Deified have brought you where your right is to command. But since you know, God making understand your searching mind, inform me what must be your last set labour, since 'twill fall to me, I hope, to hear it after. Tell me now. The greatest pleasure is before to know." "Unhappy," said Ulysses, "to what end importune you this labour? It will lend nor you nor me delight. But you shall know I was commanded yet more to bestow my years in travel, many cities more by sea to visit, and when first for shore I left my shipping, I was will'd to take a naval oar in hand, and with it make my passage forth, till such strange men I met as knew no sea, nor ever salt did eat with any victuals, who the purple beaks of ships did never see, nor that which breaks the waves in curls, which is a fan like oar, and serves as wings with which a ship doth soar. To let me know then, when I was arriv'd on that strange earth where such a people liv'd, he gave me this for an unfailing sign, when any one that took that oar of mine, borne on my shoulder, for a corn cleans'd fan, I met ashore, and show'd to be a man of that land's labour, there had I command to fix mine oar, and offer on that strand t' imperial Neptune, whom I must implore, a lamb, a bull, and a sow ascending boar, and then turn home, where all the other Gods that in the broad heaven made secure abodes I must solicit, all my curious heed Giv'n to the sev'ral rites they have decreed, With holy hecatombs, and then at home A gentle death should seize me that would come From out the sea, and take me to his rest In full ripe age, about me living blest My loving people; to which he presaged The sequel of my fortunes were engag'd. "If then," said she, "the Gods will please to impose A happier being to your fortune's close Than went before, your hope gives comfort strength That life shall lend you better days at length." While this discourse spent mutual speech, the bed Eurynomé and nurse had made, and spread With richest furniture, while torches spent Their parcel gilt thereon. To bed then went The aged nurse; and, where their sov'reigns were, Eurynomé, the chambermaid, did bear A torch, and went before them to their rest; To which she left them, and for hers address'd. The king and queen then now, as newly wed, Resum'd the old laws of the embracing bed. Telemachus and both his herdsmen then Dissolv'd the dances both to maids and men, Who in their shady roofs took timely sleep. The bride and bridegroom having ceas'd to keep Observéd love joys, from their fit delight They turn'd to talk. The queen then did recite What she had suffer'd by the hateful rout Of harmful Wooers, who had eat her out So many oxen and so many sheep, How many tun of wine their drinking deep Had quite exhausted. Great Ulysses then, Whatever slaughters he had made of men, Whatever sorrows he himself sustain'd, Repeated amply. And her ears remain'd with all delight Attentive to their end, nor would one wink sleep Till he told her all, beginning where he gave the Cicons fall, from thence his pass to the Lotophagi, the Cyclops acts, the putting out his eye, and the wreak of all the soldiers he had eat, no less ruth shown to all they could entreat, his way to Æolus, his prompt receipt and kind dismission, his enforced retreat by sudden tempest to the fishy main, and quite distraction from his course again, his landing at the Læstrygonian port, where ships and men in miserable sort met all their spoils, his ship and he alone got off from the abhorr'd confusion, his pass to Circe, her deceits and arts, his thence descension to the infernal parts, his life's course of the Theban prophet learn'd, where all the slaughter'd Grecians he discern'd, and loved mother, his astonish'd ear with what the Sirens' voices made him hear, his 'scape from the erring rocks, with Scylla was, and rough Charybdis, with the dangerous pass of all that touch'd there, his Sicilian offence given to the sun, his every man destroyed by thunder volley'd out of heaven, that split his ship, his own endeavours driven to shift for succours on the Ogygian shore, where nymph Calypso such affection bore to him in his arrival, that with feast she kept him in her caves, and would have blessed his welcome life with an immortal state would he have stayed, and lived her nuptial mate, all which she never could persuade him to, his pass to the Phæacians spent in woe, their hearty welcome of him, as he were a God descended from the starry sphere, their kind dismission of him home with gold, brass, garments, all things his occasions would. This last word us'd, sleep seiz'd his weary eye, that salves all care to all mortality. In mean space Pallas entertain'd intent, that when Ulysses thought enough time spent in love joys with his wife, to raise the day, and make his grave occasions call away. The morning rose, and he, when thus he said: "O Queen, now satiate with afflictions laid On both our bosoms, you oppressed here With cares for my return, I everywhere By Jove and all the Deities toss'd, Ev'n till all our hope of my return Was lost, and both arriv'd at this sweet haven, Our bed, be your care us'd, to see administred My house possessions left. Those sheep that were Consum'd in surfeits by your Wooers here, I'll forage to supply with some, and more The suff'ring Grecians shall be made restore, Ev'n till our stalls receive their wonted fill. And now, to comfort my good father's ill Long suffer'd for me, to the many treed And ample vineyard grounds it is decreed In my next care that I must haste and see His long'd for presence. In the meantime be your wisdom us'd, that since, the sun ascended, the fame will soon be through the town extended Of those I here have slain, yourself, got close Up to your chamber, see you there repose, Cheer'd with your women, and nor look afford Without your court, nor any man a word." This said, he arm'd; to arms both son and swain His pow'r commanding, who did entertain His charge with spirit, ope the gates and out, He leading all. And now was hurl'd about Aurora's ruddy fire, through all whose light Minerva led them through the town from sight. End of the 23rd Book. The 24th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. The 24th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. Translated by George Chapman. The Argument. By Mercury the Wooers' souls are usher'd to the infernal pools. Ulysses with Laertes met. The people are in uproar set Against them for the Wooers' ends, whom Pallas stays and renders friends. Another Argument. Omega. The uproar's fire the peoples fall, the grandsire, sire, and son to all. Cyllenian Hermes with his golden rod The Wooers' souls, that yet retain'd abode Amidst their bodies, call'd in dreadful rout Forth to the infernals, who came murmuring out. And as amidst the desolate retreat Of some vast cavern,
made the sacred seat of austere spirits, bats with breasts and wings clasp fast the walls, and each to other clings; but swept off from their coverts, up they rise, and fly with murmurs in amazeful guise about the cavern. So these, grumbling, rose, and flocked together. Down before them goes none hurting Mercury to hell's broad ways, and straight to those straits, where the ocean stays his lofty current in calm deeps, they flew. Then to the snowy rock they next withdrew, and to the close of Phœbus' orient gates, the nation then of dreams, and then the states of those souls' idols that the weary dead gave up in earth, which in a flowery mead had habitable situation. And there they saw the soul of Thetis' son, of good Patroclus, brave Antilochus, and Ajax, the supremely strenuous of all the Greeks' host next Pelion, all which assembled about Maia's son. And to them then after came the mournful ghost of Agamemnon, with all those he lost in false Aegisthus' court. Achilles then, beholding there the mighty king of men, deplored his plight, and said: "O Atreus' son, of all heroes all opinion gave thee for Jove's most loved, since most command of all the Greeks he gave thy eminent hand at siege of Ilion, where we suffered so. And is the issue this, that first in woe stern fate did therefore set thy sequel down? None born past others' fates can pass his own. I wish to heaven that in the height of all our pomp at Ilion fate had signed thy fall, that all the Greeks might have advanced to thee a famous sepulchre, and fame might see thy son given honour in thy honour'd end. But now a wretched death did fate extend to thy confusion and thy issue's shame." "O Thetis' son," said he, "the vital flame extinct at Ilion, far from the Argive fields, the style of blessed to thy virtue yields. About thy fall the best of Greece and Troy were sacrificed to slaughter. Thy just joy conceived in battle with some worth forgot in such a death as great Apollo shot at thy encounters. Thy brave person lay hid in a dusty whirlwind, that made way with human breaths spent in thy ruined state. Thou great were greatly valued in thy fate. All day we fought about thee, nor at all had ceased our conflict, had not Jove let fall a storm that forced off our unwilling feet. But, having brought thee from the fight to fleet, thy glorious person, bath'd and balm'd, we lay aloft abed, and round about thee paid the Greeks warm tears to thy deplor'd decease, quite daunted, cutting all their curls' increase. Thy death drave a divine voice through the seas that started up thy mother from the waves, and all the marine godheads left their caves, consorting to our fleet her rapt repair. The Greeks stood frighted to see sea and air and earth combine so in thy losses sense, had taken ship and fled for ever thence, if old much knowing Nestor had not stay'd their rushing off, his counsels having sway'd in all times former with such cause their courses, who bade contain themselves, and trust their forces. For all they saw was Thetis come from sea, with others of the watery progeny, to see and mourn for her deceased son, which stay'd the fears that all to flight had won. And round about thee stood the old sea gods' seeds, wretchedly mourning, their immortal weeds spreading upon thee. All the sacred nine of deathless Muses paid thee dues divine, by varied turns their heav'nly voices venting, all in deep passion for thy death consenting. And then of all our army not an eye you could have seen undrown'd in misery, the moving Muse so rul'd in every mind. Full 17 days and nights our tears confin'd to celebration of thy mourned end. Both men and gods did in thy moan contend. The 18th day we spent about thy heap of dying fire. Black oxen, fat as sheep, we slew past number. Then the precious spoil, thy corse, we took up, which with floods of oil and pleasant honey we embalm'd, and then wrapped thee in those robes that the Gods did rain, in which we gave thee to the hallowed flame, to which a number of heroical name, as pressed to sacrifice their vital right to thy dead ruins, while so bright they burned. Both foot and horse brake in, and fought and mourned in infinite tumult. But when all the night the rich flame lasted, and that wasted quite thy body was with the enamour'd fire, we came in early morn, and an entire collection made of every ivory bone, which wash'd in wine, and given fit unction, a 2-ear'd bowl of gold thy mother gave, by Bacchus given her, and did form receive from Vulcan's famous hand; which, O renown'd great Thetis' son, with thy fair bones we crown'd, mix'd with the bones of Menœtiades and brave Antilochus, who in decease of thy Patroclus was thy favours dear. About thee then a matchless sepulchre the sacred host of the Achaians raised upon the Hellespont, where most it seized, for height and conspicuity, the eyes of living men and their posterities. Thy mother then obtain'd the Greeks' consent to institute an honour'd game, that spent the best approvement of our Grecian fames; in whose praise I must say that many games about heroes' sepulchres mine eyes have seen perform'd, but these bore off the prize with miracles to me from all before; in which thy silver‐footed mother bore the institution's name, but thy deserts, being great with heaven, caused all the eminent parts. And thus, through all the worst effects of fate, Achilles' fame even death shall propagate. While any one shall lend the light an eye, divine Æacides shall never die. But wherein can these comforts be conceiv'd as rights to me, when, having quite achiev'd an end with safety, and with conquest too, of so unmatch'd a war, what none could do of all our enemies there, at home a friend and wife have given me inglorious end? While these thus spake, the Argus‐killing spy brought near Ulysses' noble victory to their renew'd discourse, in all the ends the Wooers suffered, and show'd those his friends, whom now amaze invaded with the view, and made give back. Yet Agamemnon knew Melanthius' heir, much fam'd Amphimedon, who had in Ithaca guest favours shown to great Atrides, who first spake, and said: "Amphimedon, what suff'rance hath been laid on your alive parts, that hath made you make this land of darkness the retreat you take? So altogether, all being like in years, nor would a man have choos'd of all the peers a city honours, men to make a part more strong for any object. Hath your smart been felt from Neptune, being at sea, his wrath the winds and waves exciting to your scathe? Or have offensive men imposed this fate, your oxen driving, or your flocks' estate? Or for your city fighting, and your wives, have deaths untimely seiz'd your best tim'd lives? Inform me truly. I was once your guest, when I and Menelaus had profess'd first arms for Ilion, and were come ashore on Ithaca, with purpose to implore Ulysses' aid, that city‐racing man, in wreak of the adult'rous Phrygian. Retain not you the time? A whole month's date we spent at sea, in hopes to instigate in our arrival old Laertes' son, whom hardly yet to our design we won." The soul made answer: "Worthiest king of men, I well remember every passage then You now reduce to thought, and will relate The truth in whole form of our timeless fate. We woo'd the wife of that long absent king, Who, though her second marriage were a thing Of most hate to her, she would yet deny At no part our affections, nor comply With any in performance, but decreed In her delays the cruel fates we feed. Her craft was this: she undertook to weave A funeral garment destin'd to receive The corse of old Laertes, being a task Of infinite labour, and which time would ask; in midst of whose attempt she caus'd our stay With this attraction: Youths, that come in way Of honour'd nuptials to me, though my lord Abide amongst the dead, yet cease to board My choice for present nuptials, and sustain, Lest what is past me of this web be vain, Till all receive perfection. 'Tis a weed Dispos'd to wrap in at his funeral need The old Laertes, who, possessing much, Would, in his want of rites as fitting, touch my honour highly with each vulgar dame." Thus spake she, and persuaded, and her frame All day she labour'd, her day's work not small, But every night time she unwrought it all, 3 years continuing this imperfect task. But when the 4th year came, her sleights could mask In no more covert, since her trusted maid Her whole deceit to our true note betray'd. With which surpris'd, she could no more protract Her work's perfection, but gave end exact To what remain'd, wash'd up, and set thereon A gloss so bright, that like the sun and moon The whole work show'd together. And when now Of mere necessity her honour'd vow She must make good to us, ill fortune brought Ulysses home, who yet gave none one thought Of his arrival, but far off at field Liv'd with his herdsmen, nor his trust would yield Note of his person, but liv'd there as guest, Ragged as a beggar in that life profess'd. At length Telemachus left Pylos' sand, And with a ship fetch'd soon his native land, When yet not home he went, but laid his way Up to his herdsman where his father lay, And where both laid our deaths. To town then bore The swineherd and his king, the swain before. Telemachus in other ways bestow'd his course Home first, t' associate us that woo'd. The swain the king led after, who came on Ragged and wretched, and still lean'd upon A borrow'd staff. At length he reach'd his home, Where, on the sudden, and so wretched come, Nor we, nor much our elders once did dream Of his return there, but did wrongs extreme Of words and blows to him, all which he bore With that old patience he had learn'd before. But when the mind of Jove had rais'd his own, His son and he fetch'd all their armour down, Fast lock'd the doors, and to prepare their use He will'd his wife, for first to mean, to produce His bow to us to draw, of which no one Could stir the string. Himself yet set upon The deadly strength it held, drew all with ease, Shot through the steels, and then began to seize Our armless bosoms, striking first the breast Of King Antinous, and then the rest In heaps turn'd over, hopeful of his end, Because some God, he knew, stood firm his friend. Nor prov'd it worse with him, but all in flood The pavement straight blush'd with our vital blood. And thus our souls came here, our bodies laid Neglected in his roofs, no word convey'd To any friend to take us home, and give Our wounds fit balming, nor let such as live Entomb our deaths, and for our fortunes shed Those tears and death rites that renown the dead. Atrides' ghost gave answer: "O bless'd son of old Laertes, thou at length hast won With mighty virtue thy unmatchéd wife. How good a knowledge, how untouch'd a life, Hath wise Penelope! How well she laid Her husband's rights up, whom she lov'd a maid! For which her virtues shall extend applause Beyond the circles frail mortality draws. The deathless in this vale of death, comprising Her praise in numbers into infinites rising. The daughter Tyndarus begot no such chaste thoughts, but cut the virgin knot That knit her spouse and her with murderous swords. For which posterities shall put hateful words To notes of her that all her sex defam'd, And for her ill shall even the good be blam'd." To this effect these digressions made In hell, earth's dark and ever hiding shade. Ulysses and his son, now past the town, Soon reach'd the field elaborately grown By old Laertes' labour, when, with cares For his lost son, he left all court affairs, And took to this rude upland, which with toil He made a sweet and habitable soil, Where stood a house to him, about which ran, In turnings thick and labyrinthian, Poor hovels, where his necessary men That did those works, of pleasure to him then, Might sit, and eat, and sleep. In his own house an old Sicilian dame Liv'd, studious to serve his sour age With her cheerful pains. Then said Ulysses to his son and swains: "Go you to town, and for your dinner kill The best swine ye can choose. Myself will still Stay with my father, and assay his eye If my acknowledg'd truth it can descry, or that my long time's travel doth so change my sight to him that I appear as strange." Thus gave he arms to them, and home they hied. Ulysses to the fruitful field applied his present place, nor found he Dolius there, his sons, or any servant, anywhere in all that spacious ground. All gone from thence were dragging bushes to repair a fence, old Dolius leading all. Ulysses found his father far above in that fair ground employed in pruning of a plant, his weeds all torn and tattered, fit for homely deeds, but not for him. Upon his legs he wore patched boots to guard him from the brambles' gore. His hands had thorn-proof hedging mittens on, his head a goat-skin casque, through all which shone his heart given over to abjectest moan. Him when Ulysses saw consum'd with age, and all the ensigns on him that the rage of grief presented, he brake out in tears, and taking stand then where a tree of pears shot high his forehead over him, his mind had much contention, if to yield to kind, make straight way to his father, kiss, embrace, tell his return, and put on all the face and fashion of his instant told return, or stay the impulsion, and the long day burn, of his quite loss given in his father's fear a little longer, trying first his cheer with some free dalliance, the earnest being so near. This course his choice preferr'd, and forth he went. His father then his aged shoulders bent beneath what years had stooped, about a tree busily digging. "O, old man," said he, "you want no skill to dress and deck your ground, for all your plants doth order'd distance bound. No apple, pear, or olive, fig, or vine, nor any plat or quarter you can find to grass or flower stands empty of your care, which shows exact in each peculiar, and yet which let not move you. You bestow no care upon yourself, though to this show of outward irksomeness to what you are, your labour with an inward froward care, which is your age, that should wear all without more neat and cherishing. I make no doubt that any sloth you use procures your lord to let an old man go so much abhorr'd in all his weeds, nor shines there in your look a fashion and a goodliness so took with abject qualities to merit this nasty entreaty. Your resemblance is a very king's, and shines through this retreat. You look like one that having wash'd and eat should sleep securely, lying sweet and neat. It is the ground of age, when cares abuse it, to know life's end, and, as 'tis sweet, so use it. But utter truth, and tell what lord is he that rates your labour and your liberty? Whose orchard is it that you husband thus? Or quit me this doubt, for if Ithacus this kingdom claims for his, the man I found at first arrival here is hardly sound of brain or civil, not enduring stay to tell nor hear me my inquiry out of that my friend, if still he bore about his life and being, or were div'd to death, and in the house of him that harboureth the souls of men. For once he liv'd my guest, my land and house retaining interest in his abode there, where there sojourned none as guest from any foreign region of more price with me. He deriv'd his race from Ithaca, and said his father was Laertes, surnam'd Arcesiades. I had him home, and all the offices perform'd to him that fitted any friend, whose proof I did to wealthy gifts extend: 7 talents gold, a bowl all silver set with pots of flowers, 12 robes that had no pleat, 12 cloaks or mantles of delicious dye, 12 inner weeds, 12 suits of tapestry. I gave him likewise women skill'd in use of loom and needle, freeing him to choose for the most fair." His father weeping said, "Stranger, the earth to which you are convey'd Is Ithaca, by such rude men possess'd, Unjust and insolent, as first address'd To your encounter; but the gifts you gave Were given, alas, to the ungrateful grave. If with his people, when you now arrive, Your fate had been to find your friend alive, You should have found like guest rites from his hand, Like gifts, and kind pass to your wishéd land. But how long since received you for your guest your friend my son, who was the unhappiest of all men breathing, if he were at all? O born, when fates and ill aspects let fall A cruel influence for him, far away From friends and country destin'd to allay The sea bred appetites, or left ashore To be by fowls and upland monsters tore, His life's kind authors, nor his wealthy wife Bemoaning, as behov'd, his parted life, Nor closing, as in honour's course it lies To all men dead, in bed his dying eyes. But give me knowledge of your name and race. What city bred you? Where the anchoring place Your ship now rides at lies, that shor'd you here, And where your men? Or, if a passenger In other keels you came, who, giving land To your adventures here, some other strand To fetch in further course, have left to us Your welcome presence? His reply was thus: I am of Alybandé, where I hold My name's chief house, to much renown extoll'd. My father Aphidantes, fam'd to spring From Polypemon, the Molossian king; My name Eperitus. My taking land On this fair isle was rul'd by the command Of God or Fortune, quite against consent Of my free purpose, that in course was bent For the isle Sicania. My ship is held Far from the city, near an ample field. And for Ulysses, since his pass from me 'Tis now 5 years, unblest by destiny That all this time hath had the fate to err; Though, at his parting, good birds did augur His putting off, and on his right hand flew, Which to his passage my affection drew, His spirit joyful; and my hope was now To guest with him, and see his hand bestow Rites of our friendship. This a cloud of grief Cast over all the forces of his life. With both his hands the burning dust he swept Up from the earth, which on his head he heap'd, And fetch'd a sigh, as in it life were broke, Which griev'd his son, and gave so smart a stroke Upon his nostrils with the inward stripe, That up the vein rose there; and weeping ripe He was to see his sire feel such woe For his dissembled joy; which now let go, He sprung from earth, embrac'd, and kiss'd his sire, And said: O father, he of whom ye enquire Am I myself, that, from you 20 years, Is now return'd. But do not break in tears, For now we must not forms of kind maintain, But haste, and guard the substance. I have slain All my wife's wooers, so revenging now Their wrong so long time suffer'd. Take not you the comfort of my coming then To heart, at this glad instant, but in prov'd desert Of your grave judgment, give moan glad suspense, And on the sudden put this consequence In act as absolute, as all time went To ripening of your resolute assent. All this haste made not his staid faith so free To trust his words; who said: If you are he, Approve it by some sign. This scar then see, Replied Ulysses, giv'n me by the boar Slain in Parnassus, I being sent before By yours, and by my honour'd mother's will, To see your sire Autolycus fulfil The gifts he vow'd at giving of my name. I tell you too, the trees, in goodly frame Of this fair orchard, that I ask'd of you Being yet a child, and follow'd for your show And name of every tree. You gave me then of fig trees 40, apple bearers 10, pear trees 13, and 50 ranks of vine, Each one of which a season did confine For his best eating. Not a grape did grow That grew not there, and had his heavy brow When Jove's fair daughters the all ripening hours Gave timely date to it. This charg'd the pow'rs Both of his knees and heart with such impression Of sudden comfort, that it gave possession Of all to trance; the signs were all so true, And did the love that gave them so renew. He cast his arms about his son, and sunk, The circle slipping to his feet; so shrunk Were all his age's forces with the fire Of his young love rekindled. The old sire The son took up quite lifeless; but his breath Again respiring, and his soul from death His body's pow'r recovering, out he cried, And said: O Jupiter! I now have tried that still there live in heaven remembering gods of men that serve them, though the periods they set on their appearances are long in best men's sufferings, yet as sure as strong they are in comforts, be their strange delays extended never so from days to days. Yet see the short joys or the soon mixed fears of helps withheld by them so many years. For if the Wooers now have paid the pain due to their impious pleasures, now again extreme fear takes me, lest we straight shall see the Ithacensians here in mutiny, their messengers dispatched to win to friend the Cephalian cities. Do not spend your thoughts on these cares, said his suffering son, but be of comfort, and see that course run that best may shun the worst. Our house is near, Telemachus and both his herdsmen there to dress our supper with their utmost haste, and thither haste we. This said, forth they passed, came home, and found Telemachus at feast with both his swains, while who had done, all dressed with baths and balms, and royally arrayed the old king was by a Sicilian maid, by whose side Pallas stood, his crooked age straightening, his flesh more plumping, and his looks enlightening, who, issuing then to view, his son admir'd, the gods' aspects into his form inspir'd, and said: "O father, certainly some god by your addression in this state hath stood, more great, more reverend, rend'ring you by far, at all your parts, than of yourself you are." "I would to Jove," said he, "the sun, and she that bears Jove's shield, the state had stood with me that help'd me take in the well‐builded towers of strong Nericus, the Cephalian powers to that fair city leading, 2 days past, while with the Wooers thy conflict did last, and I had then been in the Wooers' wreak. I should have help'd thee, so to render weak their stubborn knees, that in thy joy's desert thy breast had been too little for thy heart." This said, and supper order'd by their men, they sat to it, old Dolius entering then, and with him, tried with labour, his sons came, call'd by their mother the Sicilian dame that brought them up and dressed their father's fare. As whose age grew, with it increased her care to see him served as fitted. When thus set, these men beheld Ulysses there at meat, they knew him, and astonish'd in the place, stood at his presence, who with words of grace called to old Dolius, saying: "Come and eat, and banish all astonishment. Your meat hath long been ready, and ourselves made stay, expecting ever when your wished way would reach amongst us." This brought fiercely on old Dolius from his stand, who ran upon, with both his arms abroad, the king, and kiss'd of both his wrapp'd up hands the either wrist, thus welcoming his presence: "O my love, your presence here, for which all wishes strove, no one expected. Even the gods have gone in guide before you to your mansion. Welcome, and all joys to your heart contend. Knows yet Penelope, or shall we send some one to tell her this?" "She knows," said he. "What need these troubles, father, touch it thee?" Then came the sons of Dolius, and again went over with their fathers entertain, welcom'd, shook hands, and then to feast sat down. About which, while they sat, about the town fame flew, and shriek'd about the cruel death and fate the Wooers had sustain'd beneath Ulysses' roofs. All heard; together all from hence and thence met in Ulysses' hall, short breath'd and noiseful, bore out all the dead to instant burial, while their deaths were spread to other neighbour cities where they liv'd, from whence in swiftest fisher boats arrived men to transfer them home. In mean space here the heavy nobles all in council were, where, met in much heap, up to all arose extremely grieved Eupitheus so to lose his son Antinous, who, first of all, by great Ulysses' hand had slaught'rous fall, whose father weeping for him said: "O friends, this man hath author'd works of dismal ends, long since conveying in his guide to Troy good men, and many that did ships employ, all which are lost, and all the soldiers dead. And now the best men Cephallenia bred his hand hath slaughter'd. Go we then, before his 'scape to Pylos or the Ilian shore, where rule the Epeans, 'gainst his horrid hand.
For we shall grieve, and infamy will brand our fames for ever, if we see our sons and brothers end in these confusions, revenge left uninflicted. Nor will I enjoy one day's life more, but grieve and die with instant onset. Nor should you survive to keep a base and beastly name alive. Haste then, lest flight prevent us." This with tears his griefs advis'd, and made all sufferers in his affliction. But by this was come up to the council from Ulysses' home, when sleep had left them, which their slaughters there and their self‐dangers from their eyes in fear had 2 nights intercepted, those 2 men that just Ulysses saved out of the slain, which Medon and the sacred singer were. These stood amidst the council, and the fear the slaughter had impressed in either's look struck still so ghastly that amaze it struck through every there beholder, to whose ears one thus enforced in his fright cause of theirs. Attend me, Ithacensians. This stern fact done by Ulysses was not put in act without the Gods' assistance. These self‐eyes saw one of the immortal deities close by Ulysses, Mentor's form put on at every part; and this sure deity shone now near Ulysses, setting on his bold and slaught'rous spirit, now the points controll'd of all the Wooers' weapons, round about the arm'd house whisking, in continual rout their party putting, till in heaps they fell. This news new fears did through their spirits impel, when Halitherses, honour'd master's son, who of them all saw only what was done present and future, the much knowing man and aged hero, this plain course ran amongst their counsels: "Give me likewise ear, and let me tell ye, friends, that these ills bear on your malignant spleens their sad effects, who not what I persuaded gave respects, nor what the people's pastor, Mentor, said, that you should see your issue's follies stay'd in those foul courses, by their petulant life the goods devouring, scandalling the wife of no mean person, who, they still would say, could never more see his returning day; which yet appearing now give it trust, and yield to my free counsels. Do not thrust your own safe persons on acts your sons so dearly bought, lest their confusions on your lov'd heads your like addictions draw." This stood so far from force of any law to curb their loose attempts, that much the more they rush'd to wreak, and made rude tumult roar. The greater part of all the court arose. Good counsel could not ill designs dispose. Eupitheus was persuader of the course, which, complete arm'd, they put in present force. The rest sat still in council. These men met before the broad town, in a place they set all girt in arms, Eupitheus choosing chief to all their follies, who put grief to grief, and in his slaughter'd sons' revenge did burn. But fate gave never feet to his return, ordaining there his death. Then Pallas spake to Jove her father, with intent to make his will high arbiter of the act design'd, and ask'd of him, what his unsearched mind held undiscover'd, if with arms and ill and grave encounter he would first fulfil his sacred purpose, or both parts combine in peaceful friendship. He ask'd: "Why incline these doubts thy counsels? Hast not thou decreed that Ithacus should come and give his deed the glory of revenge on these and theirs? Perform thy will. The frame of these affairs have this fit issue: when Ulysses' hand hath reach'd full wreak, his then renown'd command shall reign for ever, faithful truces struck 'twixt him and all, for every man shall brook his sons' and brothers' slaughters, by our mean to send oblivion in, expunging clean the characters of enmity in them all, as in best leagues before. Peace, festival, and riches in abundance be the state that crowns the close of wise Ulysses' fate." This spurr'd the free, who from heav'n's continent to the Ithacensian isle made straight descent; where, dinner past, Ulysses said: "Some one look out to see their nearness." Dolius' son made present speed abroad, and saw them nigh, ran back and told, bade arm, and instantly were all in arms. Ulysses' part was 4, and 6 more sons of Dolius. all his power two only more, which were his aged sire and like-year'd Dolius, whose lives slaked fire, all white had left their heads, yet driven by need, made soldiers both, of necessary deed. And now, all girt in arms, the ports set wide, they sallied forth, Ulysses being their guide. And to them in the instant Pallas came, in form and voice like Mentor, who a flame inspir'd of comfort in Ulysses' heart with her seen presence. To his son, apart, he thus then spake: "Now, son, your eyes shall see, exposed in slaught'rous fight, the enemy, against whom who shall best served will be seen. Disgrace not then your race, that yet hath been for force and fortitude the foremost tried of all earth's offsprings." His true son replied: "Yourself shall see, lov'd father, if you please, that my deservings shall in nought digress from best fame of our race's foremost merit." The old king sprung for joy to hear his spirit, and said: "O lov'd Immortals, what a day Do your clear bounties to my life display! I joy, past measure, to behold my son And nephew close in such contention Of virtues martial." Pallas standing near said: "O my friend, of all supremely dear, Seed of Arcesius, pray to Jove and her That rules in arms, his daughter, and a dart Spritefully brandish'd, hurl'd at the adverse part." This said, he pray'd, and she a mighty force Inspir'd within him, who gave instant course To his brave brandish'd lance, which struck the brass That cheek'd Eupitheus' casque, and thrust his pass Quite through his head, who fell, and sounded, falling, His arms, the sound again from earth recalling. Ulysses and his son rush'd on before, And with their both weight‐headed darts did gore Their enemies' breasts so thick, that all had gone The way of slaughter had not Pallas thrown Her voice betwixt them, charging all to stay And spare expense of blood. Her voice did fray The blood so from their faces that it left A greenish paleness; all their hands it reft Of all their weapons, falling thence to earth, And to the common mother of their birth, The city, all fled in desire to save The lives yet left them. Then Ulysses gave a horrid shout, And, like Jove's eagle, flew in fiery pursuit, Till Saturnius threw his smoking lightning 'Twixt them, that had fall before Minerva, who then out did call Thus to Ulysses: "Born of Jove, abstain From further bloodshed. Jove's hand in the slain Hath equall'd in their pains their prides to thee. Abstain then, lest you move the Deity." Again then, 'twixt both parts, the seat of Jove, Athenian Pallas, of all future love A league compos'd, and for her form took choice Of Mentor's likeness both in limb and voice. End of the 24th Book. End of the Odysseys of Homer, translated by George Chapman, circa 1559 to 1634.